We are all aware of the basic principle of suggestion. This is a type of influence in which the mind is invited or impelled to an uncritical acceptance of recommendation or belief or thought or idea which a therapist may feel to be necessary or helpful. We are all subject to suggestion continuously at this time because nearly all forms of industry, salesmanship, economics, and the professions have become aware of the psychological factor. Many of them are working strongly upon the basic belief in the reality of suggestion as a way of influencing the private or public mind. But we observe also that they are not always successful. Take, for example, experience with television and radio advertising. There can be no doubt that the frequent repetition of certain advertising does promote sales. This cannot be denied. The facts are available. It is also, however, not to be denied that when an advertiser ceases to advertise for even a short time, his sales fall off. It means, therefore, that suggestion is not held as retentively in the mind as we might at first suppose. The first conclusion would be that it is submerged by the continuance of other suggestions. If a company advertising coffee ceases to advertise, other advertisers of coffee gain a peculiar advantage. They begin to have their suggestion enter into the mind of the viewer or listener, and he in turn comes to buy that coffee most immediately advertised. Another point, however, should also be borne in mind. If advertising becomes too objectionable, if it is too continuous and too blatant, if its pretensions are too unreasonable, or its advertising is in poor taste, it may result in a revulsion mechanism, and the presumed purchaser may buy almost any other product because he is angry or rebellious against having his mind over-influenced. This we observe quite frequently now, and probably will see more of in the not-too-distant future. Thus, broadly speaking, we have 2 points demonstrated by modern usage. First, the suggestion very rapidly ceases unless it is repeated, and that this repetition, if continued for 10 years, will not ensure that the purchaser will buy the product in the 11th year. The pressure of the suggestion, therefore, is tied to its immediacy. And if this ceases, the suggestion loses authority. I believe we will find this to be essentially true also in psychological suggestion therapy. The second point to be made is that over-suggestion creates rebellion, not only in the purchasing of product, but throughout life. Over-suggestion in some of our family problems we like to call nagging. And we are convinced that nagging ultimately produces no good. That the insistence upon the acceptance of ideas causes a reaction in ourselves in which we rise to defend the right of free choice, the right of personal determinism. We demand that we shall always have the privilege of accepting or rejecting any suggestion that is made to us. This right, which we have demonstrated from our earliest experience as human beings, proves conclusively that a suggestion will not overwhelm all of the faculties or elements of our natures and minds. That we will accept, to varying degrees according to our temperaments, suggestion elements, but we will not generally go overboard. We will always hold this peculiar privilege of making up our own minds. The only way this can be more or less completely neutralized, at least temporarily, is through the use of hypnotic techniques or hypnotic drugs. Theoretically, these may temporarily overwhelm our ability to defend our rights of free choice. But even in this instance, we must bear in mind that the interior part of ourselves, from which our determination to be ourselves springs, will recover in due time its own awareness. And after the effect of the drug or the hypnosis has worn off, self-determinism will reassert itself. Thus, suggestion, which is contrary to any abiding conviction in our own natures, or is contrary to our right to express our own individuality and freedom of choice, any such suggestion is likely to be short-lived and to have very restricted results, because it is not receiving the support of our own consciousness. Another important thing we have gradually come to realize about suggestion is that the more complex our culture becomes, and the more insistent and nagging suggestions become, the less effect they have. We build against even the suggestion therapist a kind of psychic antibody. We find gradually that an immunity to suggestion arises within the patient. This immunity simply means that the method, the technique, the process has exhausted its usefulness. And whereas temporarily the uncritical attitude can be held, and the patient can be kept in a certain state of acceptance, in time this passes. The physician is aware of this. The physician is aware, for example, that when he uses psychological technique, particularly in the various types of traditional or conservative therapy, that he creates a certain immediate result which is not lasting. The old days of the bread pill perhaps are becoming less and less remembered by the living, but they were great days of therapy, when 2 cents worth of medication would do $100 worth of good. Today it is the reverse. We get very little real comfort out of a $20 prescription. nearly always the doctor knows that the first remedies which he is able to provide will have more efficacy due to the fact that the patient is in a little more receptive mood. A person filled with hope, going to a physician well recommended, and receiving from this physician the assurance that his case can be successfully treated. This perhaps followed by a certain amount of practical therapy, receives a powerful suggestion. This suggestion may cause a rapid, almost miraculous improvement in the patient. But by degrees, this element of novelty, this acceptance without the critical mind, wears off. Symptoms come back, very slightly perhaps, but enough to disillusion the patient. And in 2 or 3 months, he establishes this immunity. And the power of the physician to help him on the level of psychology is comparatively lost. The same is true in advertising, and in many patent medicines, and in many famous cure-alls that have descended to us through time. The greatest and most important testimonials are by those who have had miraculous recoveries within the first 2 weeks. After 6 months, very few of these persons would write a testimonial. By that time, there are 9 other remedies in between. But just as surely as we can have all the symptoms described on the bottle by a certain negative suggestion, we also can in time find that these symptoms return. We can find that the claims of the remedy will offset the symptoms for a while. Then gradually facts set in again, and we're back to the same old trouble. Suggestion, being by its very nature impermanent, has limitations which the best therapist must recognize. It is a bridge, giving him an immediate receptivity on the part of his patient, but ultimately only proven value can keep that relationship strong, meaningful, and resultful. If this breaks down, then we have the patient who has lost faith in the physician. And under such conditions, even a truly adequate doctor can do very, very little. Suggestion is therefore both positive and negative. The oldest records that we have on some of these subjects come from the Greeks. And Aristotle has made much of the suggestion power of oratory. Here we are heading right into politics. The glib talker can not only shout us down, but shout our minds into a coma for a short time. We wildly applaud, we are deeply moved, then go home and the next day wonder why we made fools of ourselves. We are unable to rationally understand how we could have been so completely hoodwinked. Well, perhaps we were not actually hoodwinked. What we really mean was, how could we be so influenced away from our normal attitudes on these things? Perhaps our attitudes were wrong in the beginning. But by the next day, our wrong attitude is back in control of the situation. We have been overwhelmed, forced into an uncritical relationship with another person by their bombast, by their beautiful wording, by the force of their personalities, and by the common applause of other people like ourselves, all under a common glamour. All this constitutes a powerful suggestion pattern. In the field of our sciences, suggestion occupies another interesting relationship. Suggestion comes to us frequently through books. It comes to us also in prevailing modes of thought and therapy. A school for the treating of an ailment comes suddenly into existence, supported by distinguished authority, or by most persuasive expression of its principles and its therapeutic values. This school sweeps the country. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of persons suffering from certain ailments receive a new lease on life. They really believe that now they have the answer. So they flock to the remedy. They do everything possible to take advantage of this collective conviction that help will come. 2 years later, the school has disappeared. It could not perform a miracle. Man wants miracles. It was unable to sustain by its actual proven merit the glamorous pretensions which had surrounded it. The hundreds of thousands of persons did not immediately recover. Comes disenchantment. The school is now regarded as a fraud. Everyone believes they have been hoodwinked. All their hopes have come to nothing. Very likely the school was not a fraud. But expecting, as we do, miraculous circumstances, we felt them for a time, and they so exaggerated our hopes. The disillusionment was more tragic than it would have been had our hopes been more moderate. So again, suggestion can play an unpleasant and sometimes tragic trick upon us. Many years ago, there wandered about this country a number of spiritual healers, mostly of the evangelical nature. These persons were devout. Most of them were probably sincere. A few were undoubtedly merely theatrical. But a good many honestly believed that through prayer and through the laying on of hands or some other simple religious ritual, that they were able to be a channel for the healing power of God. They were so persuasive by their own conviction that they did convince many others. And at that time, the reports of miraculous cures were numerous. Most persons, however, never followed through on these reports. Had they followed through, they would have made two very interesting discoveries. They would have realized that certain persons did recover and remained well. Certain other persons appeared to recover, remained improved for a week, a month, 2 or 3 months, and then relapsed back again into the old condition. Why this distinct difference? The only answer lies within the individual himself. The degree to which the suggestion was actually internally accepted. The degree to which the person, through his own believing, was able to remain uncritical and was able to continue the intensity of his faith. Again, among those who were improved, a further division into two groups has to be made. Suggestion has an area of usefulness beyond which normally it cannot extend itself. Suggestion is usually a mental emotional process. Mental, perhaps, on the level of its acceptance, which must be, as we said, uncritical, but emotional in the reaction which it set up of hope, faith, and a great desire and willingness to experience benefit. If, therefore, the trouble in the beginning was in that part of the nature of man which could be reached and could be served by a new or improved consciousness toward life, it is quite conceivable that the remedy might prove relatively permanent. An example is a man who had remained for a number of years very much of an atheist, or at least a negative agnostic. That's a thought, a negative agnostic. Well, I rather like it, anyway. He was sick, and he attended one of these healing services of an evangelist. Under the pressure of seeing others helped with ailments similar to his own, he temporarily put aside his skepticism, and because of his great and pressing need, he went down the sawdust trail and asked for help. He received it. He received it almost certainly as a psychological experience. He received it as an acceptance within himself. Under normal conditions, most of the persons whom he saw there also helped, soon relapsed back into their former condition. But the experience produced a certain change in this man's total attitude toward life. From the miracle of the moment, from the fact that he instantly experienced good, he was transformed almost immediately into a believer. His skepticism, his agnosticism, his cynical attitude toward religion was wonderfully dissipated by this experience through which he passed. He remained from that time on to the end of his life a devout person, deeply conscious of the power of religion in the life of man. Because of this, his symptoms did not return. He had changed not merely as the result of an immediate suggestion, but by means of the help offered by a suggestion. He was able to make a marked and important decision affecting his total consciousness. Under such conditions, the suggestion was the bridge which led him to a far more complete recovery. Such is the same problem at Lourdes or Saint-Anne-de-Beaupré or any of the great healing shrines of the Christian and non-Christian worlds. For in both spheres, spiritual healing is by no means an unusual phenomenon. Thus we have in suggestion a present help, and it takes on many of the aspects of ordinary medication. It is an optimistic physician indeed who affirms that his treatment cures the disease. Usually he is content if he can bring the body into a better state or a better condition to assert its own rules of health over the ailment. If, therefore, the physician can be an honest secretary of nature, if he can assist nature, he is content. Suggestion can also assist nature, but not if in its substance or essence it is contrary to nature. Suggestion then goes on into many fields of relative importance from a psychological standpoint, but we must cope with a number of these fields as we proceed to try to understand them better. A suggestion made by a person whom we do not respect will seldom have much influence. We must have some openness, and there are two ways in which openness comes. One, by respecting the source of the information, and the other is respecting the information itself. The power of Adolf Hitler to sway the German people was not, I think, because Germany universally respected or admired the man. Certainly that would have been practically impossible, particularly for a country which had achieved the intellectual scientific level which Germany had attained. But Adolf Hitler was saying things that a great many Germans wanted to believe. And perhaps they did not want to believe them as excessively as he said them. But they certainly did realize or did accept that the things that he said conformed with their own feelings on a great many subjects. Let's take a homely example. If a very wise man comes and tells you that you are wrong, you may, through great respect for that man, be influenced or receive the suggestion to examine his remarks or even to accept his counsel. If a very foolish man comes and tells you that you are right, that man almost immediately rises in your estimation. You come to the conclusion that regardless of where he got the information, he is inspired. Thus we may react with openness of consciousness to the authority of the great or to good news, information which we desire to receive, which will support our prejudice or will give comfort to our opinion or will add something to our estimation of our own stature. In these ways, suggestions move in upon us and become powerful influences sometimes, even tragic ones, in the continuance of our affairs. History and experience tells us, however, that it is not common for us to find a person sufficiently, completely noble, completely acceptable, that we will remain indefinitely uncritical to his advice or to his recommendations. after a time we become inevitably aware of the humanity in our fellow man. We observe that he does things which we do not approve of. We observe that he is not always successful. And we begin to suspect that we are under glamour, that this person's advice may not be as good as at first we believed it to be. And as our faith in the person is diminished, the usefulness of the faith in our lives crumbles and falls. From a very ancient time, therefore, powerful advice, suitable to change the course of life, to change the history of nations, to provide the most powerful inducements to the modification of character, such advice had to have an authority. And this authority came ultimately to be vested not in man, but in God. The only being that we could not sufficiently fathom to unveil, the only power so great that it could not crumble before the onsets of time and change, the only strength so absolute that it could not be exhausted or fatigued by occurrences, was the divine strength itself. Also, God was about the only concept of a being which could be all-knowing, not only about life and the world, but also about us. God was the only principle, energy, power, or form of consciousness that we could not deceive, or which could be sufficiently perfect so that its advice would be infallible. Thus, from the earliest time, religion has exercised the strongest collective suggestion power on man. And this suggestion, most of it now embodied within sacred books, remains for most persons a source of leadership, of guidance or direction, which they can accept uncritically. In fact, religion at a reasonably early date wrote criticism out of itself. And for thousands of years, religions taught their followers not to question. Because if they questioned, the magic of believing fell apart. Today we have people who sort of ridicule this. They say, let's ask some very pointed questions and ask them now. Let's get this all straightened out. So they ask the questions. They break the mysterious little magic pattern that faith set up in the remote past. They discover, after they have asked questions and debated, largely with themselves in the name of God, that they are not struck dead with a thunderbolt, that God does not avenge himself upon anyone who asks questions. So they go blissfully on their way, feeling that they have unveiled the infinite. But deity has had its own quiet revenge in its own quiet way. These persons have lost the strength of believing. Something has been taken out of them. A virtue has passed from them. And as a result of that, they are rewarded for their critical attitude by a whole group of psychological plagues, which have arisen simply from the individual no longer having a non-critical relationship with life. He is much more interested now in proving that his own thoughts are right. So he has his own thoughts. He proves them to his own satisfaction, and perhaps the satisfaction of some other people. And then he gets sick immediately and goes to a psychologist. He has paid a very great price for a very little ego satisfaction. In addition to these great suggestions that have thundered from the Mount of Sinai, that have been found in the Sermon on the Mount, or set forth in the Tripitakas of Buddha, in addition to these tremendous suggestions that remain apart from life, often in conflict with our everyday experience, yet still too strong for us to resist internally, we have, in addition, the early records of certain sanctified persons, prophets, messiahs, teachers come from God. In the course of time, the human limitations or imperfections of these teachers have been forgotten. We no longer remembered the simple, ordinary circumstances that must have played a large part in the lives of these teachers. We remember them only as haloed, mysterious God-men, whose words also ring down through time, for they spoke with the authority of God. And those were the days when the judges judged in Israel. And those were the days when the early Christian mystics communed with the apostles and the disciples and set up the foundations of their faith. It is very difficult for us to be uncritical with the simple, ordinary facts of life. But it is also very difficult for us to be rationally critical of a miracle. Between us and these persons are centuries of silence. We no longer know them or their descendants or the descendants of these descendants. They remain only in the elaborate tapestry of our own subconscious devisements. We create images of them. We worship them. We regard them. We revere them. We hold them as something apart. And when we read their words or hear others read their words, we achieve a state of uncritical acceptance. Acceptance based upon a whole series of psychological experiences. These words brought consolation to our fathers and to their fathers before them. They have been the guides of our race. Before these words, Washington knelt in prayer at Valley Forge. And in the presence of this consolation, Lincoln knelt in the White House. The men we honor, the men we regard as peculiarly noble, were men whose strength came from this uncritical acceptance of the power of God in the life of man. This, therefore, is the great suggestion. And nearly all the moral culture of our race, nearly all of what slender advancement we have achieved, whatever of good spurs us on to try to build a civilization out of the chaos of our own selfishness. Whatever great inspiration and insight we have known have come from the suggestions of these gods and their divine progeny. Therefore, when we come down to our own little daily living, suggestion presents a series of rather interesting facets or elements. If our physician says to us, "I think you're hating yourself into trouble," we say, "Well, Dr. Jones, if you'd gone through what we've gone through, you would have hated yourself into trouble too." Jones probably will agree. But if Jones instead says to you, "My friend, remember those words, love thine enemies, and do good unto them that despitefully use you," you're stumped. Jones isn't speaking for himself. Jones is only telling us something against which we have almost no conscious resistance. Therefore, the skill of Dr. Jones may lie partly in his ability to quote Scripture. And I suspect that some of the failures of modern psychology have resulted from the fact that the psychologists have not been good Bible students. In their intellectual emancipation, they have turned from the most powerful remedy that they have in the Western world, and that is the authority of the suggestion which arises from the religious tradition of our people. For this men will die without asking why. For this they will live content in the hope of some future good. This suggestion is very, very vital to us in nearly all form of therapy. Now, the next suggestion that is very important to us is derived from this same religious source, namely that God is an ever-present help in time of trouble. We have a confidence, and this confidence is uncritical. If we wish to take the scientific problem and sit down and try to analyze how God answers prayer, we're lost. If we try to wonder what is happening on one side of the world while God is taking care of the other side of the world, we are also in a dilemma. It is like the small child's question as to how Santa Claus can be in so many places at one time. The moment we think, we take on a critical relationship to knowledge, to facts, to all these things. And in that moment, we lock ourselves against the power of receiving suggestion. If, however, uncritically, we do take the attitude of the immediate availability of the fact of divine help, then this ancient conviction, which is in our blood, archetypal in our consciousness, against which our consciousness has no defense, because our own consciousness believes it is true. With this, we do not have to wrestle as Jacob wrestled with the angel. We do not have to argue these things. The moment we argue a religion, we defile it. But in this simple fact, we now have another suggestion factor that becomes important. If this suggestion is accompanied by some element or some factor which involves God or involves religion, its effectiveness, or its intensity at least, is magnified 100-fold. We are no longer able to bring against it the immediate adversity of our own thinking. Let us take a very simple example of this particular point. An individual has lived for a long time under the attitude that there is no justice in the world. Many people develop that gem of thinking as they proceed through the years. It rises from such convictions as the observation that nearly every wrong person is well treated, and that no matter how hard we labor, we are never rewarded. Nurse this for a while, and we have a nice, solid, negative fixation. So we take the attitude there is no justice in the world. A lawyer, a legislator, or a judge might be able to give us a considerable amount of intellectual insight and show that while there are mistakes, that the general trend of man is to try to be just. So we're still miserable. We may go to a psychologist who points out to us all the defects in our own reason, or perhaps allows us to unveil our souls and dump upon him and the whole environment all of these negative instincts which we have been nursing so long. He believes that if we can exhaust ourselves completely, if we can talk about the injustice of the universe until we're tired of hearing it ourselves, that maybe we'll change our conversation. This sometimes happens. But by the time we leave the doctor's office, we get his bill, and then we do not believe in the justice of the universe all over again. Actually, we have no real argument to prove that right must win. We see evidence of it. We observe how tyrants and despots nearly always come to a sorry end. We have moral instruction to that point, but we can say that we are descended from a group of fuddy-duddies as far as that is concerned. But if within ourselves we suddenly become intensely aware of the power of a divine principle, if we internally suddenly believe that God is in his heavens and all is right with the world, and this becomes a reality in ourselves, we then neutralize out of a common conviction the problem of our own particular misfit. We begin to sense that the trouble is not in the universe, but in ourselves. And as we must instinctively defend God if we are a believer, we can no longer assume that deity is unable to prevent evil or unminded to do so. We begin to have to argue with ourselves about this. And no matter how we argue, instinct forces us to let God win. So to the suggestion that is made, if we can add this authority of high conviction, we achieve a great deal. Now, philosophy is very much like religion in this respect. Religion makes good a reality. Philosophy makes good a fact. By philosophy, we take the type of mind that is critical and whittle down its criticism. By philosophy, we can take the individual with a whole quantity of objections and we can meet his objections one by one. And if our philosophy is adequate, that is, if it is basic, we can finally force the individual, at least to the grudging assent, that this life is under laws and under rules and under principles, and that if he is a wise man, he will obey them. This suggestion, supported therefore by philosophical insight, may be almost as strong as religion. But it lacks the one thing that religion has, and that is the warmth of a vital participation in believing. It is the warmth of religion which experiences good, even while philosophy defines it. Now, theoretically, we are in a scientific age, and let us not forget for a moment that age and its principles and its rules, its convictions, and its degree of insight, let us not for a moment assume that these are not powers of suggestion in our daily living. Ultimately, science undoubtedly will have to bestow powerful, positive suggestion upon the mind of man in order to prevent man from utterly befuddling himself with scientific knowledge. Science must finally come to positive, basic suggestions based upon its own discoveries. And these suggestions must be therapeutically sound, or they will destroy man. Science perhaps can suggest to the outer part of man what religion and philosophy can convey to his inner life. But the end of scientific suggestion is that it must be valid because it can overcome or nullify the criticism in the person who is receiving scientific knowledge. Our modern system of education is based upon breaking down man's non-scientific ideas. This is a weakening situation, however. For actually, when we break down man's conviction of the reality of things unseen, we take out of his life the most constructive suggestion that is operating there today. Man fights against this loss, and wherever we have materialism, we ultimately come into a strong revulsion and move forward again onto an idealistic footing. So with God and nature, the wise man, the saint, and the sage, all reminding us of the golden rule, all reminding us of the simple laws governing right thinking and right living, we are having therapeutic suggestion brought to us all the time. And all that man can do in a troubled case is to make available or to remind the confused person of these basic elements of his own religious and philosophical culture. For these are the strongest defenses that the person has today against the inroads of disillusionment and despair. And because of the tremendous authority of these teachings, he may very well be in a position to gain new internal strength through the uncritical acceptance of these suggestions. Now, a number of years ago, we had a gentleman come to us from another land, Dr. Emile Coué. He was the man who went around saying, day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. This was a tremendous innovation. it began to popularize an idea that has since gained a great deal of popularity, and that is autosuggestion. The possibility of the individual influencing himself. This has even gone as far now as autohypnosis, or the person hypnotizing himself. This should not be so difficult. We do it every day in one way or another. Actually, every time we develop a strong opinionism, we are practicing autosuggestion. One simple fact that Dr. Coué discovered at a comparatively early time was that it is not enough for an individual to think his suggestion. He can't sit around thinking to himself day by day, I am getting better and better. He must say it. The reason he must say it is that the words must go out of his mouth and into his ear. They're more important that way. If he says it, his ears carry it back into his brain with added authority. Because what he says now is not the primary factor. It is that he says. And therefore he can say all kinds of foolish things, and they will also all be carried into the brain and properly registered there alongside of the foolishness that has been captured and held from other sources. His friends, his advisors, his neighbors, and his enemies. Autosuggestion is not as popular as it used to be, because it suffers from the common ailment of nearly all suggestion therapy. Let us imagine, for instance, that an individual wishes to have a suggestion that he is going to be patient. He's going to be patient and kind and gentle from now on. The only reason he is asking for this help or wants this suggestion is because he has been unkind and unreasonable over a very long period of time. He has had a nasty disposition since the beginning of his own memories of himself. Now he wants to really reform. Perhaps the reform has been thrust upon him by the misery of circumstances. He can't get along with himself anymore, and no one else can get along with him. This is affecting his pocketbook, and that is a real disaster. So what is he asking? He is asking that a therapist of some kind shall give him a formula, bring him into the office, give him a little psychological brushing every couple of days, send him on his way with new conviction that he can be master of his own destiny and he can be a lovable, noble person if he so desires, and keeps on repeating to himself that he not only can be, but that he is. This individual probably doesn't believe it himself. He knows himself too well. So his suggestion falls upon sterile ground. Furthermore, he spends 5 minutes every morning and 5 minutes every evening making this noble, platitudinous remark about himself to himself. And the rest of the day is as cussed as ever. The timing factor here is a little difficult. Nature operates more or less honorably. If you want to take $1 out of the bank, you must put $1 in. If you want to change a habit from a bad habit to a good habit, you can practice the bad habit most of the time and the good habit a small part of the time and expect the good to neutralize the bad. You cannot repeat 50 times in rapid succession that you are getting better and better, and for the rest of your waking hours continue to get worse and worse. The suggestion is not as strong as the habit, is the point that we're trying to subtly convey. Actually, the only way that you can win a battle of this kind is to have the two armies of approximately equal strength. That may end in a draw. But you cannot overcome the habits of a lifetime or the intensities of the daily repetitions of these habits now by a few well-curled or turned phrases. You may gain a certain result, but it cannot achieve too much because there is too much negative static involved in the situation. As soon as autosuggestion, or even suggestion itself for that matter, because it is often so used, became a wee bit popular, and individuals believed that they had gotten hold of the great and divine magical mystery of the universe, they also attempted to use this suggestion concept in a variety of ways for which it was never intended. The individual began to believe that he could mentalize himself, not only out of misery into health, but out of poverty into prosperity. He began to honestly believe, with such degree of honesty as he could believe, that he had found a magic wand which could transform everything and anything by a fixed attitude of the mind and the repetition of a formula. This led to innumerable complications. It also led largely to the general discrediting of a large part of the field of suggestion and autosuggestion. It meant that we were in the presence of an excess, more or less a corruption of an idea. And that which was intended to change man was directed to changing other things instead of man. The individual began to take the attitude that if he was not getting along well in the world, that his suggestion could go so far as to make the world change and treat him better. It takes a lot of suggestion to do that. In fact, as far as changing the world, even the divine suggestion seems to operate slowly. Also, we gained a certain telepathic attitude towards suggestion and autosuggestion. We believed that we could sit around and by holding various thoughts cause our neighbors to move out or our distant friends to move in. We began to think of suggesting real estate transactions, good investments, and in many instances I have actually known people to suggest that other people should be stupid, simply so that we could impose upon them more easily. This, of course, was a little nightmare world of its own, more difficult and inconsistent and fantastic than Prospero's enchanted isle. The most that we did, of course, was to keep on suggesting to ourselves that we could achieve the impossible. Sometimes it looked as though we made it. But we began to ignore utterly the laws of probability. We forgot, for example, that in sickness, unless diagnosis has proven that we have a very serious ailment, miscellaneous, wandering, itinerant symptoms, griefs, misfortunes, and miseries of 1,000 assorted natures will, in about 20 cases out of 25, simply solve themselves. Nature, stepping in, will cure most of the minor ailments that arise in man. gives them a chance. But if we have some kind of a magic formula, we forget the natural operations of nature and give credit to the formula for things the formula had nothing to do with. Furthermore, by this process, we gain greater and greater confidence in the formula, and someday we trust our weight too heavily upon it, and this bridge of believing collapses under us. Autosuggestion then leads to a whole series of rather sobering reflections. That it can produce certain results, we do not doubt. Autosuggestion means that we suggest something to ourselves. Why do we use this technique? Usually because of some weakness in character, which makes it difficult for us to head into a proper, normal, reasonable correction of our own trouble. The individual says, well, I drink a little too much. I've tried 15 times to quit. Now I'd like a nice working formula of autosuggestion so that while I sleep, I will get over the habit. There is no implication that this individual wants to work his way through the habit. He really is out looking for one of these psychological painkillers or these universal remedies like the old Swanee Indian swamp syrup, which was supposed to take care of everything, including all unreasonable indulgence. This individual is trying to use suggestion or autosuggestion to take the place of the weakness of his own will. He is up against a number of possibilities. If he decides on the autosuggestive process, he will almost certainly turn his suggestion against the habit he wishes to cure. He does not know, will not accept, or believe, or realize that the habit is only an expression of himself. That he will never get over the habit adequately until he becomes a better person. And that's the one thing he doesn't want to do, because that recommends or suggests hard work. The only way we can get out of weakness, negativity, or inadequacy is to outgrow these things. So what we really need is growth. We need to become the kinds of persons who will not make the silly mistakes we are now trying to get out of by autosuggestion. It is true that we can, by suggestion means, anesthetize an arm so that you will not feel any pain in it while surgery is performed. We can, for 48 hours or 72 hours, block the alcoholic desire. If you want to come to an approved therapist often enough, you can block it for several months. But this is not recovery, any more than an aspirin cures some kind of a pain in the body. You can take certain painkillers and temporarily get relief from a toothache. But the only solution is finally to either have the cavity filled or the tooth pulled. In suggestion, we have an emergency instrument that can be and often is exceedingly useful. But it is never a solution nor a substitute for the correction of the situation itself. The only point where there is an exception to this rule is where the area of suggestion is exactly in the area of the problem. For instance, it is easier to help by suggestion a person who is involved in some complex or other situation for which the suggestion is the sole and total remedy. If, for example, you can take a person who is fearful, or who has, for example, claustrophobia. You take this person and you give him a powerful suggestion, or you help him to formulate an auto-suggestion that he can enter into a room, a small, dark room, and close the door and not be afraid. You probably can give him sufficient self-confidence, or by the magic of auto-suggestion, he can imagine himself into having a degree of confidence that he always possessed and didn't know it. He goes in, closes the door. After a little while, he comes out radiant. The problem is solved. And the chances are, as far as he is concerned, the problem is solved. He now knows that he can go into that room. He has done it. That was all the remedy that was required, was to experience that the room was not terrible or terrifying. Once having gained that experience, the matter is closed. Except what caused the claustrophobia. You've gotten rid of the symptoms. 6 months later, this individual may develop some other symptom. He may suddenly become a rank, uncontrolled worrier. He might develop a temporary or even growing loss of hearing. He may become accident prone and start falling over his own shadow. He may suddenly become extremely suspicious of his friends. He doesn't have claustrophobia anymore, but we've only treated an effect. The cause still remains. A suggestion, an auto-suggestion, will not, in most instances, adequately treat causes. Unless the cause is extremely shallow and recent or comparatively unimportant, we cannot be sure that we can reach it in a permanent way. But now let us suppose that suggestion or auto-suggestion is indicated in this case. We then come to another problem which has some meaning, and that is the use of mechanical devices to make autosuggestion more effective by increasing the frequency of it. Assuming, of course, as we said concerning suggestion, that something has to be done to balance off, because 5 minutes of right suggestion will not compensate for 23 hours and 55 minutes of bad attitudes. So now comes a discovery which I think more or less was influenced by the war. We found it rather important to suddenly train men in language. We needed very quickly a number of linguists, and if there's one department of American education that is weak, it is the languages. We live in such a large country that we do not need languages, as many foreign countries do. All we need is a solid vocabulary and a reasonable amount of slang. We can then become mutually understood. But suddenly we found that we needed several thousand persons who could speak Japanese, or Korean, or Russian, or perhaps Finnish, or the language of the Laplanders. We didn't have any such people. And the few that might have had such knowledge might not be in an age bracket suitable for military use. So to train men in language, we hit upon the device of using recordings. recordings not merely as to be studied in the normal way of a half hour of listening, but recordings to be played almost continuously. Recordings in which pronunciation, the forms of the words, the sequences, the enunciation, the emphases, and so forth of a language, the meanings of these words, the grammar, and every factor of it was continuously and repeatedly conveyed to us, day and night. As a result of this type of instruction, men learned languages with considerable fluency in 6 months, far more than they could have learned in any other way. This led to the inevitable belief that during periods of other occupation, or even during periods of sleep, suggestion can be continuously poured in upon us for the purpose of creating a more or less complete compensation for the counteractions of our own personalities and temperaments. This worked out in a number of instances rather well, temporarily. But it did not work over a long period of time. Actually, this suggestion, moving in upon the person, did not have the validity in his own experience. He was asked to accept suggestions that could be used in the case of language, because all it had to do was reach his memory and the retentive areas. And the suggestion can be held in that way. But there's a great deal of difference between remembering and being moved. We all remember the words of Jesus, but we don't live them. It is perfectly possible to have in our memory all kinds of constructive insight and understanding. But to move this from memory into action, or to change it from merely being on file and get it into use, this is different and not nearly so easy to accomplish. Thus, a noble suggestion or autosuggestion brought into our attention may temporarily cause us to obey it, as we would under hypnosis. But we cannot be at all overly confident that this suggestion will become a dynamic, changing the individual factually and actually. In defense of what I am saying, I would like to mention that I have known personally a great number of individuals who have taken long and difficult courses in autosuggestion. They have worked with it. They have tried every known means. They have used mechanical devices to repeat the suggestion day or night. The suggestion itself was in many instances luminous, transcendent, magnificent. But after several years of it, the individuals who practiced it are not luminous, nor are they transcendent. They have gained perhaps certain mechanical help. They may have been able to get over a bad spot. But I have not been able to convince myself that an individual with a nasty temper could subject themselves to any type of autosuggestion for 5 years and come out with an angelic disposition. I have not seen it. I would love to see it. I don't care how they got the disposition, I just love to see the disposition. But it just does not seem to happen. But this I will say, these people come out of it believing that they have an angelic disposition. But it's not quite the same thing. We get pointers on that from their friends and relatives. We know people who have convinced themselves that through these processes they have strengthened intuition, become practically mystics. Actually, they have trodden upon the threshold of illumination. But when you try to work with them or live with them, they're the same old people you knew before. They believe, but they have converted the mind only. They have not actually altered the life processes. Now, out of suggestion, in order to alter life processes, has got to accomplish the same thing that we referred to before in connection with suggestion. Man has very little confidence in himself. He just knows himself too well. He has very little confidence in his own insight, his own wisdom, and less in his own strength. Unless he is an egotist, when he will not even seek self-improvement, he is weak. So he will create a suggestion, and he will repeat it. But even as he repeats it, he will not believe it. He may hope, but he remains in a state of peculiar breathless expectancy. The only way that he could finally convert himself is by a miracle. If he held some suggestion or auto-suggestion for a few hours, and a miraculous event occurred, he might then have greater courage and might go on more industriously. But this is not the common pattern of things. And the miraculous events, if they do occur, are usually shown to be fortuitous circumstances. So we can't depend upon this. So the only problem that can help the individual who is all alone with his own suggestions is again magic, mystery. Actually, primitive man was all alone with his own suggestions. He gained a mysterious power to be greater than himself, or to outgrow his own limitations, or to transcend his own frailties by use of devices, of which the most common to descend to our remembrance is the fetish, or the talisman, or the amulet. Even today, persons in hazardous professions make use of these devices as a source of self-confidence. Now, what is the reason why a rabbit's foot is any different than a good text on autosuggestion by a prominent psychologist? The text cannot be accepted uncritically. We read it, we wonder a little, we think a little, but we're not very certain. And even if we're rather certain, we say, yes, it's probably true, but I doubt if I can do it. I've never done anything right yet, and it doesn't look as though this is the time when I'm going to start. So the situation drifts at least half-heartedly. But a rabbit's foot is different. In the first place, it makes no sense, except when it's on the foot of a rabbit. We're not even quite sure how it came to be a fetish at all, unless perhaps it was because the rabbit was anciently associated with the moon, and a whole string of myths and legends tie it together. Now, when I'm saying a rabbit's foot, I mean almost any kind of talisman. It may be a piece of metal inscribed with the 72 names of God. It may be a Muslim charm upon which is traced in beautiful writings the name of Allah and His saints. It may be a prayer, it may be anything. It may be one of those wonderful little devices that look more than anything else like a child's drawing, that is worn by the pearl fishers of the Philippine Islands when they go down under the sea in search of pearls. It is something that has a magic power. Now, this magic power rises from an atavistic level of our own subconscious. We do not believe in ourselves. We do not believe in our neighbors. We may doubt our clergyman. We gravely suspect our doctor. And we are much disillusioned in our psychologist. But a rabbit's foot is different. A rabbit's foot is mystery. Perhaps it'll work. It's just like the individual who is not superstitious but never walks under a ladder. He's just careful. The moment you think about this, you realize that the rabbit's foot to the average person is a kind of demoralizing factor. It takes away most of the common sense of the thing. Therefore, when the time comes for us to make an affirmation, or to try to suggest ourselves into something, or to achieve an autosuggestive intensity, it might be different if we make this statement, if we say these words, if we hold this thought with all our strength, and at the same time take a tight hold on a rabbit's foot. The Chinese say that if one religion is good, two are better. So there is no use missing a good opportunity. In the same way, when we say in our prayer to ourselves, God, give me an understanding heart, we have a different attitude, because we are asking something of a force that is abstract and mysterious, which we believe can bestow. And if magically we say, I am normally a coward, but while I hold in my hand this golden charm upon which is written the name of my God, as long as I hold on to that, I am strong. The individual is suddenly courageous. There are thousands of cases of it, critically recorded, that this kind of autosuggestion is strong. And it is strong because it applies to the inner part of our consciousness. And that it also does not depend upon our strength to overcome our own weakness. We do not believe that we are strong enough. We cannot conceive intellectually that we can take hold of our own bootstraps and lift ourselves off the ground. But if something else, some mysterious symbol of power, moves with us, then God and one constitutes a majority. If we can use something which stimulates our faith, makes us feel that this victory is not our own, but the victory of a power greater than ourselves, which we have known how to call upon. And the help of this power is an ever-present help in time of trouble. Then we are no longer depending on our own suggestion. We have stated in our own consciousness what we hope for, what we desire to have happen, what perhaps we feel desperately that we need. But it is not the voice of man crying in the wilderness. It is the fulfillment of a promise that if we will do certain things, take certain attitudes, supply ourselves with certain magical implements, then suddenly we are strong. We have the power through these other means of accomplishing what we cannot accomplish alone. This shifts our source of strength to an abstraction which cannot be unseated, which cannot be overthrown by events or conditions. This abstraction gives us the courage. It is again and again this which comes back to us in the prayer formulas. Prayer is suggestion, autosuggestion in many instances, given strength by devotion. Prayer is therefore the individual opening himself uncritically to universal good. He could try to argue himself into it, but he cannot win because he does not believe his own argument. But if he follows the ancient way of his faith, certain in his own heart that the God of his fathers will not forsake him, he is no longer merely making a suggestion. He is affirming a conviction. And out of this total affirmation of his nature, he is able to achieve a result against the preponderance of negative factors. The individual who speaks with the fullness of his own conviction, supported by his concept of the presence of a divine available, can in 5 minutes a day counteract the 23 hours and 55 minutes. Because those 23 hours and 55 minutes do not represent one coordinated conviction of weakness. They represent largely confusion. They do not represent a focused intensity of evil, nor do they represent one simple pattern of infirmity. They represent a group of negative factors, habitually perpetuated, but about which we have the deepest moral reservations. The average person who is wrong knows it, particularly on the levels of ethics, or on the level of internal motivation, or on the basis of principles. He is wrong, he knows it, but he is too weak to do anything else. So the negation of the confusion of the mind will cause him to say, this I cannot do. This I cannot face. This is too much for me. I'm going down for the 3rd time. But this does not constitute an organized, powerful, psychically sustained fact of consciousness. It represents dilemma, distress, disaster, but not a certitude of evil or a certainty of misery. If, therefore, you turn against this, a powerful, unified conviction, not an attitude or a platitude, but a need sustained by the recognition of the factor of divine intercession, the miracle, the fetish, the rabbit's foot. This is stronger than the negative confusion which permits the difficulty to continue. For this reason, a tremendous religious experience, as Havelock Ellis points out, can in a fraction of a second completely change a whole life. So we have, against the extensity of a pressure, the intensity of a compensating pressure. In nature, these two values must be equal to produce the neutralizing of a condition. If a situation takes 10 years to get into, it does not necessarily take 10 years to get out of. But you must use as much energy to get out as you use to get in. If, however, you concentrate your energy on the problem of recovery, you can create a tremendous catharsis very rapidly, in which you achieve the full emotional energy equivalent of a long enduring negative habit. You achieve it and neutralize this habit far more rapidly than you acquired it. Not because you have found an easy way out, but because you have found a more efficient way to solve the problem. Efficiency in this case being merely directness, the victory of a consciousness or a principle over a condition. If then in either suggestion or autosuggestion we use merely formulas, or we try to hold attitudes that are strange to us, even though we want them, it is my opinion that our labors will be, for the most part, fruitless, except in the same way and to the same degree that we might seek temporary remedy in an extremity by the use of some drug which will not cure, but may make better treatment possible under more fortunate circumstances. If, however, by suggestion and autosuggestion, we mean the intensification of value by which we are capable of basically changing our own relationship with life, this means that we must have available an emotional quotient. We must not affirm or suggest. We must experience. We must know the fact of this upon our own skin. We must live through the condition and know that it is so. And to achieve this greater insight, this greater degree of insight, we must move the internal part of our lives. We cannot keep on tossing these suggestions into the deep well of our own unconscious. We have got to move from the unconscious. We've got to stir out of this mysterious cave in which, like Fafnir, we have been sleeping. We have got to accept the challenge of internal change, the correction of a problem through the attainment of an insight which is superior to that problem. Because a problem only exists because our knowledge is inferior to our need. The platitude is not a substitute for knowledge, neither is an affirmation or a suggestion. It can be, however, that out of the union of a suggestion with a fetish, with an emblem or symbol of the divine availability, we may be impelled not to use God merely to get us out of the dilemma, but rather to become aware of the experience of the God consciousness in ourselves. If we are able to make this progressive step through faith or through profound believing, we may then be able to pass constructively into a non-critical state. A non-critical condition which is not merely negative, but one which is open or receptive to the experience of a better life. Suggestion, then, is only valuable to the degree that it can impel us toward experience. We cannot cure ignorance with hypnosis, but we can sometimes stimulate in the individual the desire to become learned. But this means he must then go out and learn. Suggestion cannot save the individual from the problems towards which he usually will direct suggestion. But it can perhaps inspire him or recommend to him that he learns to grow, and in that way finds the answer to all problems. For this reason, we should be very wise, very careful in the decision of suggestion or autosuggestion. For it must always be a suggestion to become better, not merely a suggestion to evade or avoid, or a suggestion which might bring us something we do not feel like earning. All suggestion that is appropriate and proper is that which impels us to the adventure of the unfoldment of our own consciousness as the final solution to every problem that stems from ignorance. And all problems stem from ignorance. No problem rises from wisdom itself. And our search for the spiritual integrity to overcome the ignorance in ourselves is perhaps the one great prayer that should be with us constantly, and therefore that we should suggest to ourselves that day by day, in every way, we are more eager to grow. And that, well, wonderfully enough, will also take care of most of the aches and pains, because most of them arise simply from the individual in the presence of the invitation to grow and lacking the ability or the inclination to accept the invitation. So if we do not know what to do, hold that rabbit's foot tight, close your eyes, and dive into an experience, learning from it all that you can. Seek not to avoid or evade, but rather to overcome all uncertainty by the certainty of personal awareness through experience of the values and principles governing human life. If you take care of this properly, I think you'll do fairly well. And our time is up, so we'll start again next week. Modern research in the field of hypnotism began with the researches of Anton Mesmer in the 18th century. While these researches in many ways produced positive results, they were open to criticism and suspicion, perhaps at least in part because of the rather flamboyant way in which Mesmer practiced the art and the peculiarly bombastic style in which he wrote on the subject. Even a progressive man, philosopher and scholar, Benjamin Franklin, after examining and attending some of Mesmer's seances, declined to affirm his belief in the validity of the phenomenon. Scientific bodies were particularly unhappy about the whole subject. But it must be admitted that enough doctors and scientists became interested to cause a heavy controversy, which locked the subject for nearly 75 years. It was in the middle of the 19th century that an English physician began to experiment with the theories of Mesmer and applied them cautiously but successfully to a number of cases that came under his personal care. He changed the name from mesmerism to hypnotism, and again brought down the wrath of the gods. In this case, the gods consisted not only of scientific bodies, but of religious groups and public opinion itself. It is quite probable that public opinion was rather heavily influenced by certain clergymen who thundered against hypnotism from their pulpits in the same way that they had also thundered against anesthesia. The popular mind, however, came to regard hypnotic technique as a kind of magic. It involved all of the romantic overtones that have been preserved to us in the story of Svengali. The hypnotist was a satanic person, weird, strange, and actually a sorcerer out of the literature of the Middle Ages. His methods, being poorly understood, were richly misunderstood. And the popular mind came to the conclusion that a visit to a hypnotist was very much like a pact with Satan. In some way, this system of treatment interfered with the normal function of the human soul. It was a dastardly contrivance, giving to the operator tremendous power and control over the life of every innocent trilby that came along. This attitude was not improved by the rise in the 19th century of stage hypnotism, in which the entire field fell into the lap of entertainment. This meant every possible means of exploiting and dramatizing the subject with little regard for its dignity or its basic meaning. Gradually, however, interest in the facts revealed through the techniques of hypnotism increased and probably developed most rapidly after the rise of our interest in the psychological life of the individual. When we began to study the internal subjective functions of the human mind, it opened a door for the further estimation of the basic problem of hypnosis. First of all, there was much rubbish to be cleared away. Much of this rubbish, of course, had no more sound foundation than public opinion. But there was also a tie with antiquity that proved rather embarrassing to scientific men who do not like to be regarded as the direct descendants of witch doctors. They feel this is somewhat a compromising of their dignity. We know that hypnosis in various forms and under various names was broadly practiced among ancient peoples, particularly among primitive people. It had a place in the therapy of Greece and Rome and Egypt. But in our living experience, we found a close tie with certain Bhutan practices of the West Indies and the mysterious remedies of the American Indian medicine man. Such affinities and affiliations were not particularly intriguing to the American Medical Association, which sort of felt that it should be regarded as having outgrown such old beliefs. In time, however, private practitioners stepped into the field. They began to contemplate the matter much as Paracelsus had done, with a new dedication, namely a dedication to the need of the sick, that this should come before all prejudice, and we should decline or reject nothing which could be actually useful. Because of the prevailing popular prejudice, one of the earliest types of investigation in the modern field of hypnotism was to determine whether there was any truth in the idea that some mysterious fluid, essence, energy, substance passed from the hypnotist to the subject. Was there some strange bond set up by means of which the completeness of personal integration was injured? Did the hypnotist, so to say, put some part of himself into his subject where it remained to affect freedom of thought or freedom of action or independent psychological existence? All research to the present time has indicated that this is not true, that there is no connection established between the hypnotist and his subject, other than that which is evident and obvious in the phenomena itself. That there is a temporary influence cannot be denied, but that this influence is other than psychological is now not only denied, but rather clearly disproved. Many ways can be used to check such things, and all checking has as yet proved negative. There seems to be no need for the assumption that hypnosis involves metaphysical elements. It is purely a physical matter, but one which involves elements of our physical nature, which have only been known to us within a comparatively recent period. Once the public has come to recognize that the hypnotist is a physician and not a magician, much good can be accomplished, and individuals with numerous difficulties can hope for help in this direction. Now we know that religious authority is very powerful in our thinking. No one wishes to discount the importance of religious beliefs. There are religious groups today that are strongly opposed to all hypnotic research. They do not even wish that the subject should be explored. Certainly their members, if they wish to be in good standing, must follow the leadership of the faith to which they belong. But as no faith or no sect dominates public opinion in this country, according to the definite provision of the First Amendment to the Constitution and the first section of the Bill of Rights, those of other beliefs, not holding this antagonism towards hypnosis, have a perfect right also to explore their own convictions and make such discoveries as they feel may be of common benefit. As in the case of anesthesia, the benefits are now becoming so obvious that old opinions are being forced to change. And in most instances, such changes increase public comfort and safety. Hypnosis as a field began in a comparatively simple area, namely the possibility of communicating certain attitudes, certain instruction, certain suggestion from one person to another in a manner more favorable than homely advice or old-fashioned admonition. As the time passed, however, it became evident that the whole concept of hypnosis rested upon a pattern of universal laws. That these laws not only invited one use, but opened a broad field of research, a field capable of making a variety of contributions at different times and under different circumstances. Thus, the concept, the basic hypothesis underlying the fact of hypnosis gives us many inducements to explore neglected areas of mental phenomena. There is even a suggestion, a hope, that out of the byproducts of hypnotic research, there may come an entirely new concept of therapy, a concept which will not involve hypnosis as we know it today, or at least only in small part, but which will drive home to us one of the most important truths in the entire world of therapy, namely the possibility that man can become his own physician, that the individual possesses means for restoring health on many levels by the use of energies resting within himself, rather than by the use of comparatively violent medications and drugs. So if hypnosis leads us into a field of drugless therapy, we may do the body a great favor. For under our present system, we must first use the drug to get over the malady, and then we must use every resource of the body and mind to get over the drug. Consequently, we fight death with a kind of death, and we are not always sure which kind is going to win. In this case also, we come to certain truths or principles which we must explore. And as is so often the case in all fields, and this is not unique to our present subject, the primary facts, the essential principles, are as yet elusive. We have only secondary facts. We have only observed or recorded knowledge. But the very core of the subject, the very nature of the hypnotic influence itself, though approximated, cannot be fully defined. We know that the principal problem is to discover, if possible, how the human system reacts to suggestion, and to what degree it can react, and in what departments of structure or function the effect of hypnosis can be seen or noted. What is the hypnotic state as we understand it today? Some have said that it is an artificial somnambulism, that the individual can be put to sleep in many ways, by a narcotic, by an hypnotic drug, by hypnotic suggestion, and by just plain boredom. Up to the present time, however, we have not been able to standardize the therapy of boredom. But we have been able to observe that certain drugs will produce forms of hypnosis. This is one of the points that reminds us that it is not the result of the mental attitude of an individual. We also realize that somnambulism is a form of sleep and is usually an artificially induced trance-like sleep condition. Somnambulism, however, is found without hypnosis, and there is a considerable structure of knowledge bearing upon natural and automatic somnambulism. Somnambulism as an artificial or induced form of sleep suggests that in some way it derives itself from the natural form of sleep. The principal factors in sleep, as we know them today, are fatigue and the rapid increase of toxin in the body due to the breakdown of structure under activity. The individual goes to sleep for several reasons, one of which is that he is tired. Hypnosis originally worked upon the hypothesis that the operator induced an artificial fatigue. And it was found that this fatigue could be most easily and quickly induced by fatiguing the optical structure. The individual under eye strain fatigued rapidly. Also under eye strain, particularly when this strain is scientifically induced, there came a kind of disorientation which increased fatigue and caused the person to seek escape in sleep exhaustion. The second possibility that has been brought to our attention is that hypnosis is closely associated with the phenomenon of hysteria. We know that hysteria, as it is studied psychologically, has very little in common with what we call an hysterical outburst. In the 19th century, it was proper, in fact, practically required, that ladies become hysterical under all critical situations. Since that time, however, better solutions have been discovered both for and by the ladies. Hysteria is actually almost a paralyzing experience. It causes the individual frequently to lose consciousness. Under some kind of excitement, pain, fear, particularly psychic fear and psychic pain. Hysteria was an excitement, an almost instantaneous nervous breakdown, which, because the damage was comparatively negligible, enjoyed a rapid recovery, usually in a few moments with the aid of a little ammonia or smelling salts. It is conceivable that fear, as we knew it in the 19th century, particularly fear of the unknown, which involves the hypnotic concept, caused individuals to become disoriented in the presence of hypnosis, and therefore subject to a kind of hysteria or a blacking out of their normal conscious function. This concept had some merit, but now we go perhaps even further. We know now, for example, that sleep is not what we always thought it to be. There is more than one cause of sleep. In fact, there are more than the several causes we once recognized. We now know that a very powerful factor in sleep is habit. By placing persons in caves under the earth, where it was not possible for light to reach them, we made them servants of their own watches and clocks, which was a very interesting experience, especially if these timepieces were scientifically, shall we say, tampered with. A clock could be placed where a number of persons could see it. A clock so arranged in its mechanism that it recorded 60 minutes on the face in a period of only 30 minutes of actual time. It was found that the persons involved slept according to the clock and not according to true time. It was found, therefore, that if the clock was sufficiently slowed, the person might not feel any unusual fatigue or need of sleep for 20 or 30 hours. But if the clock was made very rapid, he might consider himself as having finished his day's work and be completely exhausted in 3 hours, even though in all the procedure, the nature of his residence, a cave under the earth, was certainly not inclined to create physical fatigue. So the fact became rather evident that the clock became an hypnotic agent. The clock told him when to go to sleep. Whiff, he was asleep, just as surely as though he had been handed an adequate amount of chloroform. Therefore, habit also indicates how strongly we can influence ourselves. Actually, the clock, regardless of the time on the face of it, could have very little effect upon us if it did not set up within ourselves a series of association mechanisms. We told ourselves the meaning of the time on the clock, regardless of the truth involved. When the clock said 8 o'clock in the morning, we were hungry for breakfast, even though the true time might be 11 o'clock at night. When the clock said noon, we began to look for lunch. And because it is almost impossible for individuals to measure time adequately, experiments were made which proved that the individual could develop a healthy appetite between breakfast and lunch in 45 minutes. Also, that he could have no appetite at all between lunch and dinner, in the ordinary sense of the word, because the clock was wrong. Therefore, he was not uncomfortable if there was a 12-hour interval between meals. The clock regulated his life. It regulates most of us in one way or another. The clock, however, merely suggested something continuously, suggested traditional habits, ways of doing things, and the rest of the job we did for ourselves. If we had not been able to read the clock, we probably would have sort of relaxed and might have come into a common rhythm of our own. The pattern of our own nature might have come through, and we could return almost to an animal state, in which the animal eats when it's hungry and sleeps when it's tired, because it cannot read the clock. A blessed state for the animal. From this series of researches, several very important points were demonstrated. First, naturally, that we suggest habits to ourselves. We use certain subconscious patterns. We live by them. And our entire pattern of expectancies is dominated by them. Also, that these expectancies in ourselves produce a series of psychophysical reactions. Hunger is not of itself completely a psychic thing, although it may be influenced thereby. Normal hunger arises from normal need, but it can be artificially distorted so that it can occur more rapidly or less rapidly than habit. This may be due to our old kinship with the original pre-Adamite man, because primitive man, like the animal, probably nibbled as often as possible, eating not much at a time but frequently. And the entire regulation of nutrition, sleep, exercise came to man as the result of purposes of his own, artificial situations that he himself set up. Working hours depended upon regularity. Man gradually set up rules to govern fatigue, hunger, and many other habits. These rules ultimately became a part of his subconscious life. When, however, his conscious life is disordered in any way, the old rules which never really changed, the rules which were before man's self-consciousness, simply assert themselves once more. Thus, man has a certain capacity to perform any function at almost any time. It is only specialization that has determined the time in terms of clock or sundial or hourglass. The next point that comes from this particular situation is to consider to what degree man has the power of suggesting to himself, and how far such suggestions can be carried for woe or weal. As suggestion is actually a more or less voluntary process, and we cannot accept or respond to a suggestion that violates the energy sources which make suggestion possible. It follows that the average person, unless he is under abnormal stress or under some psychotic pressure, will seldom, if ever, suggest to himself or vitalize the suggestions of others that are contrary to conscience and morality. He will only suggest that which is acceptable to some pattern within his own nature. Within this pattern, however, there are numerous degrees of possibility. We know that the simplest of these suggestions in hypnosis, sleeping and waking, is only a beginning. The suggestion has already been demonstrated to have a number of possible applications and specializations. We know, for example, that the individual, by suggestion, can block pain reflexes. That he is therefore able, at will, to remove sensation from areas of the body. Now this blocking becomes a very interesting thing, because it was originally assumed that this blockage originated in an area of the brain, that hypnosis produced a certain disassociation within brain areas, much as they become disassociated in natural sleep. This theory, however, must depend for its validity upon the concept that the brain is a highly complicated instrument composed of so many key areas that various small locational parts can be anesthetized without interfering with the major body of the structure. Now, for example, we do not have to anesthetize along a nerve, which would be the common concept. The belief, for example, that as we may put Novocaine into some branch of the trifacial nerve, thereby blocking one side of the face, we bring our automatic or hypnotic tension into some area of the brain and block, perhaps, the nerve reflex in the arm, or cause it to deaden, or lose sense of feeling. Or we may block a large area, as in the case of the use of hypnosis in obstetrics. But here is the thing that makes it all very peculiar. We can block the last joint of one finger. We can leave the other joints wide awake, the whole hand wide awake, and the whole arm wide awake. To achieve this peculiar result, and there are many ways in which we can prove this, it will probably be necessary for us to reform some of our notions as to the mechanics of the hypnotic process. In optics, for example, we can block a form, a pattern, or a color. We can take a large room with 100 persons in it, and under hypnotic suggestion, we can block the subject's ability to see one of those persons, but continue to see the other 99. The one person that he cannot see can wander all about the room, standing in front of the other 99, one at a time and in any accidental order. The subject will continue to see the person behind the one he cannot see, but will not be able to see the person that is blocked out. The room is not blocked. The power to see is not blocked. The power to remember fully and completely every occurrence in the room is not blocked. There is no damage to memory, consciousness, awareness, or general vision. There is simply one person, distinguished as a person, who simply remains invisible. The same consideration comes in the problem of taste reflexes. We can cause an individual to enjoy food with all of its most delicate flavors and can completely block out the taste of onion. We can dose everything the individual is eating with onion. And we may have previously learned that onion is one thing he cannot eat or which distresses him profoundly. Yet he will eat and enjoy all flavors and swear there was no onion in the food. We can hand him the onion, and by blocking his visible sense of the onion and his taste sense, we can let him eat the onion, and he will be convinced that it is an orange, a pear, or a cucumber. Yet no other part of his mentality is interfered with. On a still more interesting psychological level, we can also cause him to project from himself as visible phenomena conditions which have no existence. To return to this 100 rooms, this 100 persons in a room. A person can be caused to be visualized in that room who is not there, can be seen as clearly and easily as any person who is there. The subject who has visualized this person, who does not exist, can go up to him and shake hands with him, with no sense that the handshake is not with another person as solid as himself. Thus we can also project from the individual a whole series of non-existing circumstances. The old theatrical performance of causing the person to believe that he is walking across a river when he is only passing over the living room rug is probably remembered by many of us. How carefully this person will remove his shoes and stockings and wade painfully across the old Persian carpet. He sees the water. He knows it is there. He feels that it is wet and cold. And yet, there isn't any. Go on into other fields of possible suggestion. And remembering always that the only way that the person can receive this suggestion or visualize it is by a kind of personal acceptance of it. We also begin to ask questions that probably will become more important 20 years from now. And that is, where does this process of self-suggestion begin and end? How much of what we believe to be here now exists only because of our own believing? What part of the universe is the projection of our own general acceptances? What effect does this acceptance have upon our culture, our concepts of values, our appreciations of arts, our dedications to various pursuits, our recognitions of the excellence of various subjects? To what degree are all these acceptances merely dramatized by our own intensity? Is this not merely the extension of the fact that man creates his own psychic life and therefore can project this psychic life upon the things that are occurring around him. Is this one of the basic causes of prejudice? Is prejudice an hypnotic power by which we literally blind ourselves to fact? Is prejudice a self-deceit so real that it can make us see water on the living room rug, shake hands with people who do not exist, or try to sit down in what appears to be an empty chair in which someone else is already sitting? Where can we say that the power to suggest to ourselves begins and leaves off? Our hope in this, of, not being too greatly deceived, is that we associate this suggestion with another person. That we will not respond unless another person whose authority we accept makes the suggestion. Yet we know that the same suggestion can be made with a phonograph record. That it is perfectly possible for an hypnotist on a television program to put part of the visual audience asleep. You can be 500 miles away watching your own set, and you may succumb to his suggestion. What other suggestions do we knowingly or unknowingly accept? What is the phenomenon of the dictator, of the political policy? What is advertising? These things may all be suggestion pressures, causing us to lose a large part of our own orientation. The study of suggestion may lead ultimately to a realization of how we deceive ourselves, and also relieve us of the opinion of our friend that we are merely doing things badly because we are unpleasant people. Perhaps we are not unpleasant at all. Perhaps we believe what we are doing, and to us it is just as real as it is unreal to someone else. This, of course, can lead to quite an area of speculation. We know psychologically that there must be some valid association between the subject and the hypnotist. But this association is one of psychological acceptance. The hypnotist does not force himself upon us. We force him upon ourselves. We suspect him of abilities, and conversely suspect that we cannot resist them. We also work by contraries. For in some instances we insist that we are not susceptible, and insist that we cannot be so influenced. But in such cases we usually protest too much. And often this is only an effort to hide our own fear that we can be influenced. Therefore, we cannot depend too much upon the idea that only susceptible people, not ourselves, can be influenced. The pattern of being influenced by something or someone is archetypal in all of us. So we merely let the patterns have their own way. Psychologically, what is the basis of our receptivity to the peculiar suggestion of a hypnotist? Probably, as in the discussion of last week, The primary agent is acceptance. We believe this person can do this thing. We suspect, if we are there for therapeutic or character help, that we are going to be assisted. We have certain confidence in the validity of the treatment. We also have certain nervousness, certain uneasiness, which of course makes us even more susceptible. We also may resist to a degree, which will cause the reaction of hysteric tension, and we will also succumb, but to slightly different methods, which also points out that there is more than one method. There are probably hundreds of methods by which various types of hypnosis can be induced, and we are not sure that these different methods all produce the same type of hypnosis. We have not yet broken this point down as adequately as will ultimately be done. If we do not resist suggestion, if we accept it, the thought has been advanced that the hypnotist begins to become a symbol of certain psychic integrations in ourselves. For instance, the hypnotist can become the parental image. He can become the symbol of any and all dominance which we have experienced during life. As the small child places great confidence in the parental wisdom until he is undeceived, the adult always wishes or desires to come under strong leadership in which he has faith and confidence. Once a rapport is established, it is quite possible that the hypnotist takes the place of the parent image. And just as surely as the parent image in man can hypnotize him continuously, so now we have a transference of the parent image from the subjective to the objective. We have the person, the operator, as parent. And we find ourselves again as child, submitting to authority. This line of thinking may ultimately lead in a number of profitable directions, because it is a key or a clue, perhaps, to the entire nature of the parent image in man. How this image can be conditioned, directed, and to a measure, if necessary, neutralized by the introduction of suggestion. Most persons today are carrying heavy psychological loads. They are in conflict inside of themselves. We now attempt to help these persons by giving them certain psychological ventilation. We try to bring them out of themselves. We try by various means to bring their problems to their own attention. Yet even with the best of intentions, we can get into trouble. We can release more in a patient than he can handle. Or we can release elements which are not relevant to an immediate situation and may even work against it. When trying to help a person to escape from domination, we may bring him into too aggressive a state of aggression. He may have listened to everyone but under a revulsion may in turn listen to no one. This is not a desirable situation. It is merely tossing the center of consciousness from one extreme to another. Hypnosis, however, by enabling us to explore more deeply, and by enabling us to do this without the conscious interference of the patient, can often assist us to truly evaluate. This evaluation may not in the end be different from that which will be discovered by the normal means of analysis. We may come to the same conclusion, and if both methods are correct, we must come to approximately the same conclusion. But under hypnotic technique, we can come to that conclusion perhaps 10, 20, or 50 hours sooner than by the analytical method. We can immediately break through the defenses by means of which the subject or the patient is subconsciously attempting to deceive the counselor who is trying to help him. This type of secret deceit is very, very common in most fields of psychology. We have already mentioned the problem of consciousness, and this is another area which may be opened up by hypnotic research. And many new discoveries may be made concerning the nature of consciousness. Some of these discoveries going back to opinions held long ago, but in the meantime rejected, because there was no adequate means to check them, and they did not fit into the gradually evolving structure of present attitudes and ideas. One of these points has to do with the location of consciousness in relationship to the body. Now, we're not going into a metaphysical discussion of this, but rather the relationship of consciousness in what might be termed the nervous field of man's physical and corporeal structure. Is consciousness actually located in an area? Is consciousness primarily located in the brain? Does it arise, as some have held, as a reaction to certain brain stimuli? Or is it the source of these very stimuli themselves? Does consciousness, as some mystics have held, reside primarily in the human heart? Or, as is now beginning to be more suspected as the result of hypnotic research, is consciousness diffused through every cell of structure? Is, therefore, consciousness a diffusion, as Buddha thought it was? Is consciousness something that, like salt and pepper, is scattered everywhere through the structure, seasoning it all and giving it all life? If consciousness is resident with life in structure, then what we call objective consciousness is some aggregate of conscious factors, a plexus or ganglia of nervous or conscious elements brought together to create an area of intensivity, more coordinated. And does this intensified area then in turn react upon the less intensified area to serve as a control mechanism? In other words, do we gather up areas of consciousness and make them directives over non-organized areas. If such is the case, how do we do it? Is this consciousness actually under the control of the mind? Is it free of the mind? Or is the mind itself merely an expression of it? We used to think that it was under the control of the mind. This we are beginning to doubt. We used to think that it originated in the mind and was identical with it. This also we are beginning to doubt. And our present tendency is to suspect that consciousness includes the mind, and that the mind is a kind of focal point set up for the distribution of consciousness through structures having organized mental neural structure or nature. This brings then the possibility that mind is a kind of director of consciousness on the objective side of life. That by means of mind, consciousness is distributed through the mental, emotional, physical structure. This would be more or less harmonious with the present findings in hypnosis. For hypnosis now appears to indicate that the mind governs the distribution of consciousness or energy or the life element itself, and that this mental directive can have a series of very important consequences. We know that it can influence optical energy. We know that it can affect or influence gustatory energy. We know that it can affect auditory energy. We know that all of the sensory perceptions can be distorted or affected or stimulated and intensified by mental energy. We know also that when these become intensified, there's the reaction to them, or the reaction to the stimuli of exterior contact, is carried more clearly and more perfectly to the mental center for distribution and for recollection and as a force in the development of attitudes and character. If then this flow of conscious energy can be influenced by the mental attitude, or particularly by an extreme mental fixation, we have an answer to a number of problems. We perhaps are treading very closely upon the heels of yoga, which has long held these facts to be self-evident. But they are never self-evident to anyone until he sees them. Thus, let us say that yoga has proven that certain attitudes, certain disciplines and technique can, for example, overcome problems of elimination. That many of the difficulties which we suffer from, gastritis and stomachic ulcer, difficulties in respiration, irregularities of heartbeat, different blockages of circulation. All of these can be affected by mind concentration. We also have discovered through yoga that the growth of the hair on our heads can be intensified by mental energy. This, however, does not guarantee a luxurious head of hair once it is gone. But it does mean that the normal functions of life can be stimulated by the mind. We also know that mental patterns can be caused to impress themselves upon the body through mental energy. Here, for example, we know that among some of the primitive mentalist cults of the West Indies and of Africa, concentration permits the individual to visualize forms or symbols upon his own body. And with sufficient effort, these symbols will then appear upon the surface of the body in the form of reddish marks. In other words, if you have the knowledge, the skill, and the patience, you can cause various symbols to temporarily appear on any part of the body which you so desire. The moment the concentration is removed, the symbol dies out. This actually must mean, therefore, that we are in direct control of the body at all times, and probably almost all of its processes, the only possible exception being the actual function of the heart. This we can influence, but it is not certain whether we can completely control it. If this thinking be logical, we have at our disposal certain immediate therapeutic uses of suggestion once the formulas, techniques, and methodology are clearly developed. We have the power through concentration or through a kind of hypnotic intensification of self-suggestion. We have the power to break up blockages in circulation. We have the power to restore impaired function if it has not gone too far. We have the power to hasten elimination of toxin from various areas of the body. We have a power to create so rapid a circulation that we can prevent blood poison. We also have the power to block circulation to the degree that we can prevent some dangerous element from circulating quickly throughout the system. We have power to hasten the rapidity of cure for various ailments, including broken bones. We have the power to adjust ourselves to changes of temperature, to various pressures, to intensify physical strength within a reasonable degree. This we realize the moment we recognize also that in cases of certain mental disease, the strength of a comparatively healthy person, a comparatively weak person, suddenly becomes excessive. And a person who in normal life has practically no strength may require several persons to restrain them if once the mental equilibrium is lost. This also means that this additional strength is always available without mental unbalance. So out of the study of this different type of research, we realize that it is possible to combat fatigue, that it is possible to hasten many processes and thus accomplish a more rapid recovery from sickness. All of these points, of course, leave us on the horns of another dilemma. Suggestion is only about as important as the intelligence of the suggesting power, whatever it may be. If the operator, in the case of hypnosis, makes a wrong suggestion which is still not contrary to some innate reservation on the part of the subject, the result may not be good. The individual, believing that he knows what he wants or he needs, trying to suggest to himself, may only block necessary symptoms and hide from himself ailments which might, through neglect, become serious or even mortal. Therefore, suggestion, like the aspirin tablet, is dangerous in the hands of the person who uses it without judgment or excessively. Things that help, wisely used, hinder if unwisely used. We need, therefore, a very clear vision of structure and function in order to know how it should be influenced to produce the necessary and proper results. Here is a whole world that has not been touched. We are perfectly content to assume that the suggestion is right if it achieves the end that we immediately recognize to be necessary. But nature has a very involved way of working, and nearly always trouble is nature's effort to remedy a greater trouble. Thus, if we block nature's means, for example, of disposing of poison in the system, or if we cause it to be eliminated more rapidly than nature intended, we may get into further trouble. Thus, the accurate knowledge of nature's own way is essential to the best use of suggestion in all of its fields. Without this use, there are many sad consequences. The use of hypnosis as a means of psychotherapy also presents a wide new world of special possibilities. Certain ailments traditionally resist hypnotic treatment. These ailments are, for the most part, ailments which do not arise within the area of the therapy, or against which the therapy is incorrectly directed. For example, take alcoholism. A person seeking hypnotic help for this ailment is likely to ask that the desire for alcohol be blocked, on the assumption that if it is blocked, that the habit will be broken. Actually, this is not usually true. Under some conditions, alcoholism is successfully treated by suggestion. But as in all forms of medicine and in all forms of therapy, the results are not standardized. That is why we actually refer to medicine as an art rather than a science, is because we are not able to standardize the results of treatment. We have a wide explanation for this, developing primarily from the utter individuality of the construction of each individual. We are all different. Therefore, because of innumerable factors of difference, we will not react in the same way to various medications. There is more to it than difference. And the case of the use of hypnosis for alcoholism is at point. Alcoholism is itself only a symptom. Very few persons actually drink because they enjoy the taste of alcohol. They do so because perhaps of social pressure, but to become truly alcoholic because of psychic pressure. This psychic pressure means that there is something within the psychic compound itself which is out of order, which is not adequately sustaining the integrity of the individual. He is suffering from psychic stress. He is suffering from worry, from fear, from perpetual adolescence, from any one of a number of ailments. And the alcoholism is merely the breakthrough of these symptoms. Therefore, to use hypnosis to correct it by directing the hypnotic suggestion in the form of, I do not want alcohol, may be saying no more than the individual himself has already said to himself 1,000 times. The blocking of this outlet is possible temporarily, but very temporarily, because the pressure behind has not been touched. The real situation has not been reached. Hypnosis, then, as merely a sedation of some kind, as merely a temporary liberation from a group of symptoms, supplies only a very small part of its contribution. The larger contribution lies in the digging in to the various elements of the situation. Let us take for a series of possible examples. Under hypnotic pressure or under hypnotic influence, children have been taught to read and write who are otherwise very slow in this ability or in these abilities. The child has been assisted to keep up with its studies. Spelling has been improved. Memory has been improved. Coordination has been helped. And the ability to, we'll say, arrange patterns of study have been stimulated, or has been stimulated. Thus we see that hypnosis can suggest things to do that need doing. If the person does these things, he himself naturally benefits from the doing. Here we have a kind of habit mechanism which can have considerable result. Although, again, we may have to search behind to find out why the child is slow of learning. Sometimes it is poor instruction. Sometimes it is comparative indifference to the subject. Oftentimes it is psychic stress. All of these elements can be weighed and examined. And by so doing, the facts can become known and worked with. In psychoanalysis, a great problem arises in the isolation of the true cause of a very serious neurotic pressure, frustration, or tension. Usually, the individual has gone through either one intense stress pattern or a series of less intense ones which work together to set up a mechanism in that area. Very often, this stress pattern and the circumstance are not consciously remembered. Therefore, we have the outlet of dreams. Dreams have a certain relationship to psychic or to hypnotic procedure. Just as the hypnotized person is not merely allowed to sleep, but is subjected to certain conditioning so that he is able to serve himself during sleep, or to unfold certain aspects of his nature while unconscious of what he is doing. So in a measure, dreams are a reversal of this procedure. For in dreams, interior pressures push forward into the objective, and powerful dreams can become in their own turn suggestion or hypnotic pressure. Many persons have been hypnotized by a dream and have therefore come under a very strong influence which may have a serious effect upon them. One of the reasons why dreams may come true is because subconsciously we are making them come true. We are determined in some way to fulfill them, or are so strongly influenced by them that this fulfillment becomes an instinctive process in ourselves. Now, in hypnosis, we recognize three distinct levels of influence. We have what may be termed light hypnotic tension. In this state, the individual is able to accept certain suggestions. He is aware that he accepts these suggestions. But he is also aware that his resistance to suggestion has been lowered. He is in a sympathy with the suggestion. He is in a state in which his own attitudes do not rise belligerently against the suggestion. If you say to an individual in his conscious state, "You can control your temper," he will explain to you at great length why he cannot. Why it wouldn't be fair for him to if he could. And that the whole problem lies in the fact that other people badly treat him. Under hypnotic tension, even under light hypnosis, the individual simply forgets all of these secondary considerations. They simply cease to exist. He has only a complete receptivity. If the operator tells him that he can overcome a bad disposition, chap says, "Well, I guess I can." It never occurs to him any longer to say, "No, I can't." This objection function has been blocked. And this would be a happy world indeed if more objection functions were continuously blocked. Of course, not really, because these in turn have to be explored. But lots of folks would be happier now and immediately if there were less objectors in the world. The second degree of hypnosis involves a further intensification of this. The subject loses orientation with things around him. If in the midst of treatment the doorbell rings, he will not be disturbed, whereas in light hypnosis he probably will be. If things occur which might, under some situations, draw him back again into his own consciousness, these occurrences will not have this effect if he has reached a middle or moderate degree of hypnotic tension. He is sort of alone now in space. No one around but the operator. He is conscious. He knows that he is being given suggestion. He hears the words, and he accepts them without resistance. When he later is brought out of the hypnotic state, he will remember everything that occurred. He will remember the words just as he would remember them in the lightest or first degree of hypnosis. So the first degree and second degree have this point in common, that the entire procedure is consciously remembered afterwards. In many ways, the light or moderate hypnosis has therapeutic advantages. It helps the person to have confidence in the operator. The person knows how he is being suggested. He knows what is happening. No suggestion can be slipped over on him. He is not afraid that he will be told to do something which will be contrary to some basic principle or conviction or belief that he has. On the other hand, because he is still self-conscious, the degree of penetration of suggestion is not as great as it is in the third degree, or, for practical purposes, the deep hypnotic trance. In this condition, the patient is no longer consciously aware of himself, nor of the operator, nor of any circumstance occurring around him. Yet in this condition, he may and often does develop an independent awareness, which may again be somewhat likened to sleep awareness. The patient, for example, or the subject, under deep hypnosis, with no conscious memory of himself or of the operator, can develop a living personality of his own, which exists only during hypnosis, as sometimes it occurs only during sleep. Regression also shows that the person in this condition can move back through his own life experience, identifying himself only with the immediate occurrences. In this state, memory is blocked. And the blocking of memory is very interesting. For memory is not only the remembering of the past, but the remembering of environment and the familiar now. Therefore, the blocking of memory places the individual entirely outside of the time sequence factor. His experience consists of a sequence of independent frames, like the single frames of a motion picture film. He moves from frame to frame, and the one he is in exists. The one he moves from has no existence. The one he moves to is not anticipated. This timelessness, which is part of your deep hypnosis factor, has even religious and spiritual implications. By means of it, man is able to actually pass through a series of immediate experiences of now. But the being which experiences this now does not record the experience. Here we have perhaps a key to certain mystical experiences of individuals who do on occasion break through the time-place barriers and come into immediate contact with eternal situations. It is quite possible that the study of this field of immediacy in third-degree hypnosis will have validity in both the scientific and philosophical worlds in years to come. The person having now developed an independent existence may and can live in this existence in a reasonably complete manner. A person under third-degree hypnosis does not have to lie on a couch like a block of marble, and certainly does not need to be suspended across two chair backs, as was fashionable in the 19th century. Actually, this person can get up, engage in conversation, have a very vivacious and animated time, mix with people, shake hands with them, know them, discuss all kinds of problems with them. And yet this person will not exist or be remembered in any way when the subject is actually brought out of hypnosis. More of special value through regression is that this person can be regressed into elaborate pageants of situation. A case in which a young man in his 20s led a complete symphony orchestra might be at point. In his 50s, under psychological treatment, he was regressed to that great concert in which he was the conductor. For several hours, in fact the full length of the concert, he stood upon an imaginary podium, waved a non-existing baton, and conducted an orchestra, even going so far as to hum with the music, which is an old conductor's trick. He heard this music exactly. He knew exactly the bar that was being played at any time. He also realized about halfway through the concert that the first violinist was a little flat. This caused him no end of anguish. He received the applause of a vast, non-existing audience with proper dignity, humility, and exaltation. He lived the whole thing. He was in every way completely re-experiencing something long ago. Every sensibility had this awareness. Now supposing we say that this same person was then returned again to a comparatively calm, sleepless state, and later awakened with the suggestion not to remember. Under such conditions, he would have no recording in his conscious mind at all that he had experienced or lived through again this symphony. What does this tell us? It tells us that this experience which he relived was always present in him. It was not manufactured out of thin air. It was merely given a means of expression. He was living with that symphony continuously, day and night, in himself. It had never ceased. If it had ever ceased, even for a moment, he could not restore it. This gives us a new dimension of memory. It proves to us that memory is not merely the record of the past, but contains within its dimensions the power to re-experience the past. And one point we have often made of memory is the blessed fact that we can remember, but we cannot re-experience, which has been our common theory. The only reason we cannot re-experience is because we permit our memories to fall under the time-place sequence of suggestion and outlaw the possibility of immediate reconstruction of the emotional impact and experience of an event. This tells us that in our memory, therefore, is the power, if we know how to use it, to relive everything that has ever happened to us. Nature does not wish us to relive these experiences. Therefore, has placed a blessed silence on this faculty within our own natures. Yet nature itself occasionally calls upon such things. And here is an interesting point in hypnotic control again. The operator, placing the person in this state and inviting the person to re-experience this wonderful concert or whatever it may have been, the operator wasn't present at the concert. No part of this suggestion came from the operator. He was not forcing the man to relive an experience. To do so, he would have had to impart that experience either in words or in thoughts or in attitudes or in some symbol that would stimulate it. This was not necessary. Therefore, the operator did not create the concert in the person's mind. The operator only made possible the release of this situation that already existed. Here is one further evidence that it is not right or fair to say that the operator forces experiences upon the individual. He frequently permits the individual to experience circumstances of which the operator has no knowledge at all. The same is true in your regression technique. The operator regressing a subject for psychological purposes has no idea what he is going to find. Therefore, he cannot suggest it. Yet if he works upon the patient objectively, he can suggest. We can suggest things sometimes more strongly in a conscious state than we can when the subject is under hypnotic tension. If a person coming to an analyst or psychologist explains his situation and the psychologist says to him, well, I'll bet that's the result of that difficulty you had in boarding school, the patient, seizing on anything, will say, oh yes, undoubtedly. Now I remember it clearly. He is immediately fulfilling the analyst's desire. He is also leading himself into a suggestion that it has been planted, therefore can very well be wrong. But if the analyst, regressing that person to that experience in boarding school, carries the person through it, causing him to relive it, he may find that nothing of real importance actually occurred at all. Everyone was wrong. It would come out finally in analysis, but finally may be quite a long time from now. Therefore, the analyst or the hypnotic analyst goes further. He moves the individual back and forth over time spans. There may be a dozen possible or probable critical situations that have been brought out by ordinary discussion. The analyst drops the consciousness of the person under tension into each one of these situations. And suddenly, in the midst of one of them, the patient passes into the mood of the original occurrence. He suffers, he screams, he groans, he is hurt, he is offended. The bottom has dropped out of his world. It may have been some little thing that the analyst would never normally have looked for. It was that day his parents took the rabbit away from him. It was that day when some illusion, some dream was destroyed. And there we begin to get down to the basis of the matter. Also, we have no way of measuring under normal conditions the nature and detail of this reaction except through the long, confused, consequential meanderings of this reaction through circumstances. By the time an individual has lived with a reaction for 20 years, mixed it into every project of his life, been hurt by it in a dozen different ways, and has been modified in character until perhaps very little of his original nature is any longer apparent. This person has trouble in trying to clearly isolate the real facts about his own problem. But under this type of hypnotic tension, he can tell exactly what caused the trouble. The operator can find out the peculiar psychic twist of that person's childish personality that made this thing hurt him so profoundly. Why it hurt him, how it hurt him, what he did about it. All these things are relived, and the intensity of the reliving reveals the intensity of the psychic pressure. Sometimes several things have combined to create this pressure, but in almost every instance, reliving of it can bring it out. This reliving under this type of pressure is released directly, coherently. It is released in a manner in which it can be quickly used and can perhaps suggest certain psychotherapeutic counter-suggestions or compensatory suggestions which will help. On the other hand, this reliving of the true experience is not limited actually at all to the hypnotic state. It is there all the time, like the concert. And where the pressure gets too great, it may break through in dream symbolism without the use of hypnotic suggestion. But when it breaks through in this way, it breaks through symbolically. It breaks through associations, or by means of some design, figure, symbol, or device, by a theatrical dramatization of the event with a new cast of characters. It is not brought forth in its original nature. As a result of this difference, it is less available for immediate use. It can be interpreted gradually, but we must plow our way through all possible explanations, perhaps, before we are able to pick the correct one. When an individual has a dream indicating that he has been over-influenced, this is not as helpful as might at first appear. For the probabilities of being over-influenced are universal. And the probabilities that any one individual has been over-influenced is not a probability of one such occurrence, but the almost certainty that he has been over-influenced many times. Which one has caused the damage? It is not even always the first one. It is the one which created a peculiar stress in that person. So now, through hypnosis, we get into a peculiar realization that there is a strata of human consciousness, a stratum of life, in which everything is continuously experienced. And this continuous experience, even in the struggle to clear it hypnotically, is interesting on a dimensional basis. A person, for instance, can relive one situation and then be progressed to another, and so on, or regressed backward. And these experiences are only in this frame-like structure because the operator is moving that way. He is moving from one guidepost to another. He does not know what lies between. He can, theoretically, if he wishes to live long enough at it, complete an entire recapitulation of the entire life of the individual. He can take its waking and sleeping phenomena, and he can cause this person to go through the past 30 years exactly as they happened. Every mood, every instinct, every thought, every reflex, but it will take 30 years because he has to relive the whole thing over again. Yet any moment of that 30 years can be pulled out. If it is dropped back, another moment can be pulled out. Also, the flowing of events will indicate that they can be moved backward and forward at will, and all that is required is a focal point. Thus, out of this mystery can be redrawn or recaptured at any moment, any part of it, simply by focalizing on it. This opens a tremendous field of speculation concerning the interior constitution of the human psyche. It gives us much more to think about and work upon than we have ever suspected before. Under the same general theme of hypnosis, we move toward what might be termed the future, the development of the techniques of this subject as they may apply. We know, for example, that in the life of the person today, most of his basic problems are unsolved. He is helped, he is hindered. But always he is inadequate because he does not have conscious control of his own unconscious impulses. He does not know the real reason for the things he does. He does not know why his attitudes break into patterns which sometimes persecute him. He does not know any cause for his likes or dislikes, except perhaps very superficial secondary reactions to inadequate stimuli. He does not know why he is what he is. He also does not know how he can be what he ought to be. The only way in which the final solution can come is the opening up of the entire interior life of man. The realization that the internal moves the external. That everything that happens to us on the outside of life is the result of pressures from the inside of life. Also, we suspect strongly that what we call the extrasensory perception gamut can also be stimulated by hypnotic suggestion. It is quite conceivable that under hypnosis the individual can be clairvoyant. It is very possible that under hypnosis the individual can discover laws and rules of the greatest value to his own conduct, to the advancement of science and knowledge, and to the final solution of world problems. He can discover anything that is locked within himself. Also, he can be assisted to stimulate the faculties of discovery. It not only is that discovery represents a kind of mind, it represents an attitude toward phenomena. Some people are geniuses. We do not know why, except to assume that by philosophic merit they have attained this rank. We do not know how far sensory perception can be intensified. We know it is being intensified slowly all the time. Is this slow growth of intensification its proper pace? If it is its proper pace, then we have no right to interfere with it, because our inward perception must be sustained by the total asset of our personality and consciousness. If, however, we are lagging behind in extrasensory perception merely because we have become too psychologically sick to grow properly, if nature is being delayed and frustrated in its natural development of faculties which it intends us to have, then various forms of suggestion therapy can be used to break through, not only to break through this restriction, but by analysis to discover the reason for this restriction in our own case and correct it. Thus it is quite conceivable that certain things can be done better. Hypnosis will not take a person who cannot play an instrument and make virtuosity. But it can set an individual down to a piano who has never been there before, cause that person to drum violently on the piano the most horrible discords, and hear these discords as the most heavenly music. His music may satisfy no one but himself, but for himself it is most satisfactory. But if this person has once been trained in music, the power can be revitalized and restored. Techniques can be devised. They're not too rapid, but they can be set up, by which a lost skill can be regained more rapidly than by normal procedure. The lost skill is therefore merely a lost coordination. This can be corrected. Also, a person in whose life good things have been retarded by some peculiar nervous mechanism. Common example of nervous mechanism that is uncomfortable is the old-fashioned tic, or stuttering, or stammering. Many times these will respond to adequate psychotherapy, and frequently they will respond rather quickly to second-degree hypnosis. Why? Because the person hears himself speaking correctly and remembers it, and therefore is relieved of the fear that his trouble is structural or that no remedy is possible. On the other hand, hypnosis cannot restore that which has been totally lost by disease or sickness or by accident. It can, however, act in many ways to assist the person to regain control over himself. Suggestion is always most effective when the person receiving it is receptive. Thus, in all things in life in which leadership by ourselves, over ourselves, is necessary, the attainment of this depends upon an attitude of receptivity within our own natures. If we are not able to relax our objective tensions, we block the leadership of our own consciousness over our body. This we learn from hypnotic theory. And we also, therefore, recognize that whenever we desire to make a real or vital improvement in ourselves, or to make a conscious dedication to principles that are real and valid, that we should first of all place ourselves in a properly receptive relationship with life. That we must be quiet. We must be still. We must permit that which is good in us to move from the conscious mind into the subconscious without blocking it by our own arguments. The dignity of great truths contributes to their acceptance because we are less likely to block them. This is why religious instruction is valuable. We accept things that we believe without argument. And in this way, they can become more directly and immediately effective in our lives. The case as it unfolds is almost endless, but out of it all comes the realization that hypnotic research will undoubtedly tell us a lot more than we know now about the causal structure behind our personal existence. And through becoming more intimately aware of this, we can cooperate with it better. And by discovering more of the dimensions of the subjective universe in which we live, we can orient ourselves more effectively. Thus, we do believe that as time passes, research in this area can be both practical and beneficial and will advance both theoretical and practical knowledge. Time's up. Although we are inclined to think that prayer is so common a usage in our modern world that it needs no particular study or investigation, actually it is one of the most fascinating and little known subjects in the entire world of man's mental and religious life. The word prayer, coming of course from the Latin precari, means to entreat, to implore, or to beseech. Yet in practical usage, this has not been its meaning in a great many instances. And in order to focus the subject in our modern way of life, we need some background about the development of man's concept of communication between himself, nature, spirits, divinities, powers, and perhaps the deity itself. All of these stages and steps, all of these different attitudes are of concern to the anthropologist and the ethnologist because they bear upon the rise of human culture. It is now generally acknowledged that we cannot be sure how and where and when religion as we know it first appeared in this world. We are not able to assume that it was merely a revelation at some time indicated by the dating of ancient scriptures. We realize that it began as a psychological relationship between man and his world. A man's attitude toward the world around him has changed greatly in the course of ages. Yet in this world today, many of the older attitudes still survive, mingling in varying degrees with more recent interpretations. Nor do the old attitudes survive mostly among primitive people. They may appear in various colorings in all parts of our society, so that we are forced to consider them as factors here and now in the interpretation of our spiritual existence. At a very ancient time, man came into conflict with nature. The conflict arose partly from the individuation that was arising in man, a process whereby he became the immediate manager of his own affairs, and the regularities, rhythms, and periodicities of natural order. Man wanted what he wanted, when he wanted it. Nature did not exactly agree with this policy. Nature provided according to seasons and times, and natural processes were subject to certain irregularities, certain inevitable interruptions or inconsistencies, which might be measured in terms of unseasonal weather, or the failure of water supply, or earthquakes, plagues, and pestilences. Man, confronted not only with the rhythms of nature, but with these exceptional breaks in natural rhythm, became to a degree exasperated. He was unhappy about the whole thing, and he began to conceive of ways and means by means of which he could force his own will upon nature, molding it not by his works, but by his words or his thoughts, and by magical formulas. At the very beginning, it seems that man's religious relationship with nature was a relationship with himself primarily. Thus, in primitive tribal customs, religious ritualism is what we would term non-directive. The rain dance calls for rain. It really does not care very much how the rain arrives or where it comes from. Ritual was man expressing his own needs, but not originally directing these needs toward any particular deity or any particular structure of religious hierarchy or pattern. The individual seemingly expressed himself, relieved his own nature of certain anxieties, and he was addressing rain, as though the water could hear him, as though the skies would listen. There was also, in many instances, not even a very reverent attitude in this primitive ritual. Some very simple statement can be found in the old rites, in which those wanting rain simply stood up and said, "Rain, come," and waited, as though they had issued an order. On other occasions, they would say, "Plague, go away." Now, apparently, the plague was better mannered than they were and did not listen to this type of conversation. It apparently wanted a more polite form. So as time went on, people didn't say any longer, "Plague, go away." They might say, "Father Plague, please leave us." Plague now became involved as a being, and antiquity inevitably personalized everything. Finally, rain became a being. Wind became a deity. In some parts of Asia, a rather sprightly gentleman with a large bag on his back filled with air. All these concepts became personalized, and the individual more and more addressed himself to the personifications of attributes. He spoke to rain as though it would answer, as though it understood, as though it could be affected by his thinking. In this level, we have a theological problem of considerable delicacy, because actually prayer can only be understood when we estimate the relationship between the person praying and the object to which the prayer is addressed. If man turns himself to an infinitely superior being, one who is all-knowing, one who possesses all powers and all means for the accomplishment of ends, then man naturally addresses this superior, this infinite being, in a manner indicating human humility. We cannot force ourselves upon that which is infinitely greater than ourselves. We must petition. So if the concept of deity was that of a remote, all-powerful, all-perfect being, then prayer took the form of supplication or entreaty. But there were many times in our spiritual life when deity did not occupy this relationship to the human mind, when deity was not infallible, not infinitely remote. Deity was rather a very close and proximate being, with attitudes and temperament much like that of a human being. Under such condition, man bargained with God. And there are a great many people today who do the same thing. They sit down as they might with another businessman and try to work it out, arbitrating some program which can go all the way from a most childish effort to barter and a means so dignified that its essential structure is lost sight of. If, for example, we light a candle when we pray, we are in a measure bargaining. We are making an offering for which we expect a dividend. If we say in our prayer, if this prayer is granted, I will do this, that, and the other thing, then we are also bargaining. I know many cases, actually, in which individuals have said, by way of prayer, if you will take this sickness from me, I will be good from now on. This is bartering, although it is done in a nice way. Or if we say, if this misfortune is removed, then I will contribute to some worthy charity. This type of thinking and praying is not unfamiliar in our day. It represents the fact that we agree to give something if we get something. Now, this might look as though it was a rather nice modern invention, but it is really a fine old established custom among the Australian bushmen. So we are not especially rare or rich in our particular attitude. At some time, also, we developed a kind of superiority complex in primitive days. And we began to take an attitude of man over nature, later to be developed into the concept of mind over matter. Well, that is exactly what its substance was. The belief that by demand, by one of 100 different magical means, we could force our own will upon circumstances. Anciently, we hardly had the self-confidence to do this without some recourse to magic. But later these magical methods became merely philosophical convictions or defenses of policy. But we gradually developed this idea that we could change the outer surface or likeness of life by demands, supported in any way that we might feel that we are entitled to support these demands. Also in this time, we began to develop in early non-Christian faiths this curious concept that man was a unique creature. This concept very distinctly and definitely influenced prayer. In the ancient times, particularly in the theological periods of history, man was not regarded as a generation emerging with nature. He was not the highest of the mammals, as we categorically classify him today. Man was something apart. The world was made for his convenience. The stars were hung in the sky so that he could see at night. Everything centered around man. All other creatures were merely to serve him. Some to supply him their bodies for food or their skins for clothes. Man had no responsibility. He was a kind of a little autocrat on a desert island in space, entitled to anything that he could get, and perfectly privileged to do as he pleased with everything he had. Now, it would be natural, with this point of view, that our attitude toward our needs would not be exactly reverent. More to the point was our general attitude that whenever we did not get what we wanted, some universal force was trying to cheat us out of our birthright. We were not supposed necessarily to deserve anything. We were supposed to reach out and pick it from the tree. If some wind blew it off before we could pick it, and we were left without this particular desired object, then the bottom was out of the universe. And we turned to the universe not to ask, but in anger, to reprimand nature for having failed to provide us with what we wanted. Our attitude was therefore what we might call childish. We looked upon nature as merely existing as a great mother-servant for us to use as we pleased. It didn't take long to develop from this a rather highly evolved and involved ethical concept. Namely, that man was created by God with the right to have anything he wanted. If he didn't have it, it was simply because he hadn't asked for it loud enough and long enough. Also, if he was not able to enjoy all of this world's goods, it was no matter of his own character, no problem involving defect in himself. He simply had not demanded what he wanted, and he had not gone out and taken it. This led, of course, to a number of complications, including the justification of war, rape, and pillage. It became more or less the basis of the more refined utterance of some of our to the left of center political parties in the last century. The world owes me a living. The world owes us anything we want. And we may go as far as to say that certainly we should be entitled to it, for no matter what we get would hardly pay for the inconvenience of being here in the first place. Actually, under such condition, prayer more or less merely became an affirmation of our own conviction about something. It lost all entreaty. It lost all sense of our own dependence or our own need. It simply became a positive statement of what we wanted. And then we waited breathlessly for it to arrive. If it did not arrive, we changed to another denomination that could deliver more quickly. These policies men have played with for thousands of years, trying to work out a proper and reasonable attitude toward the needs of life and how to acquire them. Further than this, you have to realize that most ancient religions were polytheistic. And while we do not reasonably like to admit it, much of their philosophy and tradition has descended to us through our own faiths and through our philosophies built around different faiths. In polytheism, we began to develop the idea of specialized deities. Deities held control over certain attributes of nature. There were gods of all degrees and levels, visible and invisible. These deities had some relationship to a great over-hierarchy. Most of the more advanced religions assumed that this over-hierarchy was finally and ultimately suspended from a single divine power, but that deity, manifesting through creation, manifested through orders of life, many of these orders superior to our own, and constituting the hierarchies of St. Paul. It became, therefore, important to worship certain deities for certain purposes or with certain ends in view. In ancient times, the guilds or the great corporations of workmen had their own deities. The god of medicine was peculiarly worshipped by the physician or by the sick seeking recovery. The god of harvests was also given his sacred days and his rites and rituals. Various deities ruled storms and rivers. There were gods of cities. And in the siege of Troy, we remember how the deities fought in heaven, while the heroes combated on the earth below. Trades and professions, arts and crafts, all had their deities. And the primary responsibility of the member of each of these groups was to worship the deity of his group. He assumed that this deity would protect him against inroads from other deities, or would see that his particular estate was protected for him. Out of this came gradually a sort of hierarchy of demigods, beings between men and the divine power above. These demigods and heroes could be prayed to, much as ancestors were. And of course in Greece and later in Rome, the rulers took on the divine prerogative, so that the emperor of Rome was not only the head of the state, but a deity, under the concept of emperor worship. The emperor, of course, was not the primary deity, not the great deity overall, but a deified mortal, like the emperor of China in the old days, or the Dalai Lama of Tibet. A being sacrosanct, set apart from other mortals, to whom prayers could be addressed, and who was believed to be able to actually produce or bestow spiritual benefits. Even in Europe, this habit continued throughout the period of absolute monarchy. And there are records of the divine right of kings as late as the 17th and 18th centuries. And the king as the god physician was an interesting phenomenon. We know that this continued in England and Scotland down past the reign of Queen Elizabeth I. So that each year the king set aside a day in which the sick could come. And as he could not touch them all with the royal touch, which was not in that day a tax lien but a benefit, the king prepared what were called touch coins, resembling money, but created for a purpose. These were distributed to the sick after the king had blessed them or touched them himself. and these coins carried the benefit of the royal prerogative. And in Scotland and Ireland today, these coins are cherished from one generation to another, and have been used for sickness as late as the last 2 or 3 years. The belief that they had certain divine power, descending from the divine right of kings, a right which was supposed to have been established in heaven. Naturally, the end of what you might term absolute monarchical autocracies ended this concept very largely, although there are still vestiges of it in Japan and in some other countries, Siam. The demigods began to disappear in the more enlightened concepts of religion, and to them were substituted, or for them were substituted, the arhats in Buddhism, or the lohans, the sanctified apostles, and in Christendom, the apostles, the apostolic succession, and the canonization of saints. The saint being in most instances associated with some peculiar virtue which could be attained through supplicating that saint. Therefore, prayers to saints were for particular purposes, or to attain some special end associated with the life or martyrdom of that saint. But it has been universally held in the older forms of Christianity that these sanctified persons could and did intercede for the true believer, and that prayers addressed to them might be answered. Thus we have so many different variations of the prayer theme that we have to recognize that each of these differences affects to some degree the attitude of the person praying, involving a different kind of concept as to the right to pray, the correct manner to pray, and the attitude that we should take if the prayer is not answered. In the penitentiary villages of New Mexico, the little saints, the little wooden figures of the saints that are called the bultos, or wooden figure, are prayed to. One of the most familiar of these little saints in the homes of these primitive worshippers is San Jose, or Saint Joseph. And it is not uncommon to find that if this saint does not answer the prayer that is asked of him, he is punished by having his face turned to the wall for several weeks until he repents of his thoughtlessness and indifference. It is necessary to punish the saint because he did not do what we wanted him to. This tendency to punish the saint survives more subtly in a great many of our attitudes today. Prayer also involves a very profound psychological question that began at the very beginning. And that is, how does it happen that all prayers are not answered? We can abstractly theologize on this subject and try to explain why 10 persons whose prayers are answered will be followed by 10 more whose prayers are not answered. A very serious situation of this nature can surround some famous healing shrine like that at Lourdes in France. If the sick person goes to Lourdes and is healed, it is a wonderful evidence of divine blessing. But supposing he is not healed, the philosophy of prayer must be large enough to explain this peculiarity. And this peculiarity obviously was noticeable from the very beginning. Sometimes prayers produced the desired result. Sometimes they did not. Now, there were many explanations offered for these differences. Some groups held that the deities to whom they prayed were too much like themselves. Therefore, that these deities did not answer prayer because they didn't like the person who prayed, or because the person did not put out the right offering on the little table before the spirit of the deity. That there was some mistake in the rite or the ritual, some error in formula, some important detail had been overlooked, some ancient and mysterious formula had been misinterpreted, and for such causes the prayer was not answered. But out of it all came the final development of man's guilt mechanism. It ultimately came to be rather obvious to him that his own prayers were not always honest. And he began to suspect that his own integrity had something to do with whether or not the prayer was answered. And in the rise of Christianity and in more recent centuries, the emphasis has been upon the element of faith. The individual whose faith is not strong will not receive benefit. The individual whose faith is great will receive benefit. And on this, the faith also rests upon the testimony of Jesus in the Gospels. So that the answering of prayer depends upon the attitude of the person praying. Whether this attitude is sincere, whether it is morally right, whether the prayer is morally and spiritually good, whether the person is asking for something that is contrary to his real spiritual need. If his prayer is selfish, if it is ulterior in its motive, if his own attitude is not sincere, then perhaps this will explain why the prayer is not answered. But there became further evidence that apparently the most sincere persons were not successful. And we come into the same problem that has beset us ethically for a long time. Why is it that the sincere seem to suffer, whereas the insincere flourish like the green bay tree? This apparently led to the conclusion that there had to be elements present in the entire formula of man's existence that were beyond his understanding. Therefore, in the presence of mysteries which appeared to be unjust or unreasonable, man could only take the attitude that his own ignorance prevented him from understanding, and that actually only deity itself who knew what was truly good. And these things rested with the arbitrary power of God to grant or deny, first according to his pleasure, and later according to the laws and principles which he represented. This brings again another situation to common thought, and that is the structure of the prayer form as we know it now and as it anciently developed. Prayer was, as we have said, originally non-directive. It was the dance, the ritual, the chant, and the song. It was the individual fulfilling certain ancient rituals associated with magic and calculated to bring the results that were required. Later, this ritualism, which was really only possible when man had a certain ethical concept toward nature, this ritualism took on greater ceremonial proportions and became directive as man began to sense the rising of a great spiritual power at the root of existence. When man became conscious of a God separate and apart from his own concepts, when he began to realize the existence of a universal parent principle above and beyond the small and passing interests of man, then the relationship of the dance and the magical formula to this deity changed, and we begin to find the rise of the spirit of entreaty. We find man trying to bridge the interval between his own existence and this measureless and immense life in space. Man early believed that the final residing place of the supreme power was space, the air around him. If deity was all-knowing and all-aware, and deity was all-available at all time, then this deity had to be azonic. It had to be a power that did not reside in one place, but resided everywhere. It had to be something near but unseen. And as the Incas of Peru realized it, they performed a religious ritual of honoring God by kissing the air as an indication that they believed it to be his residing place, or where they could reach to him. Thus words spoken into the air, songs sung into the air, dancing with music, the beating of drums, vibrating through the air. These were means of communicating with the divine power. Also incense and smoke of offering rising into the air was raised and lifted up unto the nostrils of the Most High. So deity dwelt in the air dimension, in a dimension beyond our sight, but always near to us. In this same concern, man gradually polarized his concept of the worlds in which he lived. In the Chaldean time, Babylonian, early Egyptian, Phoenician, ancient Chinese, in all these old times, man began to divide the world between an upper and lower region of air or place. Nature, the earth, mortality, man, always implied the concept of down. Man looked down to the earth, and when his life was over, he went down to sleep in the earth. Man looked up into space. Space was mystery. Space was filled with remote and wonderful things like stars. In the air above him, the sun marched its ancient course. In the air above him also the clouds came. The air was light, the earth was dark. Light came with day, darkness came with night. And by degrees, man instinctively developed this concept of the upness of superior things and the downness of inferior things. Way back in the days of the Chaldeans and Phoenicians, therefore, men lifted up their eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh their strength. Many primitive people believed that their gods dwelt upon mountains, or in the high places of the Lord, even as it was upon a mountain that God spake unto Moses. So mountains and mountain worship became very sacred. And the concept of the world mountain, whether it be Olympus or Meru or Sumuru, these mountains, like Kailasa, the abode of the gods of India, had at their tops and highest parts invisible temples, forever clouded and hidden from the view of men, where dwelt the immortals. Men thus began to pray upward. They began to raise their hands in supplication. They began to address the air or the sun, or like the devout Muslim, they faced Mecca and raised their hands to the sky. This raising of the hands was a salutation, a greeting, a calling upon the air to bear witness. And even today, in many religious groups, it is customary to raise the face in prayer, as though looking with the eyes closed into some place in space. On the other side of the story, humility, penance, of man's recognition of his own sinful and imperfect nature may cause him to hang his head in shame. Therefore, prayer in which the head is lowered is inclined to indicate humility, regret for offense, humbleness, and that the individual hangs his head as a criminal before the judge because he has sinned and because he is asking for forgiveness for the frailties and limitations of the flesh. These moods became gradually psychological. No longer do we actually associate them with any conscious action. We simply fall into traditional forms and formulas. Things have always been done this way. Therefore, we continue to do them this way. Prayer, however, gradually divides in our thinking between man raising his eyes to the light and man hanging his head in despondency and chagrin. These two moods have always distinguished the basic elements of our attitude toward prayer in religion. Beginning with the Protestant Reformation, there has been a drift away of the churches from the use of prayer as an instrument of healing. We know, for example, that the early church regarded among the explicit instructions of the Master to his disciples his words, "Heal the sick." For the last 500 years, however, such healing has been either through the intercession of saints or through sacred places like Lourdes or the shrine at Guadalupe, or perhaps in a lesser measure through congregational prayer, sometimes included in Protestant services when a member of the congregation is stricken. But the formal concept of religion as a healing agency and the development of the admonition of the Master to his followers, these procedures have been generally and almost totally neglected. One of the reasons for the neglect has probably been the rapid rise of our materialistic sciences, and also the rapid division between the arts of medicine and religion. In ancient times there was no such division, and therefore the priest and the physician were frequently the same person. More recently, however, the division has not only been clearly marked, but a powerful antagonism has arisen between these two groups. And with the rise of science, the attitude of learning in general has not favored the continuance of any mystical type of healing. Man has been taught to depend more and more upon the pharmacopoeia, upon scientific method of combating disease. I imagine that in the course of the perspective of future centuries, we will find that the 19th century of our era was the dividing line. For in the 19th century, materialism sort of hit bottom. It descended as far as it could into a state of sophisticated isolation. Learning separated itself from almost every intuitional and mystical attribute of human character. We became so fascinated with the exactness of scientific procedure, we forgot that this exactness can be, and usually was, extremely sterile. It is not much comfort to us to know the exact reason why things go wrong, or what we are more concerned with is the exact method by which we can set them right. It consequently followed that we learned a great many facts, but many of these facts had little effect upon our happiness, our health, or our peace of mind. But the broad attitudes which accompanied this factual approach worked a hardship on all. It worked a hardship upon our health as well as upon our internal convictions. So by the end of the 19th century, we began to revise our thinking. And with the rise of psychology, we entered into a new era of interpretation concerning things once held as religious or mystical or mysterious. It gradually dawned upon us that all of the reports of the past dealing with the power of prayer, that these were not all imaginary. Of course, in the medieval period, we always had the devil to blame for trouble. We have gradually disposed of him, but we are still in trouble, which indicates that probably he was not the cause in the first place. Actually, the mysteries which we could not understand were not infernal, demoniacal, or due to some extraordinary magical formula. These mysteries were simply the result of man being what he was. And among these mysteries it became evident that there was a scientific means of explaining why prayer helped people to get well. Now this, however, was a sort of mixed blessing in itself, because psychology was, especially at that time, itself tightly held in the bonds of materialism. The psychologist simply elevated the mystery of prayer to the level of mental phenomena. But he did accomplish one very useful end. He proved conclusively that this mental phenomena was valid, that it accomplished its purposes, and that it was perfectly possible for an individual to enjoy almost miraculous changes in his condition and estate as a result of the positive statement of faith in his own consciousness. The psychologists at that time might question whether this faith itself was justified or not, but they could not doubt that the faith, when firmly held, produced positive results. This, however, still left the whole subject as one no longer of magic, but of autosuggestion, of the individual influencing his own conduct and setting up a pattern whereby, through the increased confidence given to him by the belief in prayer and by the survival of the magical ritual of addressing his needs to the mysterious air around him, that actually he was helped, that something happened, things changed. And the psychologist said, yes, they changed, but the change was due to the change in you. Now this was not quite as materialistic as it first appeared, because if we will remember and go back to religious origins, particularly of our own faith and the more prominent religions of other peoples, all good things were reserved in religious doctrine for those who did change themselves. St. Paul refers to those who are the firstborn of them that sleep. He describes those that are born again in Christ. That the individual passes through certain internal experiences. And if he is sanctified by these experiences, if he is impelled to a new degree of inner integrity, he gains thereby a certain power over circumstances. Psychology toyed with this idea. It, however, held mostly and largely to the conclusion that it was the intensity of the attitude, rather than the validity of it, which produced the result desired. And as one defense for this position, the psychologist pointed out that while we regard our faith as so and true and proper, we also have very grave doubts about the accuracy of other people's believing. Yet other people, having other believings, also have their prayers answered. And just as many pagans have had their prayers answered as Christians, just as many Buddhists as Hindus, just as many Chinese as Jews. Therefore, prayer to be answered does not necessarily imply that we have to belong to one religion or one theological system, even though we sometimes wish to deny the validity of these other systems and insist theologically that the followers of them are deluded. Still, these deluded people have just as good luck with their prayers as we do. And it is also notable that the rain falls upon both the just and the unjust. Thus we have a further situation to consider, and psychology left this side of it rather flat. They admit it, and we will all acknowledge with them that an individual moved by a conviction is changed, and is changed from within himself. And there is no conviction that can move him more than the conviction that God is on his side. There are not many of us who follow Abraham Lincoln's recommendation to find out whether or not we are on God's side. We assume that, because we assume, as do children, that our parent wants us to be happy. Therefore, whatever makes us happy, God will bestow. It is adolescent, but we still cling to it. Realizing that strength of mind over matter, and the strength of mind over our own conduct, over our own attitudes, will produce marked changes in the chemistry of our relationships. The mentalists began to study prayer as mental phenomena, as suggestion, autosuggestion, and almost hypnosis. The element of prayer as magic was, of course, eliminated at this stage of the thinking. So the point was developed very strongly that the individual who was without center, who was in chaos or confused or disoriented, such an individual would, if through prayer he could regain a certain sense of centeredness, immediately begin to free himself from difficulties. He would find his association with other people more pleasant. And because he became a better organized and more direct and clear-thinking person, innumerable problems began to clear. And among other problems, naturally, his economic situation, which has been the subject of a great deal of prayer in the last 100 years, began to improve and clear up also. All he had to do was to convince himself of certain things. He had to convince himself that God wanted him to be happy. He had to convince himself that God wanted him to be rich. He also had to convince himself that God wanted him to be healthy. If he could achieve these ends in form of conviction, then he was in a good way to achieve many of the things which he desired. Ethically, the weakness in the whole situation lies in the fact that we have no evidence that deity wants these things. We assume, however, that because deity is good, deity wants us to have what we want. The question as to whether this is good or not does not come into the subject at all. What we want must be good. What we do not want must be bad. Thus, for many years, prayer and associated religious contrivances began to get rather selfish and essentially self-centered. Psychology began to experience the reaction of this in its own cases. It discovered that people, taking various attitudes which are comparable to prayer, and intensely expecting, which was this phase, no longer beseeching, but expecting, that when these people got what they expected, they merely got more trouble. It did not work out well. The individual believed he had found a magic formula for success, but this success did not touch himself. This success was without humility. It was without this basic beseeching, which was so large an element in the entire history of prayer from the very meaning of the word itself. The word prayer does not mean demand. It means to entreat, to beg, to ask. But through various philosophies, we elevated ourselves to such a near kinship with God that it was no longer necessary for us to beseech anything. We could talk it all over man to man. That was our trouble. In trying to raise ourselves up, we pulled God down until we were finally confronted again with this arbitration problem, this problem of variously bargaining for the things which we wanted. And this bargaining went right on into the present century. Psychology, therefore, came to the realization gradually that prayer, as we had been popularly practicing it, was not essentially therapeutic. It did not result in healing. It did not change the person. It merely permitted him to use one group of faculties more intensely than he had previously used them, and from this greater intensity to achieve certain distinct and greater results. It being assumed, of course, that these results were right and proper, and that the development of these faculties was the reasonable and normal way by which man grew and unfolded. With the beginning of the 20th century, new dimensions again came in. Psychology began to drift away from its utter materialism. It began to break into smaller schools, and some of these schools are still segmenting. They are still breaking into still smaller groups and divisions. Others are clustering around new central concepts. But out of it all is gradually emerging probably the most philosophical attitude that we have in general today, namely that there can be no permanent improvement in man without certain interior changes in man. That the individual simply cannot will his way to reality or will his way to safety. He may be able to add to his means. He may be able to force himself into some situation not otherwise immediately available. But regardless of where he goes, what he does, what he has, he still remains pathetically what he is. And what he is not satisfactory to anyone involved in this problem. In the last 25 years, wars and depressions have resulted in a strong restatement of basic religious conviction. And in the last 10 years particularly, the reintroduction of healing into the structure of Christian religion has progressed considerably. It first of all took largely the form of crutch procedure. Many churches included a psychologist on their staffs. Some of them also even went so far as to have clinics for the treatment not only of mental and spiritual ailments, but of physical ailments as part of pastoral duty. Many ministers are now becoming trained as psychologists in order to add a new dimension to their pastoral services. But the religious group was now leaning upon this attenuated branch of science that arose in the 19th century to study mental phenomena. It was a service offered by the churches, but it was not a statement of their own primary power as religious organizations to achieve a certain spiritual end. Now, the churches themselves have always advocated the efficacy of prayer in some form. But in the Protestant communion, it has been very largely a prayer, a congregational union in the claiming of the faith, or in honoring and hymning or giving praise to the supreme power, or of asking the blessing of God upon the works of men. I got a letter through the mail this morning with an ordinary cancellation issued by the government through the postal system, and the cancellation slogan read, "Pray for peace." This statement, issued through an agency of the federal government, not advertising put on by the person mailing the letter, but the natural canceller of the post office, indicates a trend which is becoming stronger every day in our national life. And that trend is the search for the spiritual value or integrity of religion, a determination to add a religious dimension to the development of mental life. This naturally affects our prayer problem very directly. And research is now going on to determine, if possible, the actual result of prayer, and to discover, if we can, how prayer operates. Prayer has, of course, been to most people an expression of their own need, of their own anxiety, or perhaps of their hope for good to a loved one, or to relief from some misery or sorrow of life. It has become a habit in the life of the devout person, and there is no question that psychologically this repetition of a worshipful attitude helps the individual to escape from this frenzy of man controlling everything. If man can experience a certain relaxation, a certain resignation to a will greater than his own, he probably accomplishes one of the best things that can possibly happen to him. He recovers from this terrible sense that he must drive his way into some fulfillment that is unreasonable and impractical to him. There is a great deal of difference between the belief that man in some way has to earn his destiny and the belief that as he has a right to demand anything that he wills from life. True prayer is therefore founded upon a different premise. It is founded not upon the fact that God will do all things for man. It is founded upon the premise that it is possible for man to establish an intimate relationship with the presence of divinity in his own consciousness. The more advanced people become in the prayer phenomena, the less likely they are to turn this prayer toward changing outside things. The more likely they are to cause this prayer to be a means of fortifying their spiritual resolution to become better people. The prayer mystery, as we find it in the early Gospels, is that its purpose is to inspire the person to be better, and by the healing of the illnesses in his own psychic nature, to relieve himself of the outward manifestation of these illnesses in the form of misery, sorrow, and pain. Thus the man who conquereth himself, who establishes his own spiritual integration, becomes in a sense superior to the problems which exist around him, but not because he has taken an autocratic or despotic attitude toward these problems and resolved or demanded that they be removed. The next question that arises with this whole situation is also clarifying itself gradually as man's general knowledge enlarges. Is prayer, as we know it, as a simple and devout statement, is prayer a force? Does it have a validity, a dynamic of its own? Is it merely something that man strengthens with his own determination, with his faith, and with his acceptances? Or does prayer phenomena actually have a living vitality of its own? The turn of the century, the scientific mind would have rejected such a possibility almost completely. Now, even the more hardened scientist is not quite so sure. And the tendency today is to admit that there may be a definite vitality in the prayer procedure, if that procedure is correct, and if the elements involving the process are right in themselves and according to the laws governing such phenomena in life, laws which we do not understand too well, but one of which apparently, at least dimly, is to be perceived by us, namely that selfishness makes all things go bad. That we are beginning to sense beyond any reasonable doubt. The rest is not quite so clear. Nothing has contributed more to the recognition of the possible existence of a spiritual energy or vitality in space than the development in radio and the consequent development in television. Here we have come face to face with the reality of an invisible energy that is not only present, but when the proper equipment is established, can be caused to reaffirm itself, either through sound or through visibility. Thus we have now the proof that we do not have to see a thing in order to say it is there. Invisible energies and rays that we now know exist move through this room, and though we cannot see them, we cannot deny them. Thus, the possibility of the reality of invisibles has been brought very strongly home to us. Another department of thinking has also added to this, and that has been gradual experimentation in the field of psychic phenomena. This experimentation, as expressed through the extrasensory perception researches of several men, has come to be of general interest, not only to the layman, but to the scientist. And there is a large group of scientists today convinced that extrasensory perception is true. And that means the reality of varying degrees of clairvoyance, thought transmission, and the projection of thought to persons or conditions at a distance, and the anticipation in the mind or in the consciousness of events which have not yet occurred. These and other forms indicate a larger area of human experience than we have previously recognized. Thought transference in itself means that the mental energy of an individual can be transferred to another individual, or can be picked up, as in the case of a radio wave, and that the second person, or the receiver, can reorganize this thought impulse into its original meaning and register it so upon his own consciousness. If there be, therefore, any transmission of energy from one person to another along lines of mental or emotional intensity, then we have every reason to assume the power of collective mental energy upon any situation or condition that arises. We also realize that the more powerful a broadcasting station, the wider its range, the clearer its image, and the more it is likely to overcome the interference of weaker stations. We therefore also recognize the accumulative power of collective thought, and the possibility that this accumulative power can be responsible for a number of phenomena which we have been attempting rather inadequately to explain in other ways. We also have a reason and considerable evidence to support the concept that cumulative or individual thought is not nearly as perishable as we assume. A thought that moves out from us into space does not necessarily evaporate. Thought in all possibilities may survive the body, and the thoughts of men may factually and actually live long after them, not on printed pages or in the memories of others, but as living forces in the world itself. So if the recent researches continue as they have, and there is every reason to assume they will, there seems no slowing of the pace. In fact, it is getting more exhilarated continuously. We are moving into a universe in which the exchange of mental and emotional energy by projection of thought and feeling may well become an orthodox and well-known fact. If such occurs, then we have the logical and proper grounds for realizing that this means of communication, or this means of dissemination of ideas, thoughts, or knowledge, is not limited to experimental endeavors, but that across this interval, these waves can transmit innumerable types of impact, and that this impact will be received not merely as a do so or do not so impulse, but as a very powerful experience impulse. The extrasensory gamut form of communication may ultimately result in the possibility of the communication of experience, or the communication of the factual living of events. That the individual will not listen or look, but will feel totally within himself, and will therefore actually experience what others have experienced. This actual communication of experience may well be the beginning of real understanding between human beings. Burbank once told me that he was quite certain that plants and flowers could be affected by human attitudes of varying degrees of intensity. Because of his natural instinct, and because, although a devout man, he was an untheological man, and was therefore regarded as an agnostic, Mr. Burbank held firmly the power of communion between man and nature. He insisted and told me very firmly that he completely believed that plants and probably animals, not able to understand or even hear the words that we spoke, or not having any knowledge of the type of vocabulary or the meaning of our word dimensions in life, were able to receive telepathically a clear insight as to our meaning, that other kingdoms contacted us on the level of meaning, whereas we contact on the level of words. He insisted, therefore, that he could commune with plants and they would obey him. And he proved it. And he insisted that his entire research was based almost entirely upon a conscious cooperation between the plant and himself. That we, as he said, worked together to achieve the end which had been decided to be desirable. That with patience and coaxing and explanation, he made these plants understand what he wanted. And he found them amazingly willing to cooperate, perhaps even more so than average human beings. Recently, experiments have been made of the effect of prayer upon the growth of vegetation. And the results up to this time, though not conclusive and not completely organized as far as the adequate data is concerned, would seem to be positive. Namely, that prayer will hasten the growth of plants. Now, does this mean that it is prayer that is doing it? Or is it again this communication on an extrasensory perception level? Is it communication? Is it transfer of energy? Is it man bestowing a certain vitality from himself upon that plant, establishing the rapport between himself and the plant through the conscious focusing of his attention thereon? What is the source of the energy that flows to the plant as the result of prayer? Is this energy actually bestowed by deity? Is this energy made available to man by some mystical or magical pattern of prayer? Or is it the result of man's own communication of life purpose or life meaning to the other kingdoms? The talking dogs of Weimar a number of years ago seemed to prove beyond doubt that animals could maintain a fair level of logic, that animals were concerned interiorly with the same problems that we are concerned with, but do not have any means of expressing this to us, unless through some unusual training with an exceptional animal, we are able to establish some symbolic means of exact communication. This was accomplished with these dogs. And these dogs, when asked reasonable questions, answered them reasonably, even though they had had no previous instruction on the subject. Some might hold that the dogs were reading the mind of the person, that they merely picked up our own thinking. This again has not been clearly proven one way or another. But if they could pick up this thinking, there is no reason to assume that other animals cannot pick it up, or that other kingdoms cannot pick it up. Thus we may find ourselves moving into a universe in which the transmission of pure thought, or the transmission of psychic energy, and the transmission therewith of certain purposes, certain degrees or levels of understanding, that such transmission is within perhaps a comparatively short period of years of being achieved and fulfilled by man. There is also evidence that man's interior mental and brain structure are suitable for such acceptance and such transmission, and that there are undoubtedly areas in the brain available for new functional purposes beyond any that we know at the present time. Let us then assume for a moment what is now not a rash assumption anymore, that the more intense an attitude is held emotionally or mentally, the more likely that attitude is to have an effect outside of the limited area of the person holding the attitude. That the person holding the attitude may be also internally strengthened, or may come to a new orientation in his own nature. But the energy of his will, whether this energy be transmuted or still upon a comparatively base level of ethics, can be communicated. Therefore, selfishness can be communicated, greed can be communicated, hate can be communicated. The development of a means of more intimate and conscious acceptance of this psychic energy also implies the great need for the refinement of this energy itself, with this hope that it will not result in the communication of attitudes which are destructive to the common good. That such negative communication has been achieved also seems rather evident from the long course of history, where we observe that certain attitudes have been tremendously communicated and have resulted in the most tragic consequences to all concerned. In modern religion, therefore, and in metaphysical and mystical groups, circles or groups gathering for prayer, or for meditation, or for some internal resource development, are becoming more commonly discussed and known. Groups of persons in all parts of the world, for example, are uniting as never before in prayer for peace, in the supplication of the divine power to bring security and the end of war and evil. All over the world also, groups are praying for health and maintaining prayer circles to assist those distressed in many ways through the problems of the day. Testimonials flow into these groups continuously. A few years ago, we would have regarded these testimonials with considerable reservation. We would have said too many of them are probably merely self-hypnosis. And still a great many of them probably are. But there is still a group to be explained. And this explanation problem cannot be evaded. there is reason to believe that a right attitude held by a group of persons can be felt and experienced. The great problem is to make sure that the attitude is right. The rightness of this attitude must be measured by the basic integrity of its educational communication. And we do not mean by education in this sense doctrinal. We mean that the impact of this energy upon the life or lives of those who are receptive to it, that this impact must be essentially right. We do not want to find ourselves in the same predicament we are in television. The average child today spends from 20 to 30 hours a week in front of a television. It has become the greatest single force in his life because of his receptivity to it. It is actually a larger moral force in his life than his parents or his school. Yet what is coming across these waves is far from desirable in the majority of cases. And when we start the transmission of pure mental energy, we may be subject to exactly the same difficulty. We don't want the strong-minded criminal contributing to the general delinquency of all mankind. Yet how are we going to reduce or release these barriers which protect us from the mental lives of other people without being influenced by the bad as well as by the good, without receiving negative waves of vibration as well as positive waves? Always these discoveries become a new challenge to our own integrity. We have failed miserably in the television challenge. Can we be expected to do any better on a telepathic level? There could be nothing more disastrous than the breaking down of our barriers by means of which we protect ourselves from mental energies which we cannot digest. There could be nothing more tragic than to break down such barriers and expose us naked to our enemies, which would be just about as serious as the line in the Shakespearean play of Henry VIII would indicate. This means two things. We cannot prevent the motions of progress, but every progress becomes a burden to our spirit, just exactly as the development of atomics has brought with it a terrible fear that is wrenching at our hearts and souls. Any enlargement of our faculty perceptions will not guarantee the integrity of those perceptions. We may develop and intensify faculties, but this does not mean that we dedicate them, or that they are bound to principles able to preserve and protect us. Thus, each new step forward becomes a dilemma, and we move from one dilemma to another down through the course of history. To answer this question thoroughly means to review the whole story of man's moral life. This we cannot do at the moment, but we can perhaps emphasize its particular relation to prayer problem as we sense or see it today. Prayer has two essential purposes, and we cannot divide them completely. Assuming that man, as he now experiences his need, is seeking through prayer to achieve a mood. He is seeking to restore, by means of prayer phenomena, a positive relationship between himself and life. He is attempting to enter a state of conscious rapport with reality, with the eternal principles for which philosophy has given such terms as spirit, consciousness, truth, being, essence. Man, through prayer, seeks a correct relationship between himself and eternity. This correct relationship, so far as he can experience it today, is one of gentle humility. The recognition of his own need, the recognition of his own imperfection, the realization that up to the present time he has never known enough to be inspired to a common, united action in harmony with truth. He has never had sufficient realization to understand why he was here. He's never had sufficient courage to live according to the essential principles that he does understand. Therefore, his need at the moment is so real, and his own position is so inadequate, that as far as fact and essence are concerned, he is in a position of entreaty. He is not asking, however, to be saved from himself. He is not asking to be preserved in violation to law. He is asking to have the insight, the understanding, and the spiritual integrity to know what is right and do it. Therefore, his prayer is that he shall be conscious of the divine plan as it relates to him and to those of his kind and to nature around him. He asks that he may have insight into the law, which is the will of God for its creatures. And out of this insight, he asks also the internal moral support, which will assist him to live what he knows and to keep the faith that he discovers. Such kind of internal prayer, silent prayer perhaps, meditational prayer, is consequently intended to create a mood in him, a movement of his own spiritual nature, a relaxation away from worldliness, a temporary separation from outwardness, and from all the pressures and selfishness which moves the external world around us. He asks to have the power to know, which means that he has to become receptive. He has to beseech. He has to ask. He has to need. He has to pass through certain experiences in which he comes finally to realize that without interior strength his cause is lost, and that this strength must come from a power superior to himself. This recognition, this relaxation toward God, is expressed by means of entreaty, not by groveling, not by the same abjection as with which the ancient people mutilated themselves before the altars of their gods, but certainly a dignified and gentle statement of real need and of earnest desire to meet that need, and the recognition that the supply for the meeting of that need must come from a divine source. Thus, entering into a comparatively relaxed state, the person opens himself to the inflow of a mystical energy which up to now he has not recognized and not permitted to have its perfect work in him. His own mind and his own attitudes also become sources of energy movement, and he locks himself by his attitudes, creating walls of defensive energy through which the natural motion of life cannot come. Opinions, attitudes, prejudices, these are actual living walls of energy, negative energy. And these walls not only keep out the enemy, but also keep out the life which is the eternal friend. Thus we have to relax against this opinionation, this self-sufficiency, this belief that with our abilities, with our sciences, with our arts, with our crafts, with our policies, we can defeat the unknown. This end we cannot achieve. So in our prayerfulness, we simply attempt to attune ourselves to an energy which is everywhere in space and is eternally available. If we can experience this peace, this calmness, this quietude, then it is possible through extrasensory transmission to project it, or to create a condition by which another person can become aware on a level better than that of exterior communication alone. Here we fall directly into the Zen concept. For over 1,000 years, the masters of Zen have communicated the doctrine without speaking, nor have they made use of symbols, or have they had their disciples read the instruction. The communication is entirely psychic. It is the communication of the experience of one person, the master experience, transmitted inwardly to his disciples as a series of experiences. And these fragments of experiences are symbolically concealed behind the title of the koan, which is actually a fragment of impact, of energy between the master and the disciple. If it is possible, therefore, to communicate a doctrine by the ability of transmission by the mind alone, how is this done? If the mastermind, the teacher, the Zen master, projected a positive, dramatic, despotic attitude, he could overcome his disciples' resistance by something resembling oratory, if it was spoken word, or by debate, or by dispute, or by the hypnotic force of a command which could not be resisted. All of such methods are wrong and would never be used in the transmission of true experience. The purpose that is necessary is that both the master and the disciple reach a condition of the complete transcendence of themselves, the complete suspension of their own personal attitudes, and in this way suddenly experience that they always have been in communication. The thing that prevented the expression of the communication consisted of two separate patterns of attitudes, which in their aggressive form could not be communicated. When both attitudes, that of the receiving person and of the sending person, when both attitudes are held in complete suspension, reality moves freely through these channels, and pure consciousness mingles with pure consciousness, resulting in a common experience. And it is this experience in common which is the real end toward which mystical meditation and prayer have always aimed. The purpose of prayer being this mingling of personal consciousness with a universal source of true strength and integrity. A mingling for no ulterior motive whatsoever. Not a mingling in order that we can get well from sickness, or that we can exchange poverty for wealth, or that we can dispose of unnecessary and unwelcome relations. These are not the ends of prayer. The purpose is to establish a mood of complete correctness, of such utter and inevitable rightness in ourselves, that all of the attitudes which we hold wrongly no longer continue to operate. In this condition, we remove the cause of misery. For the cause of misery is the interval between man and God. And as man, through mystical experiences, attains the consciousness of deity, that consciousness has in it nothing of selfishness and nothing of self-purpose. It is universal purpose moving into manifestation, with man accepting with gratitude and gentleness that which the infinite in its wisdom eternally provides. Prayer in this sense then becomes the possibility of reestablishing the ancient mystical bridge, and as such becomes a very prominent and positive force in healing. Healing is actually achieved, in most instances, by the correction of a root cause in man. Now it is not possible, nor expected, that man shall achieve all things quickly. As one old sage pointed out, man has to die many times in order to learn how to live once. But the fact remains that much can gradually be achieved by proper degrees, but not by force and pressure. Thus in prayer therapy, the purpose is to change the relationship of the individual toward his energy problems. The great thing to be achieved, if possible, is to bring to this person the power or the experience of peace, the experience of acceptance, the experience of recognizing that the interior contrition of his own consciousness is his prayer. That true prayer is to live in the state of prayerfulness. And this state of prayerfulness is the state of the eternal acceptance of God. A man cannot hope at this time to live in that state continuously. But he can hope to experience it occasionally, as Plotinus did. He can hope that one or two mystical experiences in the course of a lifetime may so consecrate him that he shall know the truth of all things, not because he rationalizes it, but because he experiences it by the complete act of faith. It would be quite conceivable, therefore, that prayer in the churches and in religious organizations could gradually become a very powerful and purposeful branch of therapy. The very least that could be accomplished is that prayer would be a handmaiden upon the sciences, that they would prepare the individual for the mystery of his own recovery. They would prepare him to accept whatever services were necessary on the part of science, without prejudice, without conceit, without overestimation or underestimation. And nothing could be of greater value to the sincere physician than a sincere patient who has the proper attitude with which to approach the improvement of health. The physician today has not only to fight with the bodily ills, but with the whole chain of psychic complaints, which are largely responsible for many ailments that now seem to arise within the flesh itself. No medication on the outside can solve these psychic complaints. The psychologist tries to solve them, but something essentially important is missing. And that something in the patient's experience is veneration. The patient may respect the psychologist, but he does not have the proper emotional outlet. The only emotional outlet that he may develop is dangerous, and that's transference, in which he will become overly personally attached to his physician. What he needs is a true emotional release. And this true emotional release comes through the relaxation of his psychic life into the beautiful experience of something valuable. If the person can come to believe and know that he has the power to take a correct attitude toward God, and that this correct attitude has been called prayer. It is the complete relaxation of himself away from the world and the acceptance into himself of the full impact of universal truth or principle. Through prayer, man experiences this to a measure. He experiences a little relaxation. He senses the importance of quietude. Even when he gathers with others in church, the quiet moments of prayer give him a sense of belonging, not merely to this world, but to the whole universe, which is the religious mystery. And in these quiet moments, there is a natural refreshment. There is a release from psychic stress. There is a temporary suspension of worldliness. Through the continual development of prayer, this experience can be largened. It can be made more continuous and more important. It can, however, also lead us to certain escape mechanisms which we must protect ourselves against. We are not supposed to take away from our daily work vast amount of time to use in beseeching deity. What we are supposed to do is to discover also that in our work is our prayer, and that prayer is a general attitude toward everything that we do, in which every action, thought, and emotion becomes an offering upon the altar of eternal truth. If we can achieve this type of realization, sickness will have a tendency to clear. Many ailments that have nothing but tension as a cause will very quickly respond. Ailments which perhaps have already become so chronic that they have affected the flesh, although they might have been of psychic beginning, may respond more slowly. But that which cannot be cured can then be carried with dignity, with understanding, and with patience, and with a full realization that we live in a just universe, and that the things that are happening to us are the natural results of our own conduct. If we then take this more relaxed, honorable position, we can do a great deal. If groups of persons taking this attitude meet together for common purpose, there can now apparently be no doubt that the single effort is intensified, and that if persons with a correct attitude and a correct understanding, if enough of them did unite in prayer, there would ultimately be peace. Not only because they prayed together, but because the prayer must so affect them that they can no longer fight each other. The prayer, therefore, is not only a beseeching of God to bestow peace, but the very beseeching is the winning of peace in ourselves. Therefore, when we ask God to bestow love, we ask a strange question, or to make a strange request, because actually deity is love. Therefore, can never deprive anything of its own nature. What we are asking is that we may experience it. And the only reason we do not experience it is ourselves. Thus, prayer must create the mood of receptivity. It is not only the supplication, but the bridge, by means of which the supplication can be caused to achieve its own ends or proper purposes. Prayer can help the individual who is sick, because it will take away from him the rebellion, the tension, and the stress. It will help him to carry with serenity what problems of recuperation he must pass through. Prayer will help the person who is alone to escape the neurosis of loneliness, because prayer gives us the experience that we cannot be alone, that loneliness is isolation due to our own false thinking. Little by little, the receptivity to prayer, the acceptance of it into our own consciousness becomes therapy. We gradually achieve a state of vibration in which we relax the false tensions of our own energies. And into this quietude can flow the experience which we have previously locked out by our own aggressive and non-effective feelings. Most of us, to a measure, are rebels. Rebellion is our common experience. We fight against that which hurts us. We arm ourselves against the unknown. We struggle desperately by all kinds of aggressive means to achieve purposes which we desire. We live and die of our own aggressiveness. And today we suffer greatly because of it. This aggressiveness locks us away from the quiet world of all things that are soul. It makes us fight for something that is already so close to us that we cannot see it. It makes us strive desperately for distant benefits when the greatest benefit is at our very door. It makes us strive to find happiness in all the things around us, uncertain though they be, and denies us of the experience of knowing true happiness by communion with the thing within us. So prayer can set many of these problems right for us. And the development of it as a means of therapy is legitimate. It is another level. Psychology works with the problems of the mind. Prayer is a therapy for the heart. And as the heart must ever rule the mind, by the very nature of man, that which goes into the deeper part of him has the greatest benefit. So there will sometime be a complete religious mysticism of transmutation, or the transforming of man's inner life through these mystical sacraments, of which prayer is probably one of the most common and familiar. So we do feel that prayer today is a vital force, and the more completely it is disseminated, the more it may achieve its ends, and the more it will accomplish the reformation of the one who prays. For out of the true and earnest experience of prayer, man comes to a better life than he may previously have known. And once having enjoyed it, he will sustain it to the best of his abilities. Thank you very much. Although the subject of magnetism has been of interest to man for a very long time, comparatively little is known today as to the substance of magnetism. We are fairly well equipped now to analyze its processes and to create magnetic phenomena by artificial means. But the actual nature of the magnetic energy itself, like nearly all other basic energies of life, has not yet been solved or analyzed because of certain inevitable limitations of man's faculties and abilities to examine into things essentially not material or physical within the range of sensory perception. The existence of magnetism was known to ancient peoples. We find quite a discussion of it in Socrates where he describes pieces of metal attaching themselves to each other to form chains. We know that the lodestone, a natural magnet, was given a great deal of thought by Thales of Miletus, later by Plato and Aristotle. And the area called Magnesia, where this lodestone abounded, has contributed at least part of the name by which we now know magnetism. In the early medieval period, considerable research was done, and so frightened were early navigators that certain mountains in distant areas were magnetic, that they caused their ships to be put together by wooden pegs rather than by nails, for fear that magnets might draw the nails out of the wood. Also we know that at Thrace, priests and priestesses of the state religion healed the sick or treated disease by means of magnetic rods. These rods, long and slender, with metallic tips and possibly a core of metal running through them, probably gave rise to our popular concept of the magic wand, as it is found in the ceremonial arts of the Middle Ages, perpetuated in the conjuring arts of the modern world. The Chinese knew a good deal about magnetic theory, and as the lodestone was familiar to most peoples of the world, the Chinese also had their own particular type of magnetized substance, amber. Amber is not naturally magnetic, but if stroked or rubbed, develops magnetic properties. And today, the simple test used by the Chinese merchant when trying to determine genuine from false amber is merely to rub the amber on his sleeve or on a piece of cloth. If it then picks up small bits of paper, it is genuine amber. Thus magnetism, representing an invisible drawing power, was recognized, and among ancient peoples it was customary to apply nearly all forms of knowledge to the human body in the effort to discover various treatments for those ailments from which mankind forever sickened. The development of magnetic therapy, however, was probably given its greatest advance by Paracelsus of Hohenheim, whose career extended into the early parts of the modern chronological period. Paracelsus used magnetized materials for the creation of talisman, magnetic rings. He also used magnetic rods, much as the early Thracian priests, and he firmly believed that magnets and lodestone had therapeutic value. Of course, in all these early experiments, we are more or less on the horns of a dilemma. Certainly these medications were used, and the reports about them were favorable. But considering the times and the circumstances, we are always left to wonder how much of the therapy was the result of the magnet and how much was a psychological cure, strengthened by great faith, further strengthened by the phenomenal power of the lodestone. In any event, people thought they got well, whereas in some of our modern methods of healing, people do not think that they get well, and the result is that they remain in their previous condition or become worse. As far as the application of magnetic theory, beyond the use of magnetized or sanctified objects. Beyond this, we come into several interesting areas of speculation. Actually, we know that objects of various kinds were blessed or subjected to magic rituals by ancient peoples, and that the same occurs in the early history of Christianity. Here, particular objects that had been sanctified in one way or another were held to have unusual healing power. I know cases quite recently in which rosaries carried by pilgrims to Rome and blessed by the Pope gained a considerable reputation for therapeutic value. As we mentioned in an earlier discussion, the touchstones and touch coins of the kings of Europe also developed long and illustrious accounts of remedial effects resulting from faith or from some quality actually bestowed upon the object. We have no method at the present time of clearly determining the possibility of causing objects to be impregnated with some kind of an electric effluvium or force. However, psychometry, which has gained considerable influence in our thinking, particularly in the last 50 years, would seem to indicate that certain energies from the human body are received and accepted by inanimate objects and held by those objects over perhaps an indefinite period of time. This seems to be the only explanation for a wide variety of phenomena that have been described and reported not only among civilized people, but among primitive people, who would scarcely have had the ingenuity to invent so complete an account, merely from some passing superficial analysis. Thus we may assume for this moment at least, that there is a possibility that some kind of a substance or essence is imparted to objects or belongings which may have some permanent effect. The dog, for example, apparently is able to follow the trail of a person by the peculiarly advanced sense of smell which the dog possesses. Yet it is almost beyond credibility that the dog is guided in the pursuit of a person over miles of territory simply by the sense of smell alone. It seems as though the animal must have certain other instincts by means of which it gains an awareness or is able to pick up some kind of emanation beyond that which is within the range of the sensory perceptions of human beings. Also, the peculiar habits that Thomas Edison noted of dogs howling on the occasion of death would seem to have some bearing upon this. The dog was not of the family of the person who passed on. Merely the dog was in the locality or vicinity. And immediately on the moment of death, the dog began to howl, although it might have been a mile or two away. This caused Edison to begin to suspect that there was some kind of a free energy in space which carried records of events and occurrences, or there were faculties in man capable of picking up various changes and modifications in the magnetic atmosphere. All of these possibilities center around the existence of some force, some radiation from a person, which does have a lingering effect or continuance in the places where that person has been, among the objects that that person has once possessed. Primitive magic largely depends upon the magician securing some object which has belonged to the person to be involved in the magic or witchcraft. This possession forms a link. What kind of a link? The only possible link we can imagine is that some kind of energy is in this material, and that this energy is still associated with the person to whom that object once belonged, by what Paracelsus calls sympathy. This is the same type of thing that is recorded in the case of the amputated leg, which was buried and in a box in the cemetery. In nailing the lid on the box, a nail entered the amputated leg. The person who had lost the leg felt the pain of the nail for several months, although he was not near the place where the member had been buried. But when the nail was removed from the little box containing the removed member, the pain in the invisible leg of the patient ceased, thus seeming to indicate again some sympathetic connection between the individual and some part of his own body that had been removed surgically. All of this can only come to one general conclusion, namely that there is some kind of an invisible field of energy, of magnetism, as it was generally called, and that the person could use this energy in various ways to affect his life under certain conditions. Also, as Paracelsus pointed out, that the energy of one person could be communicated temporarily to another person in the form of a sort of invisible blood transfusion, a mysterious process of contributing energy. Energy is life. Energy is the basis of survival. And among the old Orthodox Jewish families of Europe, if some loved member of the family reached the gates of death, the other members gathered around the couch of the very ill person, and each one offered some part of his own life to extend the life of the loved one. There are mysterious reports of the fact that this sacrifice was wonderfully accepted, that the dying person recovered, but that the one who gave him this life had his own length of years correspondingly shortened. Such energy mysteries and legends and fables are too common to be completely ignored, yet frankly the average person today does not know what to do with them, cannot put them together into any kind of an immediately rational pattern. Today, in our rather materialistic world, scientific men are loath to consider such problems as the medieval concepts of magnetism. As we continue, however, to explore primitive medicine, which has become quite a fad these days, and we continue to send expeditions to primitive people to learn their healing methods, it is quite possible that someday we will run across such a body of evidence supporting the idea of magnetic healing that we will be forced to recognize the need for a thorough investigation of the subject. In the meantime, we will try to put together some of the concepts that are now held by minority groups, individuals or small groups who have experimented with this field or have restored as far as they could ancient knowledge bearing upon the subject. If a magnetic element exists, it can be derived from a number of sources. First of all, magnetism may be a free energy in space itself. In other words, the universe has its own magnetic fields. These magnetic fields are in certain relationship to the organized development of nature. If the magnetic force exists at all, and the lodestone would seem to leave no doubt, then this force is useful. This force does not exist primarily merely to stimulate the wonder and awe of man. Magnetism, if it is a natural phenomenon, is an essential part of natural order. It has some use, some very important reason for existence. And this reason for existence is not exhausted by the localizing of this magnetic energy in lodestone or its stimulation in magnetic iron. If this force or substance also has an existence in the world, in the earth, in the solar system, if the sun, as some have suspected, is directly related to the phenomena of magnetism, if the attraction of the moon for the tides of the earth is a magnetic phenomenon, if many of these forces and circumstances which can be observed are traceable to the existence of a magnetic agent, then we must assume beyond any reasonable doubt that magnetism is also a factor in the composition of man himself. Man must use this force which belongs to nature, and from nature this force must pass to man to maintain some part of human function in the same way that it must contribute to natural function. The second possible thought in relation to this matter lies in the relationship between magnetism and electricity. We know that the electrical agent also exists. We know that there is a basic difference between electricity and magnetism. Some have suspected that what we call electricity is negative magnetism. In other words, that while we have had the general tendency to think of electricity as a positive agent and magnetism as a negative, it may be the reverse. And we recognize electricity because it is more obvious, whereas magnetism is actually more closely associated with the life and survival factor in the world of which we are a part. Also, we can say that magnetism, if it exists in man, must exist also in other creatures. The Egyptians were certain that there was a powerful magnetic field around the cat, and both the Egyptians and the Hindus believed the serpent to be peculiarly associated with magnetic force. In fact, among ancient peoples, the serpent was frequently used as a symbol of the magnetic agent itself. If every living thing has a life of its own, it is also very possible that this life has a magnetic factor. The trees are therefore endowed with magnetic attributes, that even the elements themselves have magnetic factors involved in their compounds, that chemicals are magnetic to a degree, that in some things magnetism is obvious, in others not obvious, but that magnetism may be part of the entire cohesive principle by which matter is brought into the organization we call form. Paracelsus suspected strongly that form itself is a manifestation of magnetic processes, and that the failure of magnetism in holding together certain basic elements of structure results in the decomposition or disintegration of bodies. Magnetism may also be regarded as having a connection with the human will. It is quite possible that man is capable of directing magnetic energy by the power of his own mind. This would be especially true of such magnetic currents as might exist within his own body. The person may therefore be capable of causing energy to move from himself, to reach out towards some other thing, to influence that thing, or to condition it in various ways, or to impart its own life to other forms in nature. The ancients assumed that this was possible, but they used rods or some physical connection by means of which the magnetism of the operator could be communicated to the subject or patient.
The question now remains as to whether such magnetic connection is necessary. In our way of thinking today, it is not, and we are inclined to suspect that magnetic current can be determined or directed entirely by the will or the mind, and that energy can be propelled from us or from our own natures into space by intensity of thought, concentration, or meditation. Such thinking, of course, has always existed to some degree among Oriental peoples. Another possible source of magnetism, of course, will be magnetized substances, elements in nature which are peculiarly associated with this element, with this phenomenon. One interesting thing that I think we should bear in mind is the effect of magnetism on the atmosphere, and the atmosphere upon magnetic fields. This matter was explored some years ago in connection with earthquakes in Japan, where it was found that magnets were demagnetized a few seconds before an earthquake. This seemingly has other important suggestions for us. Shortly before an earthquake in South America, all the fish in streams and pools suddenly died. Just a matter of minutes almost before the earthquake, they began floating to the surface of the water dead. In another area, cattle that had been grazing in a certain locality suddenly broke into panic and fled the region. And within a very short time thereafter, the entire area of land which they had left broke off and fell into the sea. If they had remained there, they would all have died. As it was, no animal was on the area when it finally fell. Other examples will be the very notable effect of even small and minor earthquake shocks upon the hatching of eggs. An earthquake tremor so slight that it would not physically move anything, except perhaps slight agitation, will immediately kill eggs in an incubator. Yet if you take hold of the corner of the incubator and shake it much more violently, it will not injure the eggs at all. There is something communicated directly by the magnetic force of the earthquake. Now, various opinions have been advanced as to the cause of such possible magnetic association with earthquakes. One has been that the magnetism is generated as the result of the land motion. In other words, an earthquake occurring over a fault, the motion slowly begins underground with tremendous resistance, and that this very slow but powerful resistance motion may create magnetism, as in the case of the Chinese rubbing the amber on his sleeve. This might be a fairly good answer if we were sure that the earthquake in question arose from this source, but we are not at all certain of that. We are not at all certain that the origin of an earthquake is actually within the ground itself. We are beginning to suspect now that the earthquake itself is a magnetic atmospheric phenomenon, and that there is a discharge of static electricity, a discharge which, striking a fault, causes motion. This could well be true if, as in some instances, we find very strong evidence of magnetic effect or influence at a time when the most delicate instruments that we possess today show no indication whatever of any earth motion. It was originally held that the motion produced the magnetism, but the magnetic reports of more recent years show that the magnetic disturbance precedes any possible record which we can make of motion of any part of the earth itself. This we also observe in another way in connection with many earthquake reports. And some of you probably have been through some earthquakes and will perhaps be able to bear witness to this, that shortly before an earthquake, most persons suffer from a slight nervous shock or agitation, very often striking the pit of the stomach. The individual feels a moment of nausea, or feels a very definite sense of personal disturbance. He feels as though something is happening that he doesn't know about. It worries him. It becomes a definite sense of illness without any actual sickness necessarily following. And a few seconds after this rather peculiar nervous tension, the earthquake may be felt. But the research on earthquakes has already proved conclusively that there is a magnetic factor, and that this magnetic factor almost inevitably precedes the shock, sometimes by only a few seconds, sometimes by several minutes. This because we are able to classify it to some degree, and to notice its effect, for example, on the hatching of eggs and things of that nature, must cause us to realize that there is an energy or a substance moving in the atmosphere, which can have a direct and immediate effect upon life itself, as in the case of the eggs, or can cause concern, agitation, and panic among animals that certainly will not react to any ordinary psychological stress such as man knows. That these warnings or these magnetic disturbances affect temperament, affect the individual. We often hear the term earthquake weather, a peculiar stillness, a peculiar suspension of energy. We are beginning to take more interest in this type of problem since the development of the atomic bomb and the various developments therefrom, because we are now experiencing the possibility that disturbances of the atmosphere enveloping the planet may very directly affect all life on the planet, and can, if sufficiently pronounced, endanger the life of creatures inhabiting a planet. In some way, therefore, the invisible world around us begins to move in upon us, and while we cannot see it, while we cannot entirely estimate it, we have some recognition of its value or of its importance. Human beings, like all other creatures in nature, also have certain eccentric manifestations with which we associate them. There may be 1,000 persons attend a conservatory of music. Perhaps a half dozen of these will become leading musicians. The others will become at best only satisfactory, and some will never be able to develop any advanced musical appreciation or technique. The same is true in sciences and arts. And nature is continually producing exceptional individuals in various fields of activity. The history of the healing arts from the most remote times indicates that this is true, and that there have been persons at various times in history who seemingly have possessed extraordinary healing powers of their own. These individuals are capable of causing the sick to be improved by proximity to the healer, or by methods of the transference of some invisible or certainly intangible effluvium, which seemingly has the same effect as an advanced medication. The use of electrotherapy, the use of electricity and magnetic factors in the diagnosing of disease, such examples have already become reasonably familiar. We know today that we are able to gain a far greater knowledge of the more subtle elements of diagnosis through the use of electrical equipment. All of these steps of progress bring us closer and closer to the core of our subject. And this core seems to indicate that there is the possibility of the development of a therapy, of a method of healing, resulting from a growing and improving knowledge of the magnetic fields or energy fields of the human body. If we go back to the beginning of the theory of medicine, we come upon a very simple, basic concept. Namely, that it was the intention of nature that man should be well. That the human being, like all creatures in nature, is supposed to have a reasonable span of health. This span of health is presumed to extend from the beginning of life to such a period as the functions of the body, exhausted by natural fatigue and age, will simply cease to continue to function. Nature, however, did not intend individuals to be invalided throughout their lives, to suffer from innumerable aches and pains, and to be half dead long before the appointed time for their departure. This continuous record of illness, infirmity, disease, and to some degree even accidents, all of this together implies some ignorance, some misunderstanding, some disobedience in man, by means of which his natural allotment of health is impaired or actually destroyed. Nature's processes for keeping things healthy is to impose upon them an adequate system of circulation and ventilation. Nature is so balanced that if its processes are permitted to develop and function normally, that nature is continuously healing itself. The world will heal itself of any and all natural ailments that may develop within it. It has the mysterious power of restoring. It has the power of purifying its own atmosphere, of purifying its own water, and of gradually replenishing its own soil. The earth, if not abused, and its natural processes unbalanced by some interference, will move along in a comparatively healthful manner, maintaining the life upon it in a reasonable state of well-being. It is largely, therefore, man's unbalancing of the laws governing natural processes, man thrusting upon nature too rapidly an excess of problems for which nature cannot provide immediate solution. And the same thing happens within the individual. Nature intended this body to be a self-remedying structure within a reasonable degree of function. It expected that the body would recuperate from its own depletions, that it would restore and repair such common damage as might naturally come to it. And it is only when man's way of life or the circumstances of his living confront him with an excess of danger that the recuperative power of nature is inadequate. So the purpose of nature's construction in the beginning was that all things should have the remedy for their ills within themselves. And what we know as therapy in general arose from man's artificial attitudes toward life, and the fact that through neglect or through ignorance or excess, the individual passed beyond the condition in which his own structure could remedy its defects. Nearly always this condition is reached through intemperance, or through the breaking of the common rules of health, which nature has given us to understand by way of the intuitive and instinctual faculties of our own consciousness. Those false or exaggerated conditions which cause man to become ill, and which prevent nature from being able to meet the challenge of the energies needed to recovery, these are for the most part depletion and obstruction. Depletion is the exhaustion of resource, and obstruction is some circumstance arising which prevents the natural flow of energy through the body. The moment the flow of energy to a part of the body is restricted, particularly by some serious obstruction, the area not permitted to enjoy proper circulation begins to decline, and in the case of the human body, infection set in, and if the condition is not remedied, the individual will die. Obstructions, wherever they occur, challenge means to remove obstruction. Depletion, wherever it exists, challenges us to find methods of replenishment. Actually, sickness is not nearly as physical as we have been inclined to think that it is. Nearly all sickness arises from the failure of energies to maintain the normal function of structures and organizations in the body. Thus, the restoration of energy, the redirecting of it, and if necessary, the temporary exhilaration of it, so that it may break through some block or obstacle. Such processes would constitute a normal approach to therapy. Up to the present time, however, we have not assumed that these energies could be directly communicated. Thus we make use of various secondary means. Nutrition, particularly under the vitamin-mineral theory, is intended to assist us to get the use of nutritional factors more rapidly for the increase of energy or the maintenance of vitality. This has developed largely due to the adulteration of the foods which normally should provide energy. And there is still a moot question as to whether artificial energy through medication can be regarded as an adequate substitute for natural nutrition. We know that food grown on exhausted soil, soil impoverished of mineral, and probably impoverished of energy, cannot supply to us that energy which it does not possess. Through the adulteration and over-refinement of foods, we also find a diminishing of vital nutritional content, sometimes practically the total loss thereof. So that while the food may apparently nourish the body, it fails to sustain the magnetic fields, which are important to the total function of man. Now, Paracelsus was of the opinion that the primary function of minerals in the body is to hold and direct magnetism. Therefore, that what we take into the body in the form of minute amounts of mineral and metal, these form the magnets, by means of which energy is drawn from free space and is held. Therefore, the depletion of certain poles in the human body makes it difficult for man to hold on to or attract energy. The old parallel of the radio is again as good perhaps as we can use. The radio program is somewhere in free air. The individual has a radio set to be used for the reception of this program. What happens? If this radio set is inadequate, out of order, or out of attunement, the radio reception is imperfect and inadequate. As a result, the program, though it exists in space, just as neat and perfect as ever, simply cannot be recorded in the inadequate or broken instrument. In the same way, although the energy necessary to nutrition is everywhere, it cannot be held unless the instrument to receive it is capable of tuning it in and capable of holding and distributing it. We have long held that most nutrition originates finally in solar energy, and that therefore what we call vitality is conditioned sun energy. We are now suspicious, however, that the problem is a little larger, that not only the sun, but many other parts of space and many other rays and energy fields affect man, pouring in upon him in a variety of ways, so that he is actually swimming continuously in a sea of complex energy. Man, however, does not need to worry about drowning in this ocean any more than the individual with a proper radio set need to fear that 100 programs will deluge him at once. He has the proper means of tuning in what he needs. Those forms of energy which he cannot consciously use may still serve him through the unconscious functions of certain parts of his body. Other energies not for him and not suitable to his kind of life, but necessary to some other form of life, simply make no record in his nature, but go on to fulfill their original purposes. Thus man, by creating polarities within his own nature, is constantly attracting to himself that energy which he needs for life. If he is unable to so attract this energy, then he is depleted, devitalized, or unable to function. Devitalization through exhaustion, depletion, also has a tendency to cause obstruction, for obstruction may simply result from the gradual loss of activity in an area. When this activity is reduced below a certain level, it gradually results in the setting in of a crystallized state, and in this crystallized state, obstruction in the form of crystallization begins to prevent the proper flow of such energy as is available. By degrees, therefore, the body becomes crystallized. It no longer serves as the immediate channel for energy. It no longer distributes energy properly through nervous and arterial and venous circulations. It no longer is sustained adequately by the energy which can reach it, or the struggle of the function is not equal to the opposition of circumstances, and gradually the body sickens. Thus, the therapy, as Paracelsus pointed it out, in your field of energy, lies in reaching behind the physical situation as it exists, and to discover means whereby the available energies can be brought into direct relationship with those structures which need them for survival. Paracelsus also held a series of other thoughts, one or two of which I think might be timely at this moment. The first is, we have always held the attitude that in magnetic healing, the energy from the healer moving to the patient resulted gradually in a depletion of energy in the healer. This has been observed, and I think there is no question but that the constant association with the sick has proved to be exhausting, not only to the magnetic healer, but to the physician in general. The sick, in other words, have a tendency to vampirize the well, to live upon such energies as they can find, not necessarily by any intention to do so, but for the reason that sickness becomes a negative situation, a low-pressure area, into which energy flows. This can also occur through very long and close association between the young and the aged. The older person struggling for survival may unconsciously or unintentionally draw energy from the young, in whom this energy appears to be superabundant, and it would appear that such as they lose might never even be missed. But the tendency to borrow energy, to take it on from whatever source it can be gathered from, has also been generally observed. The magnetic healer of the 18th century and even earlier tried to direct energy by means of the mind. He used his own will as a method or an instrument to impel energy. He came to the conclusion that by determination or by visualization, he could cause the energy in his own body to move from that body into some area or location in the body of the patient. Thus he would will his own energy to turn and become a curative agent in the structure of someone else. He might add to this willing the definite action of attempting to create a polarization with the patient, as in the religious form of healing by the laying on of hands, or by some direct contact, such as placing his hand a very short distance over the affected area of the patient's body and visualizing the motion of energy from his own body into that of the patient. There has been enough evidence to indicate that man can direct and control the flow of energy within his own body. He can cause it to become intensified in a hand or a foot. He can cause it to intensify the functions of a sensory perception. In other words, he can stimulate the power of hearing temporarily. He can stimulate the power of sight temporarily beyond its normal function by the intense application of mental effort. He can also cause energy to move throughout the body, to break down various obstructions, to reduce swellings, or to restore nerve function that has been lost by some accident or illness. Thus, by the power of mind over matter, by the exact and definite energy of the mind, the individual is able to force energy to break through various barriers and reestablish a degree of circulation or normal function. This would lead then to the possibility of this emanation actually extending from man. And we have this in the researches of Rickenbach and many others. Photographs have been made of the natural flow of energy from the extremities of the human body. The magnetic field of the human body, brought under a great deal of exaggeration through high-frequency electrical means, has been photographed. And it has been shown that the human body channels electricity and static energy along certain definite structure. If, therefore, for example, you should throw a great deal of high voltage into the human body, which will not injure it, and will not cause any discomfort. And then, under the power of this voltage itself, you photograph it. You will discover that its motion from the surface of the body particularly follows very closely the extremities. That, for example, this energy is particularly abundant, streaming from the ends of the fingers or from the palm of the hand. But it will not be so abundant streaming from some part of the torso or trunk of the body. The energy has a tendency, therefore, to move along the circulation system and to escape from the body in the hands or feet, or sometimes in the head. Also, in normal conditions, without this exaggeration, it has been possible to photograph the haze of energy which does surround the body in what has commonly been called an aura or a halo, as in the case of the Kilner screens, which have made this magnetic field comparatively visible. It would then naturally also follow from experimentation with plants and with human beings that this energy can jump a small distance without any apparent difficulty at all. And if a person places his hand 2 or 3 inches from the body of another person, the energy from the hand can definitely move into the body of that person, unless it meets some magnetic resistance to prevent this from occurring. Also, it has been noted by magnetists working with the sick that various ailments arising in the body of man create their own magnetic fields. Therefore, a very sensitive magnetist, with eyes closed, running his hand over an area of the body, say 1 to 2 inches from the surface of the skin, can feel as he approaches an area in which an infection or some form of obstruction exists. He suddenly experiences one of two things: either a sudden increase of warmth or a sudden increase of coldness. It is sufficient for him to immediately sense, although he has not touched the area. Apparently, the coldness is most likely to be present where function has been obstructed, or a process of disintegration has set in. The sense of heat where there is swelling or congestion. And this is perhaps a little more remarkable inasmuch as the area involved may be well within the structure of the body, several inches from the surface. Yet the magnetist can still immediately feel it. Dr. Kilner of Liverpool pointed out also that by means of the magnetic field shown by his screens, it was perfectly possible and entirely practical to diagnose the early stages of pregnancy. He was able to discover pregnancy far before any other test known was able to distinguish it, simply because of the immediate change in the direction of magnetic currents in the body. That this entire field of body magnetism should therefore be neglected is perhaps a serious loss to those who are still struggling to attain health under the pressures and problems of our time. Magnetism, however, we also realize has other values or factors involved in it, and that regardless of all other equations, magnetism is affected by the mind, by the emotions, can be controlled by them, or can be very seriously injured by them. It is very possible, therefore, that what we call the magnetic field is essentially the link between the psyche and the body, and the source of a very large amount of psychosomatic phenomena. There must be a bridge by which mind and matter are brought together. There must be a reason why the moods of the mind will affect the chemistry of the body. We know that the effect exists. We are not sure, however, of the bridges by means of which this effect is produced. It is all right to refer to the fact that our thoughts affect our bodies, but how? Certainly these thoughts do not sufficiently and immediately disturb function to explain the situations that arise. Researches with Kilner's screens and with other elaborate electrical devices, including the polygraph used in criminal investigation, all these have proven conclusively that there is a psychic sympathy between mental, emotional function and body function, and that this psychic sympathy has a series of obvious poles of relationship and other poles that are not obvious. One of the most obvious, for example, is respiration. Another very obvious pole is the effect of mental and psychic stress upon the sweat glands. And another interesting and important link is the effect of mental and emotional intensity upon the cardiac rhythm, the action of the heart. It is, we know now, perfectly possible for a person to die of a broken heart, and that a sufficient amount of psychic intensity will damage the heart structure. But how does this occur? We cannot assume that within the structure of physiology as we know it today, that we have a rational explanation of why certain emotional attitudes should ultimately result in bodily toxicity. We must assume, therefore, that as the body is maintained by energy, and that this energy is variously differentiated, we must assume that in some way our attitudes affect the availability of energy, and that psychosomatically, the various attitudes of man are associated with their symbolical equivalents in the body. That therefore the thoughts of man are certainly associated with the brain. The emotions of man are certainly associated with the heart system. Various attitudes, hate, fear, greed, all of these differentiated emotional mental processes affect various degrees and qualities of energy. Each one of them interferes with the function of some conditioned energy, or causes to arise a corruption within energy itself. This corruption, like the pollution of a water supply, in turn will poison the physical structure depending upon this corrupted energy for its own survival. Thus, mental emotional attitudes unbalance the energy supply of structure. And this energy supply is so differentiated psychosomatically that each emotion or each attitude will result in damage to a sympathetic correspondent structure in the body. That it is not just simply a bad attitude making the whole body sick. It is a certain kind of a bad attitude affecting the nutritional energy of a certain part of the body to which it is symbolically or psychically associated by sympathy or similarity. This goes back to your old Pythagorean theory, but it has never been disproved, although it has been ignored for a long time. It would then appear possible to assume that energy responsive to the psychic attitudes of the person can also be exhilarated, can be made better, that energy can be supported by the psyche. For the psyche itself is also a kind of energy, and it is one kind of energy working upon another kind. And in through this entire operation of various levels of energy, there appears to be the continual and progressive structure of a law of octaves. In other words, as in music, as in elements, we have octaves of sympathetic patterns. We have harmonic and enharmonic intervals in music. In the same way, the progression of psychic energy through the various levels of function which are necessary to the continuance of man's life, this progression is by octaves, with certain sympathies set up, as in the sympathy of a tuning fork. Consequently, if a certain energy is depleted, a certain structure is inevitably depressed, and the pattern is perfectly regular and absolutely scientific in its order. This must mean and will ultimately prove that there is an exact way by means of which bodily structure can be affected by mental emotional attitudes, and that the individual who is sick from various causes is sick to a great degree because of the inability which he finds within his own nature to completely control these streams of energy moving downward from the psychic equation into the body through the magnetic fields. This becomes a very abstract, but still a very clear and sensible pattern as we explore it more closely. It is, however, also true that this energy in man is not mental or nor emotional primarily. It is not psychological. But it becomes involved in psychic stress rather early in its involvement in the constitution of the human being. There is an X or normal condition of energy, unconditioned by anything, pure energy. This pure energy, however, is not immediately available to man. For in order to receive energy into himself, it must pass through his own psychic nature. And it is here that the distortion of the energy takes place. Just in the same way as there is around us a series of inevitable facts in visible nature, these facts, recorded by our sensory perceptions and taken into the body, and finally into the mind, lose their factuality in process, so that several persons, seeing precisely the same thing, will stand under oath that they have seen something entirely different. We are unable to preserve the absolute integrity of fact, and in the reception of energy, we are unable to preserve the integrity of this energy. It is conditioned by our likes and dislikes, our interests and our antagonisms. It is variously polluted before it reaches the body. Therefore, it comes to the body depressed and debilitated by the fields through which it passes. And if we have extreme psychic stress or exceeding emotional or mental tension, a large part of this energy may be drained off before it reaches the body, with the result that we have a physical fatigue arising from psychic stress. If the energy is unable to get through at all, or very little of it gets through, then we have physical exhaustion as a result of the dissipation of this energy in negative thoughts and emotions. If we are therefore concerned with health problems, we have this to consider. We also realize that, as in the Indian philosophies and in Zen and in a great many other rather deep systems which have been developed through the ages, among the American Indian medicine priests, this point was also rather clearly given to us, that actually the focusing of energy in the medicine priest, or in the meditating mystic, or in the Zen monk, that this focusing of energy and the directing of this energy does not result in exhaustion. The exhaustion arises from the fact that the individual is pushing from his own energy supply alone. If he is pushing with that part of energy which is already locked in him, the supply is limited. But if instead of pushing he relaxes and permits universal energy to move through him, the supply is limitless. And he is in no danger of psychic fatigue as the result of the process. He finds that a torrent of universal life can flow through him, and yet he will not be exhausted because he is not working with his own limited supply. If he is able to be quiet, if he is able to be still, if he is able to relax, he forms his best relationship with energy. He releases gradually the obstructions in the body also, because tension is the beginning of obstruction in the majority of instances. Tension depresses function. Tension injures digestion, assimilation, and excretion. And where these are interfered with, trouble is almost certain to follow. The majority of individuals begin to die first in the intestinal tract, and then it spreads. The same thing means that the individual in trouble nearly always has to center his attention upon the freeing of the body from the tension that prevents proper elimination of waste. If he is able to clear this area, nature will probably be able to take care of the rest. It is to prevent the building up of poison. Tension builds up poison. Tension can be trouble with others, or it can simply be trouble with ourselves. It can frequently also be merely involvement. That kind of twisting, turning, involved, knotted, snarled type of mind, which is unable to simplify its own processes, and has never been able to arrive at the simple fact that 2 and 2 makes 4 without an argument. This kind of mind wastes its own energy and locks itself against the very life which it needs for proper function. Thus, negative habits of emotion and thought do interfere with the distribution of energy through the magnetic fields. We have often been asked about things like blood transfusions and infusions and things of this nature, as to how legitimate they are and what they actually mean. It is the sworn duty of the son of Asclepius to preserve life if he can. Therefore, in many instances, there are probabilities that infusion or transfusion may be valuable. It is again a battle of energies. But the energy in the blood, which is used for a transfusion, is separated from its source of life. Therefore, it must come under the magnetic field of the individual into whose body it is introduced. There is a little battle here, and gradually the living organism takes control and imposes its own magnetic field upon the material brought in by transfusion. In the interval, however, there has been known to be a certain minor degree of psychic phenomena, in which there is an appearance or a suggestion that the introduction of the foreign blood causes a moment of mental confusion, sometimes almost a sense of sympathy with the person from whom the blood was taken. This passes very quickly, however, because the dynamic vital center of the body receiving the blood takes over, and its magnetism gradually overwhelms the negative or opposing magnetism of the infused blood. Thus the individual takes over again and carries on his own existence. But the blood certainly does carry within it one kind of this magnetic agent, which is present in many forms and in many levels and degrees in the complicated structure of man. This all points then to the one situation that we're coming around to, and that is the systems or means by which magnetism can be used and, to a measure, is being used in modern therapy. A very great part of biochemistry is closer to the magnetic theory than we realize, inasmuch as biochemistry functions upon a principle that can be reconciled with the idea of the magnetic poles of chemical elements and nutritional elements. If we recognize that every time we take a certain form of nutrition into the body, we are setting up a magnetic field, we then realize, as it has been known for a long time ago, that man does not live actually upon the physical food that he takes in. He lives upon the magnetic fields which are generated in himself by this food. He lives because certain types of magnetism are increased by the introduction of certain foods into the body. These foods become magnets, and the food elements and the chemical elements which they contain and the nutritional elements become centers which draw energy from space. Therefore, nutrition is actually the setting up of a system by which the proper energy can be drawn from space to nourish the individual. To develop this science, then, is really a form of space feeding. And in time, we shall probably derive most of our nutrition from space. It is only a matter of time when our present sources of nutrition will be inadequate. We are worried considerably concerning the gradual depletion of soil. We're using all kinds of synthetic and artificial means to restore the fertility and the richness of soil. But these artificial methods result finally in the food that we eat being simply synthetic, in which we have lost certain basic chemical factors. For example, you have, for instance, two types of a material that can be given to you in medication or nutrition. One is a genuine, naturally produced form. The other is a synthetically produced form, resulting from a careful analysis of the original and the complete reproduction of it by artificial means in chemistry in the laboratory. working with the synthetics and with the genuine materials, it is already not too soon to point out that the synthetics cannot be adequately regulated. The synthetic material contains every known element of the original, yet the synthetic material does not, in most cases, cause an identical reaction. The synthetic has something different. And as one biochemist who has worked for one of the largest pharmaceutical houses in the United States told me, he said, in the synthetic, there is always something different. And that thing which is different is nearly always in terms of something missing. There is something that cannot be reproduced, some intangible that cannot be added. And the theory of magnetism would assume that the thing that is missing is the magnetic pole. That man cannot artificially create this magnetic nucleus, which is behind every substance that exists. Now, science has been able to reproduce certain forms of this nucleus, but when it reaches a certain degree of complexity, they have failed to carry on. The moment we reach a degree of chemistry in which we transcend elemental processes and go on to the more highly advanced, we suddenly recognize our own ignorance, our inability to add all of the factors or elements necessary to make the thing operate. Something is always missing. And this something that is missing in synthetics cannot be therefore contributed to the soil, to the earth, to the air, to the body of man. And man gradually will come into difficulty due to the starvation of certain essential areas of his magnetic field. Now, when an individual gets into a state of malnutrition physically, he generally strikes out desperately for food. And the same occurs when his magnetic field becomes deranged. He must replenish it in some way. He strikes out to find the necessary media. And out of this, as it becomes a more generally accepted experience, must come the restoration of a study of pure magnetism, a restoration of man's recognition that he is dealing with an abstract and an intangible, but something exceedingly real and necessary to him. The depletion of the body and its magnetic poles brings man again into the presence of his religious experience. He finds himself, for example, perhaps locked in a very bad situation relating to health. He is locked probably, at least to a measure, by habit mechanism. He is locked by a complex which he is unable to escape. Now, this complex may not be any different from what it appears to be in the lives of other people, but certain persons react in one way and certain in another way. And in any particular instance, a complex situation, mental or emotional, can produce extraordinary physical complications. Thus, the person locked psychically, locked magnetically, begins to reveal the physical symptoms of psychosomatic ailments, similar to the causes which are operating in his own life. We might wish to assume that these causes do not operate, but they do. And we may be the best intentioned individuals in the world. We're trying so desperately hard to be wonderful about everything. But at the same time, with all our wonderfulness, we are still pretty nasty about some things. And we have a long time getting over it. We may be so sincere and devout that it looks as though we're just about ready for heaven. But we've never been able to control a gossiping tongue. We've never been free from prejudice. We still flare into jealousy, and we're fine until something goes wrong, and then we're not fine anymore. We simply cannot control these factors. And because we cannot control them, we are always punishing the magnetic background of our physical existence. If, therefore, through a religious experience, through a tremendous sense of spiritual exaltation, we are able to send a flash of consciousness, like Bamy's mystical lightning bolt, through our entire psychic life, shattering these negative forms, suddenly making a grand acceptance of faith over fear, suddenly resolved with everything that we have to determine a better way of life and live it, and sustained by a tremendous devotion, we may achieve a considerable part of it. In so doing, we may also gain a very rapid recovery from some physical ailment that has beset us. And various shrines of healing all bear witness to the tremendous power of deep personal conviction as a means of altering the magnetic field. One other way in which the field is nearly always bettered is by relaxation through contemplation. The individual who is able to let go, who is able to discover a certain mystical identity, is able to be quiet for a few moments, relaxing his own psychic life, and indirectly, but inevitably, relaxing his own physical structure at the same time, will, to the degree that he relaxes, open the channels of energy throughout his body. Thus, in a complete relaxation, he comes the nearest to the complete elements of proper function. The individual is most likely to function adequately in a state of relaxation. This does not necessarily mean that he will be most physically active. That is not the problem. It means, however, that the body and all of its structures will be most adequately nourished. And when the time for action comes, he will have the natural reserve of energy for action that nature intended him to have. He will not be forced to act from depletion, which is the case in so many modern individuals. Thus, by relaxation away from tension, emotional, physical, and mental, he accomplishes the adjustment of the magnetic field. And you will perceive in the magnetic experiments that the directions of these currents change, that the intensities of their vibrations change, that they also have a certain chromatic scale, and this likewise changes. And there have yet to be a number of experiments showing the relationship between magnetism and sound, and that it is perfectly possible to hear the changes of magnetic energy by means of delicately constructed instruments. We can hear sickness and health. You can actually listen to the remonstrances of a peptic ulcer. You can listen to the aggravation of an overtaxed liver. You can also listen to that music of the spheres, by means of which there comes a healing to all these diseased and injured parts of ourselves. We will ultimately discover that every vibratory instrument that we know can be used to create a sympathetic reaction to the magnetic field. And that magnetism being the most intimately associated with vibration, that vibration becomes the means of influencing it. And by changing its own vibratory poles, we are able to change its effects upon our bodies and our lives. Here is another possible field of therapy for our consideration. Another type of therapy that is gradually developing along magnetic lines to at least a partial degree is the study of psychosomatic dream patterns. We will ultimately find that there is a strong relationship between magnetism and dream forms. Magnetism is the subtle stuff that dreams are made on. Magnetism is the material of so volatile a substance that it can be instantly molded and shaped. Thus, in order for a dream to be perceived, even by partially awake inner faculties of vision, it must have some organic structure in consciousness. For example, we know that certain types of dreams can be associated with physical distress. We know that the person with indigestion may have a certain type of dream. We know the body which has been adversely affected by narcotics will be subject to certain hallucinations. Also, we are fully aware of the delirium tremens that accompany advanced alcoholism. Various narcotic drugs will produce illusions and delusions. Toxin will produce illusion and delusion. And there seems to be every reason to believe that your magnetic field is the secret of these phantoms, which arise as the result of man's mental and emotional energies forming symbols in the magnetic field. If we are able to carry this further, we shall then perceive why dreams can be diagnostic and prognostic. We realize how they can reflect or interpret man's mental and emotional existence, and how they can tell of secrets most deeply locked within himself. All this is possible because the dream represents like the strange snowflake pictures created by frost on glass. They represent energy moving within the magnetic field of the individual. This energy crystallizes along forms which we call dream patterns, and they have meaning. But the reason they have meaning is because thought and emotion have moved energy. And this energy, held in certain suspensions, has a definite effect upon our lives. Now, energy within man, magnetism within the human body, breaks into at least two distinct forms, about which we have not too much information, but a little that may stimulate further thought. Magnetic energy either moves or radiates. Therefore, we have forms of magnetic energy which are in constant motion. By this motion we mean that the vibratory units are not only vibrating, but they are moving in relationship to each other, like water falling in drops over itself. Then there is another form of magnetism which appears more like a diffused cloud, in which the vibration of the basic units constitutes the only motion. This type of magnetism does not flow, it ideates. It is a permeating material that sort of drenches things in itself, that becomes a kind of invisible or intangible atmosphere, which can be taken in with breath, which sort of like a cloud or a fog envelops things. This type of energy is comparatively stationary in the body. Paracelsus describes this type of magnetic field as the kind which can be cut with a sharp instrument. And it is because of the danger to this etheric magnetism that when a wound heals, the scar remains, because the scar is in the magnetic field, and that will not get well. It can be covered by plastic surgery, but if it is so concealed, any instrument or person capable of measuring the energy field will still see the scar. It's only its visible part has been obstructed, but beneath the corrected or beneath the area of the plastic surgery, the original scar is still visible. Thus, this form of the energy remains constant. And this type of constant energy is associated with the most elementary functions of the body. This energy carries with it the maintenance of cell life, the maintenance of the essential unit structure of things. Everything that exists has a core of continuing existence and then a series of moving emanational factors. It has a nature of itself and then it has a function from itself. And these two forms of magnetism nourish these two essential parts of structure. That which nourishes the form of things is this cloud-like. That which nourishes function is the motion or streaming-like manifestation of magnetism. And this streaming form of magnetism is in constant motion, flowing in through the polarized extremities of man, creating also within the magnetic field a system of circulation, which is very, very important to man. The human being not only has to cast off physical waste, but has to cast off psychic waste. And in getting rid of the psychic waste, we have to depend upon the circulation in the magnetic structure. As this structure corresponds to the magnet, it has poles. And as these poles correspond very closely to the magnetic poles of the earth, the structure of man's magnetic field is very similar to the earth and its uses are the same. We will finally realize that the poles of the earth, bound into the magnetic processes of the planet, are the basis of the processes of digestion, assimilation, and excretion for the planet itself. It is because of these poles that refuse matter cast off from the planet is finally returned to free space, and also through these poles, the magnetic energies from outside of a planetary field, in this case from the solar field, must return into the planetary magnetic body. So that in this case, the magnetic field functions somewhat like a pair of lungs. It has a double duty. First, to draw in air and circulate it through the body, then to gather up waste and exhale it out again. In the magnetic field, the energy of the universe is drawn in through the positive pole of the magnet, and the energies wasted, torn down, broken down, the refuse of function, these elements are cast out through the negative pole of the magnetic field, returning again to space, which becomes like the vast ocean, the purifier of all the streams that flow into it. The same occurs with the magnetic field of the individual. This field draws in its own magnetic nutrition. For while the body helps to set up poles for magnetism, the magnetic body, like the physical, has its own sphere of nutrition, must depend upon this sphere, and must in turn contribute something from this sphere to the maintenance of the material body appended to it. It's the same problem exactly as man's mental and emotional life. These forms of life do not depend upon the body. Yet man's mental and emotional life will affect the body. And the body is unable to resist the effect of those structures which are superior to itself, and which they have therefore the absolute power to dominate the body. But as the mind and emotions must have their own food, their own circulation, their own distribution, and their own elimination and excretion, so the vital body has this, and so the physical. The magnetic field, therefore, must clear itself of its own waste. It must, to a degree, support its own nature and the nature of the physical body, and it must form the bridge by means of which the psychic nature communicates with the physical body. For each body or structure that exists not for itself alone, but serves as an instrument between two other bodies, or two other natures, even as man is not as an instrument complete. For while the human being as a totality has a life of its own, man has also another destiny. That is, he must serve as a mediator between the universe of rational and reasonable principles and the material world in which he lives. Therefore, through man, reason, wisdom, and understanding must be released upon the planet which he inhabits. He is therefore a bridge between an invisible principle and a material world. And energy is the same. Magnetism is a bridge between man's superior nature and his inferior nature. But this bridge is alive, having a nature, quality, and destiny of its own, although it is at present involved in the composite constitution of man. Thus, the development of magnetic theory of medicine is primarily and must be primarily concerned with the conditioning of the magnetic instrument itself. The body cannot directly connect with this instrument. The body of man cannot, of its own will and purpose, affect the magnetic field. The only way it can influence the magnetic field is through the mental and emotional power, which is superior to body and also superior to electrical energy. Thus we will say that a bad habit of the body cannot affect the magnetic field, but the bad habit of the mind, which caused the bad habit of the body, can affect the magnetic field, because the mental habit is higher and more positive than the magnetism. The mind and emotions, being superior to energy, are able to control it. Therefore, any mistake in the psychic life will affect the energy field, but a mistake in the body will not. The only way in which the mistake in the body can affect the magnetic field is by a physical accident or the loss of a member. Actually, the psychological stress, therefore, which depletes man, comes into the body from the mental and emotional life. And these mental and emotional pressures resulting in bad physical habits, it would appear that the physical habit is making the sickness. But it is not the physical habit. It is the psychological attitude causing the habit that is destroying the magnetic balance. Thus, if the individual is angry, and in the course of his anger he has a stroke, we might think at first that this stroke represents the body blocking energy. Such is not the case, however. The body is the victim. The cause of the trouble was the anger that was seated in the mental and emotional life. This prevented the proper function of energy and led to the stroke. Each case, the superior must be responsible for the action of inferiors. Man as a mental, spiritual, emotional entity is therefore at all times responsible for his own magnetic field, and in turn responsible for the action of this field upon his body. And in order to achieve the balance of these factors, he must work from inward control. Now we think of the man controlling energy. This in itself is a kind of a strange term. For while we equally often hear man making rather boastful remarks about what he's going to do with time and space and energy and distance and all these things, actually man does not formally control these things, inasmuch as they are universal and therefore cannot be actually controlled by anyone. What we call control is merely our own adjustment to them, an adjustment to the energies which they contribute to our common economy. When we therefore say that we can control and direct magnetic energy, What we mean is that we can either obey or disobey it. We can set certain emotions in process, by means of which the natural action of these energies can be revealed or obscured. When we say we will control emotion, what we really mean is that we will control our own misuse of the emotional agent, not to control emotion per se. When we say we will control magnetism, we do not mean that we can actually wave this magic wand and cause magnetism to do anything that it does not want to do. What we are simply meaning is that we are able to make use of this energy by obeying it, by learning its laws and adjusting ourselves to its principles. The same thing is the story of the Chinese river. Man living by the side of the Yangtze River depended upon it for many things. This river is like life. He put his water wheel by the side of the river, and it ground his grain for him. He went fishing in the river and got his food. He made boats and sailed upon the river, and thereby was able to go from one place to another. But at no time does this mean that man controls the river. We might say, yes, but he can build a dam. And in that way, apparently, he does control the river. But his control of the river is not permanent or real. One by one, the dams are broken by the river. And in time, everything that we build to change the course of the river will be destroyed by the inevitable force of the water itself. Therefore, our sensible program is always to arrange our water wheels so that we will benefit by the natural law of the river. And control means this. It means nothing more than that we have learned how the river can serve us. But we have not changed the nature of the river or actually controlled it. We have used it. If we use it well, the river serves us. If we break the rules of the water, the river destroys us. And the river has swept away many of the works of men, even while in another place it was grinding grain for him. So in the energy motions in space, we do not control this energy, but we can variously adapt it to our needs through understanding, through obedience, and through wisdom. We can make ourselves receptive to this energy as we need it. We can come finally to the realization that we must reach in medicine, namely that the universe does want us to be well, and that we will be well when we cease making ourselves sick. That sickness is not actually something that the gods have given man to try his soul. Sickness is simply man's inharmonious adjustment with this great magnetic electric field of energy, which is his magnetic nutrition. The nutrition by means of which what he terms his vitality can be maintained. Vitality is not thought, but energy sustains thought. Vitality is not emotion, but energy sustains emotion. Emotion and thought are conditions by which energy is used or abused. But this energy, of course, is of a superior kind to the energy which we commonly term bodily magnetism. But it is also an energy in space. And all levels of existence, from the spirit to the body, all levels are sustained by an energy on their own level. And the structural forms that exist in those levels are sustained by their energies, just as the earth is sustained by the combination of the lunar or humid and solar or germinal principle. Thus, as the light and the rain cause all things to grow, so these represent the basic energies necessary for physical development. And each plane has its light and its humidity. And this light humidity has been referred to as the electric magnetic fields. These combining make all of the forms growing on their own levels fruitful, cause them to germinate and to come forth into manifestation. Thoughts are born this way, emotions are born this way, bodies are born this way. And it is the duty of the individual to try to understand these energies and forces so that he can use them wisely and develop from them a new and adequate concept of therapy. As we've said, the gradual depletion of our world's energies will make it ultimately necessary for man to search in space for nutrition. And this space nutrition is available. And gradually he can supplant the sources of energy around him by direct appeal to the solar energy, to the fragmented lunar energy, which reaches him on a different polarity. He can gradually weave out of the energy substances everything that he needs. For actually matter is only a kind of drop that falls out of energy, squeezed out of it, in the process of natural unfoldment. Bodies are therefore primarily merely masses of minerals, sustained, held together, made animate by energies. And therefore, by having become energized, they are ensouled by powers needing this energized form for the expression of still superior powers and talents. So the body becomes the instrument, and magnetism is the fuel, and man as soul and mind rides in this instrument or vehicle. Just as surely as your combustion motor releases certain forms of energy, so the combustion process of energy is present everywhere in the structure of living things. Some persons are born with the ability to communicate magnetic energy. Others probably can attain the skill to do this. Instruments can be devised, and it is possible, again, to create a synthetic. It is possible for man to create, by his knowledge of electricity and electronics in general, a synthetic instrument for the production of the magnetic energies necessary for life. But the question is going to be, what will be missing in the synthetic? This can be very, very important, because that which is generally missing is the subtle part. And the subtle part is that which is least evident and most important. Now, in the concept of the creation of a magnetic field by artificial means, by a synthetic, what might be the element most likely to be missing? That which is the most abstract and abstruse, namely the element by means of which mind, emotion, consciousness are able to ensoul the magnetic field. That the magnetic field could be produced to the degree that it would sustain the body is not inconceivable, but that it would at the same time constitute the bridge between consciousness and body might be the problem that would face all synthetics in the field of electrical chemistry. The difficulty in finding out the nature of this link. If such a condition should arise, we might then gradually find that man's relationship to body would be slowly broken. Not immediately, probably, because his own natural energies would sustain it for a considerable time, but in the course of 500 or 1,000 or 10,000 years. If man became continually dependent upon a synthetic and no longer was able to provide the natural elements of the compound, the link between body and consciousness could slowly be broken, which would mean that the body would no longer be a suitable instrument for consciousness. While this is occurring, however, we would probably develop a whole new group of ailments, very serious ones, which would be simply telling us that we were breaking a rule, and breaking a very serious rule. In the last 25 years, we have developed a whole sequence of ailments which were comparatively little known or not nearly so strenuous in the past as they have become in more recent years. In spite of all of our advance in science, we're not becoming healthier. The reason why is that we are achieving a synthetic progress, a progress in which our advancements are not complete, not balanced. And with all our progress, we are not assuring man of the controlling power of his own consciousness over his magnetic and material bodies. Medicine can force the body into certain situations, temporarily alleviating symptoms. Various forms of specialized nutritional elements can temporarily stimulate the magnetic field. But unless these processes are in exact harmony with nature, unless finally all science becomes the handmaiden of nature, unless every process is an exact and identical replica of total nature, we cannot be sure of the result. Because nature is a very wonderful and mysterious compound of circumstances. And man is a product of the involving processes of countless laws, many of which he knows nothing about. Consequently, it is always dangerous, as man's various developments cause him to move away from nature. It is always dangerous because it removes him from the harmony of the relationship of magnetic nutrition and physical nutrition. He can bluff his way to the maintenance of his physical existence, but he cannot bluff his magnetic field. He knows no way of influencing it, no way of changing its forces, no way of commanding it to obey him, and he has developed as yet no synthetic which will supply it with the energies which it requires. Therefore, if he breaks its rules, he is bound to find an increasing pattern of physical discomfort and disorder. This usually precedes discovery, for man, becoming gradually aware that he is making a mistake, begins to concern himself with finding out what's wrong. And it is very well possible, with the direct thinking that we have today, that in a few years we will begin the research of this magnetic equation. In fact, in a way it is already being done, but that the work shall spread is not at all unlikely, and that ultimately we shall realize that this is the next step in the vast unfoldment of the problem of nutrition, which will be forced upon us by the problems that we are now facing, and still more so by the population problem that lies ahead. We must solve the problem of how we are sustained as living creatures. And to solve that problem, we must analyze and understand the principle of magnetic nutrition. When we understand that, we will be much safer than we are today. In the meantime, not being in full possession of the facts, the one thing always to remember is, when you want to help the magnetic field to function best, relax. Try to prevent false tensions from exhausting energy and make yourself receptive to life. This you can often do and find it brings a quick relief from special fatigue. In fact, that is one of the secrets of sleep, but it is also involved in man being able to live every day in a relaxed rather than a tense state. Tension locks the fields from the physical body. Relaxation opens the contacts, and helps us to live in a more healthy way. Well, time is up, so it's now all time to go home and relax.
We have already mentioned somewhat the problem of magnetism. But this evening, it might be well to go a little further into this subject for certain practical purposes that may ultimately have a considerable bearing upon the practice of therapy in the modern world. We are all becoming increasingly aware that what we call the science or art of medicine is coming inevitably to a dead end. This does not mean that the physician will no longer be useful, or that there will no longer be need for healing on various levels of human need. The dead end is a materialistic limitation upon the concept of therapy. It is not going to be possible to continue to lock from our consideration those parts of man's constitution which are real though invisible, nor shall we be able to indefinitely neglect an investigation of those forces around us which, though unseen, have a continuing effect upon our lives. It is astonishing that our researchers in electricity have not done more for us in terms of open research into the field of electrical energy. We are still without an adequate definition of the word electricity itself. And we are certainly without an adequate understanding of the nature and substance of this energy. Assuming that such knowledge is not available to man, we have contented ourselves to define forces according to their actions or the consequences which they produce, and have been willing to remain indolent so far as exploring the actual nature of these forces, perhaps under the general assumption of an inevitable defeat, that we may not be able to know these substances or energies due to the inability of our own faculties to grasp their meaning or to explore their operations and laws. Yet from early time, men have intuitively sensed that which they were not always able to rationally describe or explain. And among these who have possessed intuition on this subject, a quantity of knowledge has come to be accumulated. This knowledge is largely true, but this is one of those so-called unfortunate truths. For those who have held to such truths are themselves persecuted, humiliated, or ridiculed. Like Paul, they are births out of time. They belong to a generation of greater enlightenment than our own. Researches into the nature and substance of magnetism or related matter bearing upon this may be traced as early as the time of Pythagoras in the West, and was certainly known at a still earlier date in India and China. Yet it was not until comparatively recent time that any serious effort has been made to apply the principles set forth by these earlier thinkers to the living problems of modern man. One of the pioneers of this unfortunate truth of magnetism was the celebrated Anton Mesmer. Mesmer had an unfortunate personality, and this can often complicate the attainments of even the most brilliant and sincere person. Being somewhat of a controversialist, belligerent, and quick to anger. He brought down upon himself a great deal of unnecessary trouble in an area where there was sufficient necessary trouble to have occupied his time. As a result of his own somewhat theatrical bearing and flair, he opened himself to considerable ridicule and persecution. Yet substantially his findings have been sustained, and more serious, quiet, and demure persons have carried his work far beyond the degree which he had attained. Why Mesmer should have originally placed most of his essential concepts in cipher and code is not perhaps entirely clear. He may have had mercenary intentions, for he was not above such considerations. He may have decided that this type of information should be circulated only among those who were his students and to whom he would supply the necessary key to the code. Fortunately, of course, the code has long since been deciphered, and we are in fair knowledge of his essential findings. Mesmer advanced his principal beliefs in what are called 27 propositions. These unfold more or less sequentially his findings, and to read them is to recognize his indebtedness to the earlier works of Paracelsus von Hohenheim. There is also a legend that the mysterious Count Saint-Germain assisted Mesmer in the formulation of his doctrine. In any event, his findings were based upon the earliest concepts of magnetism that have descended to us from primitive peoples and from the oldest recorded time. It is not necessary for our purpose to examine all of the 27 propositions, but for sake of accuracy, I would like to read to you the first and second proposition, which I do think has a bearing upon our problem this evening. If I have any trouble in reading it, it's because I scratched it hastily and I'm not always able to decipher my own cryptogram, but I will do the best that I can. His first proposition is, there exists a mutual influence between the heavenly bodies, the earth, and living bodies. That is what he calls his first proposition. The second is the extension of this to the field with which we are concerned. A fluid, universally diffused and continued, so as to admit no vacuum, whose subtlety is beyond all comparison, and which, from its nature, is capable of receiving, propagating, and communicating all of the impressions of motion, is the medium of this influence. Now, these are his two basic propositions or hypotheses. He follows, as we have said, the concept of Paracelsus and the Arabs, that what we call the atmosphere, or the intervals between planets and suns on luminaries, that this entire area is filled with a mysterious fluidic substance. This perhaps is the famous ocean of Thales, upon which he believed the earth floated. And according to him, earthquakes were caused by someone rocking the boat. Now this might again be closer to the truth than we know if we consider this field of magnetic energy motion. It is already suspected that seismic upheavals may be due to electric or magnetic causes. This also may be the mysterious sea described by Heraclitus, who declared that souls coming into generation first passed into a strange humid substance, moist but invisible, which enclosed the earth, and which, to a measure at least, communicated itself to the earth through the precipitation of rain. This humidity, carried by water, was, however, separate from and superior to the fluid in which it was carried. Socrates described water as consisting of a mass of minute, solid, dry units, and that the flowing of water was the falling of these units over each other in an endless concatenation. All of these speculations carry us likewise to the belief that the sun was the principal source and regulator of the magnetic fields of the solar system, and that by extension all energy or magnetic motion arose from the sun, and that its alternations, variations, polarizations, fluxes, and influxes were due to motions, tides, or various changes upon the sun or within the construction thereof. We would be inclined to go a little way along this road in recognizing the effect of sunspots, which would represent, therefore, some change upon the surface of the sun, which produced marked modification on the earth and among the creatures that inhabit the earth. When we know that sunspot maxima are carefully and eternally noted in the rings of trees, we can also realize that this phenomena does have certain terrestrial significance. Mesmer then went with Paracelsus to the theory that as all forms in nature exist within this humidic magnetic field, that all these forms likewise have a magnetism of their own, have their own magnetic fields, which are subservient to that of the earth and the sun, and also are subject to a certain modifying negative influence from that solar light which is reflected from the surface of the moon, which forms a different kind of magnetic energy. That the human body should be thus supported by a magnetic field was evidently known to peoples also in the past. Many individuals have existed who possess some degree of native psychism, who had a measure of vision beyond that of the more conservative human. These have recorded continuously through the centuries the appearance of a light, vapor, or field of energy surrounding the human body, which has come in mysticism to be called an aura, but which might just as easily be regarded as a magnetic field. Under certain conditions, almost anyone can, to a degree, perceive this aura, or can become aware and sensitive to its existence. And it is quite possible that this magnetic field is very important as a possible means of communication between man and other forms of life in nature, which communication up to the present time has been considered impossible. The magnetic field of the human body, as St. Thomas Aquinas pointed out, possibly basing his researches upon those of his teacher, Albertus Magnus. These fields in the body were subject to tides, were subject to motions of one kind or another. Albertus Magnus pointed out that the fluids in the brain were controlled also tidally by the motion of the moon. Thus it is conceivable that at least 3, probably more, types of pull or push pressures may be found operating upon magnetism. One of these, of course, is the sun, which in its motions and in its various internal mutations certainly affects magnetism, affects the earth in many ways, and it is probably the magnetic field rather than the actual light which is responsible for the phenomenon of the seasons. There is also a mutation or influence resulting from the reflection of light from the sun on the surface of the moon and its final descent to the earth. This type of magnetism has been noted to be noxious, and according to old magicians was used by sorcerers in the attainment of their diabolical ends. The third type of influence might arise directly from the earth itself, which has its own internal motions and mutations, and is subject, like all other living creatures, to gradual alternation of magnetic polarity. Thus we today recognize the 2 poles of the earth, one geographic and the other magnetic. The magnetic field of the earth has been considered to some degree. We are not entirely unaware of it, nor have we forgotten what the Chinese learned when they experimented with the compass. We know that magnetic currents of some kind do exist, but for some reason we have never directly attempted to apply them to therapy, except in the case of a few extraordinary and regarded as deranged researchers. The magnetic field of the body itself may therefore be similarly described as that of the sun, namely that it is a fluidic material. Fluidic to our comprehension, but probably not fluidic in its own nature. It gives the impression of a fluid, but it is far more subtle than any fluid that we know. I think Mesmer termed it fluidic because he perceived within the substance of it certain tidal motions, certain ebbing and flowing, which we associate with a liquid of some kind. But it might just as well be associated with these magnetic patterns, which seem to lie beneath the surface of frost pictures on a window pane. Mesmer was convinced that this magnetic material formed not only a natural field around man, but was to large measure the basis of a certain protection. In other words, a person in whom the magnetic field was strong and was normally sustained apparently had greater resistance against the dangers of infection or many ailments which might otherwise afflict us. The reference to contagion and infection is rather important. We must assume that all forms of bacterial life, regardless of their size or structure, are also magnetic units. This does not mean they have no other existence, but it does mean that anything that exists does possess magnetism as a means not only of its existence, but of its animation. Thus also, infection may be said to have a magnetic existence, and the corruption of flesh is a magnetic process, just as surely as we might regard it as the result of poisoning, blood poisoning, or something of that nature. If, therefore, a person's magnetic field be strong, it is quite conceivable that it would repel the magnetic fields of bacterial organisms, causing some degree of immunity, if not complete immunity. And there are numerous records which cannot be explained of persons immune to ailments, who may even be carriers of those ailments, but will not be affected by them. There are also many interesting evidences and records, such as that referred to by Sir Kenelm Digby, one of the great physicians of the first Elizabethan period, in connection with wounds and the development of his remedy, the weapon salve, by means of which he was able to assist the healing of a wound by bestowing certain magnetic substances upon the weapon causing the wound. Such may seem to be highly exaggerated reports. Some of them probably are exaggerated. For once man gets hold of an idea, he is very likely to abuse it, particularly when it is so abstract that practical checking is practically impossible. In any event, however, the possibility of the magnetic field of the human body serving as a protection against evil is possible and quite probable. Also, that this magnetic field is further divided within itself, so that miniature fields surround all the principal vital organs and parts of the body, and that this magnetism moves in the marrow of the bones, and that it also flows through the nervous system. These points are worth noting. Mesmer himself directly associated magnetism with the nervous system, declaring that it definitely circulated through the body by means of the nerves, and that they contained within themselves this mysterious semi-fluid substance, invisible and entirely absent in the dead, but available in the living and controllable by those who knew how to operate the magnetic laws. Mesmer went still further in affirming that the principal source of derangements within the body might be claimed to have magnetic origin. He, of course, gives us some further moral suggestion, and others have also supplemented this, and we will come to that in a moment. We are dealing now merely with the mechanical aspect of the subject. Thus it would follow that the human being is not only subject to the law of nature, but is subject to the polarized activity of solar magnetism. Perhaps this is what Plato implied when he declared that the earth and its peoples pass through alternating periods of fertility and sterility, and that these periods correspond to the ages of the ancients. These periods may likewise correspond to the yugas of India, the divisions into various degrees of spiritual fertility with which the ancient Brahmins measured the duration of the world. In periods of sterility, as Plato points out, not only does vegetation and all of the natural qualities of the earth languish to some degree, but there is a marked deterioration in the life of human beings. In periods of sterility, he points out, there are not many great and true leaders. There are not many enlightened mystics and philosophers. There are few indeed great artists, musicians, and creators. In these periods of magnetic sterility, the human being loses something of his overtones, and therefore finds the struggle to solve the mystery of his own existence far greater than in more fertile periods. When, however, the solar system moves into an era of fertility, all things flourish, and the vegetation becomes more abundant. And with the vegetation, the consciousness of man becomes more notably elevated, and he is more creative and productive, not only in the physical matters of life, but in those which relate to the mind, the heart, the emotions, and the soul. If such periods in the magnetic field may be related to the sun, it is likewise evident that there must be lesser cycles moving within this greater one. One such cycle would be that of the moon, another of the earth itself, and still other cycles imposed by the very duration of the human structure and by the various seasons of man's life, as referable to the 7 ages of man, and to the climacterics which mark the various divisions of human life. Thus, Mesmer tells us, the available magnetism at any given time may not be the same as at some other time. These currents, with their various tidal motions, may bring abundance or scarcity, and we might wonder, perhaps, the possible relationship between this humid or peculiar, subtle fluid and the researches now being carried on in atomic fission. It is quite conceivable that if there should be damage or danger rising from the development of these electronic and atomic explosives, that this danger might lie in their disturbance of the magnetic field. If they succeed in disturbing the magnetic field of the earth, the effect will very likely be conveyed to the magnetic field of man. Therefore, he will not experience his difficulties from the outside, but will experience them in terms of his own available energy. And it has been noted even up to now that experimentation in this field has been accompanied by notable devitalization among many persons and has permitted ailments to advance more rapidly due to the devitality of the patient. All these matters must sometime come to general light, although they are now obscured by an indifference on the part of most of our learned people. Considering the problem of magnetism still further, Mesmer pointed out that just as the year has its seasons, so likewise there are seasons within the life of man. He is not only subject to the winter around him, but to winters within him. He is not only affected by the great cyclic motions of the universe, but by smaller cycles, based upon the fact that he is himself a miniature world, a microcosm, in whose constitution all larger processes are reproduced in miniature. There is also a sympathy between these larger processes and their miniatures in man, so that all of nature is bound together in one vast pattern and governed by rules for which there are no exceptions. The magnetic field of man is also, we are told by the ancients particularly, subject to the moods of man. And just as it is possible that universal mutations are due to universal moods of aspects of cosmic life or mind about which we have no comprehension, so it is more immediately demonstrable that the various changes in the attitudes and dispositions of human beings are immediately reflected in the magnetic field of the body, and that this reflection perhaps is the very basis of the operation of the law of compensation as this is applied to the activities and conduct of mankind. If then these magnetic fields can be distorted from their normal functions, their motions, their rhythms, their ebbings and flowings disturbed by man's own contributions in form of mental or emotional intensity, it must naturally follow that we have here the basis for immorality. We have the basis for probably the most essentially certain code of conduct, which it is capable for us to know, or possible for us to know. For example, if any attitude results in an unfortunate mutation in the magnetic field, that attitude must be wrong, so far as man is concerned. Any thought or emotion which is harmful to his energy resources must be contrary to the intentions of the law by which he is controlled or directed. For all such negative mutation must contribute ultimately to sickness and possibly ultimate death. Thus, if man's conduct is under the censorship of its effect upon his magnetic currents, then we begin to perceive a means of clarifying or organizing a code which not only must apply to the relations between persons in this world, but must also protect the energy resources of the individual performing various actions or holding various attitudes. This, in turn, points up one of the strongest positions in the magnetic theory. The moment it is conceived to be possible that man's energies can be influenced by his conduct, we then begin to approach a field of therapy, for we have established a valid law, a law by which we can develop certain propositions, beliefs, ideas, formulas, methods for the practical administration of that law. We mentioned before this idea of the river and the water wheel, and that someone discovering the tidal motions or the flowing of the river resolved to improve his own estate by putting a wheel there and allowing the waters to turn his wheel and thus activate certain instruments or implements which he used. In the same way, once we become aware of the laws of magnetism, we are able to use this substance for certain advantages. These advantages, we hope, will not prove to be economic, but they can very definitely contribute to our well-being or to advance some form of our way of life. If these fields can be more thoroughly explored, we shall then begin to recognize a number of practical working solutions. Mesmer suggested a few, and based upon his concepts we can point out his idea that each person having a magnetic field and two persons coming close together, if these fields are sympathetic, the magnetism flows not from one person to the other, but through both persons, creating thereby a sympathy or an ability to be near with comfort. If, however, these magnetic fields are antagonistic, then the magnetism of each person is turned back upon himself, the result being an instinctive antipathy, a failure of friendship, or a failure of a desire to become acquainted with someone. It is also suspected that so-called inanimate objects have magnetic fields. And recent experimentation with certain hypnotic drugs, by means of which temporary psychic vision was artificially produced, has shown that certain things which we regarded as inanimate do have a life or energy of their own. That therefore we may discover magnetism in rocks, that we may find it in wood even after it has been built into a table, that we will discover it in foodstuffs even after they have been cooked, that we shall find traces of magnetism everywhere, and that this magnetism may also be traced in terms of sound. Hashish eaters of the Near East and India, those using this drug, report that they can see words coming from persons' mouths, and that these words have forms and energy radiations. The power or the creative expression of the spoken word or the creative word or the fiat may thus have more validity than we have been inclined to recognize. Any unit of vibration has a magnetic equivalent, and this may go still further. It is conceivable that ideas have magnetic fields, that archetypal patterns, whether in nature or in man, are magnetic, that dream experiences are more or less sustained by magnetic energies, and that many very subtle things are actually magnetized in one way or another. Paracelsus pointed out the magnetism of geometric forms, patterns, and solids. And other experimenters have found the magnetic emanations related to color, and have also been aware that colors create certain areas of conditioning within a magnetic structure. So does music. And practically every expression of art has its magnetic equivalence. Thus the subject, which seems to start as a rather small and perhaps highly specialized one, develops gradually into a large and general theme. For the moment, however, let us consider the possible effect of the intricate psychological pattern of man's behavior upon his magnetic structure. As man has moods, these moods may be likened to the moods of nature around him. Within man there may arise tempests. There may be terrible volcanic eruptions. There may be periods of doldrum. There may be exceedingly high temperature or low temperature. All kinds of things can occur which influence the climate of the human personality. All these influences react upon the magnetic energies available to the sustaining of the body. If these reactions are excessive, or if man's mental or emotional pressures pollute his magnetic reservoir, it is obvious that his body may in time be corrupted. Thus habits may be measured in terms of their influence upon magnetism, or the possibility that their regular occurrence or reoccurrence may cause the gradual depletion of the energy available to certain functions of the human body. Paracelsus was convinced that the diseases of man constitute a formula, that this formula means that there is a relationship, an exact and specific relationship, between the various aspects of man's consciousness and the afflictions which burden his flesh. He did not feel that we could merely say that man's attitudes poisoned his magnetic core, and then this poison merely distributed itself through the body, wreaking havoc here and there. He held that each attitude has a particular effect, and that this effect in turn will be symbolically set forth through a particular function, process, structure, or organ within the human body. Thus all intemperances, of all their complex and diversified orders and kinds, may be directly related as causes of ailments, and the appearance of certain ailments may thereby, by reverse procedure, bear witness to certain intemperances in the life of man, whether these intemperances are recognized or not. Out of this thinking has come a doctrine which is somewhat reminiscent of that of the Indian yoga, namely that salvation for all things lies in non-interference. The moment man blocks or obstructs the processes of the universe, he is sick. If this sickness does not immediately affect his body, it affects his emotions, causing him to be unhappy or to suffer stress or strain, these likewise being forms of sickness. Man, therefore, must, in the greatest degree possible, maintain the harmony of those attributes of his own nature by which the fields of energy which surround him can be over-influenced. The old mystics reported a considerable color symbolism in the magnetic field, and this has been sustained by the findings of Dr. Kilner. It is therefore possible to say that the moods of the individual result in color mutation in the magnetic aura or energy field, that these mutations may also take on geometric or symbolic forms, and that every attitude of man has a kind of existence in magnetism as an artificially created creature. Of such creatures were the elementaries of Paracelsus, as distinguished from elementals. Elementals were to him the nature spirits. Elementaries were beings created by the intemperances of man and given a survival or existence within his own magnetic field. And these in turn became parasites, living upon the magnetism which should have been directed to the pursuit and development of useful functions. These so-called thought or energy forms have been to some degree classified and examined, and it becomes increasingly certain that man can cause vortices or structures within the magnetic field, and that these vortices and structures can have a decided and important influence upon his life. Next in the importance in this consideration is one which perhaps we should all think about. After Anton Mesmer passed from the stage of public interest, his successors and followers continued to examine his theories with considerable thoughtfulness and care. And gradually, the various instruments or implements which he used in the production of magnetic crises, especially his celebrated magnetic tub, came to be discarded. It was evident, as pointed out by the French Academy in the last quarter of the 19th century, that no such implements were necessary, that magnetism required no devices, required no machines for its operation, that it could be most successfully operated by the simple action of the human will, and that where this will was directed, the magnetic currents could be mutated or caused to change their general course and direction. I'm using the word mutation here in the sense of mesmer, and not according to certain modern usages. Mutation meant to the ancients a change or modification within a structure. In this meaning, then, Mesmer created a system and supported that system by means of certain instruments. It was later decided that these instruments were important only because Mesmer thought they were. He created devices because he was still bound to the concept that therapy required machinery, that there had to be some physical structure for the controlling and directing of the magnetic agent. He accomplished this direction not by the instrument, but by his belief in the instrument. Not by the machinery, but by his own mental activity, in which he preconceived the effect of his own treatment. Thus he was actually using mind, but the machine which he devised became a catalyst for his attention, an object upon which he gave faith or importance, and as a result of that, used it to focus what might otherwise not have been a sufficiently intensive belief in the value or validity of his process. As soon as it became evident that it was no longer necessary to use such instruments, it was then rather obvious that the magnetic agent was strongly under the influence of the mind. This again would go back to the older theories, because in the Greek and classical philosophies, the mind, the controlling mind of the universe, was the mind of deity. And it was through the medium of magnetism that certain mental energies of the deity were disseminated or distributed, as through currents, or as by means of channels by which the energy could reach into the most remote areas of space. Magnetism assumes that this energy is not strictly free-moving, that while it is everywhere and in everything, it is channeled, and that within space itself are certain processes or channels by means of which the free motion of energy retains a form or a kind and is not dissipated. We have the same concept today, for in broadcasting a radio program, we know that the program does not pass in its visible or audible form from the sending station to the receiving station, but that it is transformed into waves of energy, and that these waves of energy retain their own organization. They are not like another drop of water dropped into water that is instantly dispelled. Rather, it seems as though they might be drops of water dropped into oil, where they remain isolated and retain their own form and structure. Or perhaps we can liken them to the grooves on a phonograph record. For without these grooves, without this systematic process by means of which the sounds or vibrations are held, in this case upon the substance of the record, they could not be reproduced. Thus, in nature, the magnetic substance also supplies this medium of carriage, and later became associated with the great so-called medium of science, the hypothetical substance, ether, which was used without much understanding to explain other mysteries still less understood. In the development, therefore, of this concept, mind was able to direct magnetism. Mind was able to direct magnetism from a person to another person. And for all that we or Mesmer could know, this mind was capable of projecting magnetism to an indefinite distance. This indefinite distance perhaps constituting the sympathy which has been recorded between persons at a great distance, who still were conscious or aware of the actions of each other, as in the case perhaps of the death of Lord Nelson, where at the time he died at Trafalgar, Lady Hamilton fell in a swoon in England, declaring that Nelson was dead. This sympathy, according to Paracelsus, was due to the possibility of the projection of the mind in the field of magnetism, and would simply be a very rarefied, attenuated parallel to our concept of radio transmission. Magnetism may then likewise be controlled or directed within the body of the individual by the mind of that individual, meaning that magnetism can be intensified in one part of the body or another, according as need may arise. This subtle substance could therefore be molded as the child molds sand in a sandbox, that it could be directed by an action of the volition, of the animate will, and could be caused to be greater in one part of the body than in another, or could be reduced in one area, so as to effect whatever remedy might be needed. Nature, apparently, has done this itself. And here is an interesting theory about which we may hear more sometime. If volition, consciousness, and mind are the peculiar agents by means of which magnetism can be drawn, then in all probability nature has set up pain mechanism for that purpose. In other words, pain causes acute awareness. Pain causes the individual to turn his attention upon the area where the pain exists. Pain accompanies many forms of injuries, and pain seems to be a subconscious, natural remedy by means of which healing materials are drawn to the area with the attention of the sufferer. Pain sets up a local voice, a local vibratory rate, and to this area of which we have become peculiarly aware through pain, energy has a tendency to flow. As an example of the truth of this particular point, we can mention that hypnosis will cause the person to be unaware of pain in an area, or become aware of a pain in some other area where it does not exist. Therefore, pain is essentially a mental phenomenon. This phenomena, furthermore, has to do with the need of energy. And wherever this pain occurs or is set up, the person gains a greater awareness of that particular area. In the old researches, the simile is to the man who hits his thumb with a hammer, that instantly magnetism moves into that area. Actually, for a moment, the individual forgets himself and remembers only his thumb. His consciousness centers upon his thumb. And with the center of consciousness moves the energy or magnetism. Therefore, a very heavy congestion of magnetism containing necessary elements of energy gather at this point, As the pain resides, the individual becomes less aware of this particular area and is no longer conscious that it is giving him trouble. Other things besides pain can cause the gathering of energy. If these other things are not relevant, if there is no real need of energy in the area to which it is suddenly drawn in an exaggerated way, it will set up tension or hypertension. We know in the pharmacopoeia that there are certain medications which, if taken by healthy persons, will make them sick. But if taken by persons suffering from certain ailments, will assist to remedy that ailment, or will bring immediate relief. It is, for example, rather well noted that a person suffering from extreme pain may use certain narcotics with comparative safety, but if he uses them without the pain, he is very likely to become addicted to narcotics. In magnetism, the same principle seems to hold true. Wherever man turns his attention, particularly within his own body, he is apt to embarrass this rather shy and retiring structure. For instance, the man who becomes stomach conscious, or who becomes too much interested in some function of the body, is likely to disturb that function by drawing to it energy which is not required. A singer, becoming too conscious of the structure of the throat and the technique of voice production, will have difficulty in singing and will lock his voice. Whereas if he becomes completely absorbed in his music and becomes unaware of his own existence, he will sing with relaxation. These seem to indicate not mere tension, but tension drawing materials. And these materials, not being necessary, cause a superabundance, which in itself becomes a difficulty. If, however, these materials are desperately needed for some remedial process, then the centering of energy brings with it relief and help. We might go so far as to suspect that egoism or egotism, excessive self-centeredness upon the concept of ego or upon the concept of self, may cause tension in this area, and may be one of the causes of why the egotist is seldom a happy or well-adjusted person. Centering energy where it is not necessary, where it literally and actually does more harm than good. Energy is to be centered only for emergency, and when it is otherwise centered, it is of little value. Also, the magnetic field becomes an immediate carrier of mental impulse, much more rapid and much more powerful than any conscious process can be. A good example of this is learning to play the piano. The individual must go through a considerable preliminary period of training. The purpose of the training being to gradually eliminate hand consciousness. As long as he must guide his hands by an active process of volition, he will be slow and stumbling in his music. When, however, he reaches the point where the hands react automatically to the impulses of the mind and will, so that they become comparatively unknown to him, but serve him effectively, then he becomes a more satisfactory artist. It seems then that mental energy can be carried almost instantaneously to any part of the body where it is needed, and that this subjective method of communication with the parts of the body is more necessary and more important than any conscious willing of these parts to perform a specific action. The next point, again, follows from these, and that is that the mind, being able to direct energy, is subject to certain limitations and infirmities of its own, by means of which the direction of energy may be wrong, or may miscarry. Or in the case of the magnetic healer, there is always the possibility that a preconception of the nature of the ailment, a faulty diagnosis, a demand for the use of energy in a certain way may bring the patient difficulty rather than improvement. It is therefore true in this as in all other things that the energy field of the patient must determine the patient's need and not the intellectual attitudes of the physician. This is subtle and takes away from the field some of its most interesting aspects. We are curtailed in our glorious privilege of exerting mind over matter. We are no longer set up as arbitrary determiners of what others need. We have so long attempted to diagnose by formula, by tradition, by precedent, and by certain schools of technique, that it has not occurred to us that the magnetic field of the patient is a living diagnosis at all times. You may remember, of course, the charming story, Caesar's Column, by Ignatius Donnelly. In this story, which anticipates the progress of man into the future with something of the spirit of Edward Bellamy, but perhaps not quite so optimistic, an invention is described resembling a watch, which the individual can wear as he would a watch, and can look at it whenever he feels like it, look at his watch and say, a little bilious today. That this magnetic instrument, small but powerful, will enable him to tell at any time the condition of his own health. The operation of the instrument, of course, depends upon magnetism. This has not yet quite been perfected. We might have done it by now had we not been more interested in reaching Mars or one of the other members of the remote solar family. But it is still conceivable that such a device could be devised. And it is even more important to remember that the magnetic field of the body must always present the true and inevitable condition of that body. Therefore, it is not the mind of the individual who is judging, nor is it the mind of the patient who is explaining his symptoms. It is actually the state of the electric currents of the body and their relation to the needs of the occasion. Thus, the tendency to create a highly arbitrary system of therapy is to a measure checked, and we begin to consider the various moral and ethical involvements. The individual can recover only when he ceases to cause his own sickness. If he ceases to cause it, he in all probabilities will be gradually relieved of its symptoms unless the damage has gone too far. Then he may be assisted, or he may be beyond assistance, as the case may be. But certainly the condition of the body is the result of a certain psychic pattern pressed upon the body by what Bemy calls a seal, the seal of the composite archetype of the character itself. The magnetist approaching this has only one of 2 or 3 courses open. He must either develop that kind of internal sight by means of which he can read the magnetic field accurately, and this particular ability is not always possible. He has a second recourse, and that is to merely provide the body with an additional amount of energy, derived either from his own body or from some adequate source of magnetism. There is a third possibility, and this is perhaps the one that can come the closest to our present comprehension, and that is that it is conceivable and possible for the individual to feel or to sense without seeing, to know as though intuitively the condition of the magnetic field of another person. He thus is given the impulse. It may come into him and be interpreted with extraordinary clarity. In some cases, magnetists have actually experienced in various parts of their bodies the very pains from which their patients suffered. More usually, however, it is a kind of mental recognition, a recognition like a flash of inspiration, a recognition which is a sudden knowing, which would seem to imply, in turn, that the magnetic field of the other person was capable of sending a message or transmitting a message, which, flowing into the magnetic field of the physician, was transformed into a mental idea. Many so-called magnetic healers of modern times have described their abilities to diagnose as being this intuitive method, or this extraordinary circumstance of suddenly feeling in the corresponding part of their own bodies the ailments from which the sufferer complained. This type of cognition is itself apparently a transmission of magnetism through the nervous system. The next interesting phase of our problem begins the study of what can we do to take the place of thinking in order to control by the mind or by some attribute of consciousness the function of the magnetic field, either our own or someone else's. Early in the 19th century, it was pointed out that certain broad, general attitudes seemingly caused broad and genuine changes within the magnetic structure. And entirely apart from their interest in theology, these researchers came very close to the opinion of St. Paul, as expressed in Corinthians. For it was learned through experience that the 3 most powerful emotional or mental projections by means of which therapy could be attained in the magnetic field were the 3 attitudes of faith, hope, and love. These were therapeutic. Hate destroyed. Love restored. Faith built or created. Fear or lack of faith destroyed. Hope was a creator. Despair a destroyer. Now, in our conscious living, these various attitudes tumble about in almost constant confusion. At one moment we are hopeful, and the next we are fearful. In one moment we have faith, and in another moment we are faithless. But let us assume certain principles and see whether they make sense, perhaps better sense than we suspect. During the last 50 years, perhaps a little more, the civilizations which have led the world for centuries have gradually developed a powerful materialistic complex or culture. Until today, the leaders in our various walks of life are very often persons of little faith. They have not recognized the importance of strong, constructive belief in terms of health. Having lost much of their religious anchorage, and having no firm ethical structure to take its place, or to even help to compensate for its loss, we find it quite conceivable that the general lowering of the level of simple faith, faith in good, faith in right, faith in truth, faith in God, that the losses in these forms of faith might very well result in a general dilemma relating to magnetism. If the absence of faith is a loss, and if criticism in the place of faith is little less than a destroyer of energy, then negative attitudes, as they become more prominent, should cause us to be more exhausted. And I suspect that if we had a very accurate poll taken at this time, more persons would complain of being tired than ever before in history. This tire is not due to labor, for we have never probably had as great a possibility of leisure as we have now. Our exhaustion we credit to psychic fatigue and recognize it as a major ailment. If fatigue itself bears witness to a depletion or a wrong tidal motion, or even to the reversal of the current of a magnetic field, we may then assume that the tremendously increasing sense of doubt, of insecurity, of downright fear, combined with a loss of a natural tendency to cultivate sensitive, constructive attitudes, that the direct machinery by which our attitudes affect our flesh may be through the magnetic field. We may also assume that a collective magnetism, where millions of persons holding certain negative attitudes create a common dilemma, might go so far as to affect adversely the magnetic field of the planet. For we cannot assume for a moment that man suffers alone. We have to also assume that his negative psychic and emotional attitudes affect the other kingdoms of nature around him. And we are even now concerned with various circumstances resulting in loss of harvests, in the failure of trees to bear good fruit, in the failure of many natural processes. We have assumed various causes, but it is possible that among these causes will be found the general inertia or depletion resulting from the collective effect of our own attitudes upon personal and earth magnetism. This may sound far-fetched, but it is no more far-fetched than the radio sounded 100 years ago. had anyone dared to discuss such a possibility. We are in an age where we are becoming aware of the sensitivities of life around us. This awareness must open us to considerations of substances and facts not hitherto regarded as legitimate or important. If then hope, faith, and love are therapeutic attitudes, it becomes evident that we have a scientific reason for faith. We have the proof that faith developed in man at some remote time because he intuitively recognized the need of faith. That faith came not from the imposings of the clergy, but came originally from the interior need for comfort. Not spiritual consolation alone, but simple physical comfort. That the individual then began to organize these primitive impulses to the formations of creeds and codes. This we can accept. But because all primitive peoples make use of various magical forms involving the control and directing of magnetism, even now, we may suspect that they were aware of the important facts. We talk of the importance today of a good attitude. We think of it, however, largely as a platitude. We have the feeling that if we have a good attitude, other people will like us better, that we will be more popular. This is no doubt true. But is this friendship that results from better attitude merely based upon this external situation, or is it based upon the change in the magnetic field which can be intuitively recognized by others? We know that persons of various temperaments have had adventures in life which would signify or indicate that their internal natures affected those around them. It is a common problem, for example, that does not infrequently arise, that certain physicians and nurses have better effects upon patients than others. This effect cannot be based upon appearance, for one may be as prepossessing as another. It cannot be based upon efficiency. They have all received more or less equal training. We may say that it could be based upon the attitude of the doctor or the nurse, but in some instances they are at least certainly not aware of their attitude, and are very hurt and disappointed when the patient does not respond favorably. Yet it is almost a certainty that if we leave a certain nurse with a certain patient, he may not recover. Something is wrong that cannot be corrected by efficiency, kindness, cheerfulness, or anything that we know. There seems to be an antagonism on the level of the magnetic field. Thus, certain persons in all relationships can be fortunate or unfortunate in terms of their own magnetism. Does this mean that such magnetic attractions and repulsions are inevitable? Does it mean that certain persons will never be able to get along together? Does this to a certain degree reflect itself in the comparatively high rate of divorce from which we suffer today? Is incompatibility, at least in part, an element of magnetism? I think it can be in a good many cases. There are also indications that there are people who cannot get along together, who will not be able to, or will never be able to make a sufficiently great adjustment in their own characters that they will be able to become compatible. This occurs not only in the more intimate associations, but also in business and in social activities. There are people that will never be drawn to each other, and if they are accidentally brought together, there is no spark of friendship or recognition. There is only at best an indifference. Now, the problem of indifference also plays a part in our magnetic theory. Energy moves with interest. It moves with concern. It moves with all kinds of active attitudes. It does not move, however, from indifference. Indifference is the ultimate degree of detachment. It means that there is no sympathy, no relationship, no common ground. It does not necessarily stand for an antagonism in the magnetic fields, but it very often prevents any interest or direction of energy by means of which an acquaintance or an association can be improved. Now, in religion, mysticism, philosophy, and these situations, indifference has never been regarded as a virtue. And when we refer to a certain kind, shall we say, of detachment, we do not imply indifference. Indifference is so completely lifeless that it calls and draws nothing. And quietude, or the suspension of attitudes, is not indifference. Indifference represents failure to report any stimulation or any activity of interest. Whereas man seeking to relax or to attain freedom from pressure is not working with indifference. To make a virtue of indifference would be equivalent to making a virtue of ignorance, or to assume that a not knowing is good. In nature, not knowing is never good. False knowing is also bad. Right knowing is very important. Indifference is not relaxation. Indifference is not protection. And the individual who becomes indifferent or attempts to get out of a situation by departing from it, physically and psychologically, will gain little benefit for himself. Rather than indifference, there must be a strong but perhaps rather impersonal sense of values. Again, this term is a little dangerous, for the impersonal individual may be without sympathies, and sympathy is the principle upon which magnetism moves. Therefore, detachment must not and should not be unsympathetic. It becomes, therefore, necessary to refine and regulate values to the end that we hold the proper attitude toward ourselves and to all other creatures. That this attitude cannot be assumed merely by an action of the will or a determination of the mind is also evident. The attitude must become a total part of the life itself. The attitude must arise in consciousness and be communicated therefrom directly into the fields of energy which support the body. Researches by Mesmer and others have shown beyond doubt that the magnetic field to operate best must be in a state of tranquility. Tranquility simply means now normalcy, nothing more than or less. Excitation or the tremendous upsurge of intensities is not normalcy. Depression or the reduction of energy to the state perhaps of inertia is not normal. And one of the forces or circumstances which causes the greatest havoc in man's magnetic structure is uncontrolled and excessive emotional outbursts. These cannot do any good on any plane, and on the psychic plane they do much harm. This causes people to say, but these outbursts are natural to us. We might also say, by looking at the available text, particularly the World Almanac, that sickness and death are natural to us. Very few of us get out of this world alive, at least in terms of our physical existence. Things that are commonly done, habits that are commonly practiced, may be common but not natural. And we would not be in the difficulty we are in today if things commonly done gain virtue by the common doing. They do not. Things done badly never become a virtue, even though every other living being does them that way. So everything which causes explosion in the energy fields of the body will have an effect similar to an explosion in the earth, or to the explosion of a bomb, such as was dropped at Nagasaki or Hiroshima. These explosions cause tremendous cataclysms, and in our energy field, they are nearly always followed by intense depletion or depression. After one of these emotional outbursts, the victim simply says to his friends, neighbors, and enemies, I feel terrible. Tired out, worn out, and ashamed of himself. This type of attitude, again, represents the waste of energy. And as energy is life, the waste of it is bad, especially bad when this waste, as in the case of an excessive outburst, immediately reacts upon the body, injuring its fabric, and thereby hastening its ultimate dissolution. In the same way, excessive grief, excessive worry, and fear cause immediate damage, and all irrational or unreasonable attitudes that are unsympathetic, critical, defamatory, attitudes which are known in conscience not to be right, all have been proved to be magnetically bad. It then seems to be indicated that health to the individual can be very often greatly changed or helped by his own ability to direct energy. Man is not yet so completely endowed with understanding, self-control, organization, the ability to remain fair and reasonable and temperate in all his attitudes, that he is able to escape all of the ravages due to the, we will say, the corruption of his magnetic field. He can improve, however. Death is said by Milton to be the last great enemy, and it will probably be the last to be overcome. But man may certainly enjoy better years and have a greater sense of security as he gradually and in an orderly manner and according to his abilities unfolds temperance within his own nature. By so doing, he reduces the wear and tear of life to its possible minimum so far as he is concerned. In this respect, likewise, we recognize that certain attitudes, having certain effects and results, may be associated in the correction of various ailments of the body. Records at an early time pointed out that there was a very strong and important magnetic sympathy between a mother and child. This magnetic sympathy was polarized through the thymus gland, by means of which a very powerful magnetic pole of the mother remained in the body of the child, active and operating till about the 7th year. Up to that time, maternal concern for a child can have greater effect and more immediate consequence than any other period of life. And there are definite cases in which a mother, confronted with a child desperately ill, has practically brought that child back to life by the immense concentration of its own devotion upon that child. There are also cases by reverse action, for it is by the sensitiveness of this gland that the child is psychically aware of the most secret emotions and thoughts of the mother, and may therefore be subjectively affected. It is in this case particularly important that the parent maintain, so far as is possible, a good attitude, a peaceful and tranquil attitude, at the time in the life of the child when the parent is most tempted not to have such an attitude due to the burden and pressure of the occasion. Thus we may say that parenthood becomes a great test in magnetism. And we can't expect too perfect results, but any improvement will be appreciated by all concerned. Because the child at that time, bound through the thymus gland, is practically like an identical twin with the mother. And almost any thought or emotion of the parent will move into the child's mind. The child at that time is far more receptive to these thought and emotion pressures than to any word or visible example which the parent may give. Actually, as the thymus gland becomes symbolic, therefore, of a kind of psychic umbilicus between parent and child, so as the human being grows into his physical and intellectual maturity, most of the connections between his physical body and his magnetic field are associated with the other glands of the endocrine chain. The thymus gradually becomes non-operative in the normal person, and where it remains operative too long, it produces serious consequences. The particular area of the magnetic field in the human body is the spleen. And in the area of the spleen, these currents focus or center from the sources of energy supply. From the spleen, they form their own central dynamo and begin to radiate outward to form the magnetic field of the body. Most of this magnetism is therefore centered, as we pointed out before, in the abdominal area. And from this area it spreads. Depletions of energy may therefore be most immediately recognized in digestion, assimilation, and excretion. And the effect of tension, stress, or negative mental and emotional attitudes upon these areas is particularly notable. For among the first indications of tension is the disruption of the digestive procedure. To restore that again is to release or break down tension areas. In another phase of our problem, the magnetic healer is sometimes confronted with an obstruction or a blockage in the flow of magnetism to one part of the body or another. Such obstructions may rise from several causes. They can be psychosomatic, for each part of the body, as Leonardo da Vinci pointed out, has a certain relationship to all other parts. One of the most simple analogies lies in the old distribution of the signs of the zodiac and the planets among the sections or parts of the body, as set forth in the familiar old cut-up man of the almanac, who is shown usually with the constellations grouped around him. This association, however, can be carried to much more intensive and definite degrees. Wherever magnetism is blocked, there is either a derangement or there has been a fatigue which has resulted in a process of crystallization. This process of crystallization inhibits the continuance of magnetism even after the fatigue has passed. This means that to meet this kind of a situation, special pressures or concentrations of magnetism may be necessary. As many obstructions in their earlier states are not attended by much noticeable pain, that type of warning which we find in connection with the outer surface of the body, wounds, the scars, boils, and things of that kind, this type of warning is not available. There is, however, always some kind of warning. And the most common warnings are failures of processes, such as digestion and assimilation, minor disturbances of the heart, sense of tension, nerve, or stress, the gradual loss of the use of a member or part, or the failure of its function in the general biological economy. Wherever such situation arises, the magnetic healer has the tendency to try to exaggerate temporarily the current of magnetism in the body of the patient. Thus, we must assume that a successful magnetic healer must have considerable magnetism available to him. If his own supply is highly limited, or if he is unable to form a channel to the general source of magnetism, he will not be successful long, or if he is, will deplete himself and perhaps wreck his own health. Experimentation is the only way in which the magnetist can determine the degree in which he can expend energy with safety. Also, of course, as energy is expended, as in all the habit processes of nature, it is apt to increase. Therefore, the use of energy may cause the magnetist to find an ever-increasing supply. That is, if everything be right in the proposition. By sending energy specially into areas where it may have been depressed, or where the natural currents of the body are not able to break through, the magnetist can break up congestions, can stimulate sluggish functions, and can open the body to the remedial use of its own energy. Thus, the person, having been relieved of the obstruction, may then be able to take over with his own energy fields. Now, we have mentioned the most common and universal sources of this magnetic force. We might, however, point out that there are certain other sources which can be and are important to the individual. One of the most common and familiar of all sources of magnetic energy is respiration. For by means of respiration, energy is taken into the body and is distributed by the heart through the entire arterial circulation. Another important source of energy is nutrition. We are not certain that direct exposure to the sun is as good a source of energy as was once supposed. The present tendency is to regard this as not the best form, and it is frequently accompanied by fatigue, and too much exposure seemingly causes certain structures or materials in the body to be stimulated to an exaggerated degree. The best sources of energy, therefore, arise from the mixture or the normal life of the person. In our normal living, under normal conditions, we have certain resources supplied by nutrition, by respiration, by light, air, and sun. We also have certain relaxations and repose, and it is during the period of sleep that the magnetic field does most of its repair work upon the ordinary wear and tear of the day. If the person, therefore, lives a relatively normal life, his energy supplies will be reasonably adequate, or will respond very quickly to any form of specialized therapy. Today, the problem of normal living is becoming a very serious one, and most persons do not feel today that they are living normal and contented lives. As a result, there is continual depletion of energy without adequate replenishment. One of the processes of the body, of course, which requires a great deal of energy, is the support of the intricate structure by means of which the mind operates upon the brain. This energy requirement is much greater than that necessary for the use of a pick and shovel, but a more refined type of energy is required. And as this must be refined from grosser forms of energy, it is evident that the refined part will not be as great in quantity as that from which it was refined. Thus, the need for the control and direction of energy resources, particularly at different periods of life, failure to adjust adequately and properly to the changing pattern of years, can result in serious energy depletions. Having once come into a general understanding of the theme or subject under consideration, we can practice in a simple and ordinary way a great many health promoting procedures. We can, for example, watch against such intemperances as may be corruptive of energy. We can control to the best of our ability mental and emotional excesses, and also negative mental and emotional attitudes. We can seek for that tranquility which is normalcy of function. Every sacred book of the world has preached man's interior peace. This inner peace does not mean stagnation. It means adjustment with life, acceptance of the will of heaven, the recognition of Tao, which in Taoist philosophy becomes a kind of cosmic magnetism, or a universal energy which moves through space through the fields of the magnetic currents. If, as the result of certain specialized problems, we may have certain attitudes, the magnetist will tell us there are things we can do that will help. One of the ways in which magnetism has been controlled, particularly in Asia, is through visualization. Visualization is a process of imposing upon the consciousness the picture of the state of well-being. Visualization, then, in connection with a wound, is the inner process of becoming aware that the wound is naturally and normally healing. If this is merely stated as a platitude, it is comparatively meaningless. But if it is held as a fact in consciousness, it will affect the availability of magnetism. For the magnetic field will accept the pattern and move to fulfill it. Just in the same way, if a person inwardly experiences by a suspended but purposeful effort the tranquility of his own consciousness, if he will visualize himself as in a state of adjustment with life, he will find it easier and easier to attain this state in his outward experience. Thus, visualization means to see the thing as it should be. Now, we may not always know just what it should be, and our visualization does not have to be ultimate. Our visualization of a boil would be fairly easy. We know what it should be. It should not be there, as far as our comfort is concerned. But it is there because of a cause. Therefore, visualization does not frustrate cause. It does not assume that the boil has no right to be there. It cannot do this and accept natural law. But it does visualize within the person an attitude, a condition, a state of being in which the suspension of negative factors removes the cause of the boil and results in the visualization of that kind of peace of soul and peace of mind which is not likely to cause boils, or if they do exist, will most quickly promote their healing by removing the negative factor, and also by that complete relaxation which permits the energy field to move into the area of the boil and do the remedial work. It is also possible for a person or a magnetic healer to temporarily stimulate the energy field around the boil, causing more magnetism to gather there, and in this way to hasten the processes of recuperation. This hastening is not an unnatural or an abnormal one. It is simply a hastening of the natural curative processes of life itself. In alchemy, one of the ancient formulas was that man perfects nature. Man working as the handmaiden of nature, cooperating with all natural processes, obeying to the best of his abilities all natural laws, releases in his own life and in the lives of those around him all of the energy available in his constitution. This energy moves like a cleansing ocean, magnetism burning up corruption, clearing it, taking it away, returning it to the great mystery of the solar power in which it is incinerated and removed. This energy, if given all possible and reasonable support by man, will do its work better, more quickly, than it can accomplish this work if it must at the same time fight against a group of negative reactions. Thus, therapy begins with tranquility. It begins with the gradual development of this consciousness of hope, faith, and love, by means of which the person achieves a rapport with life itself. And this life, thus coming in, without interference or interruption, without being wasted or lost through excessive expenditures that are meaningless, this life accomplishes its perfect works. And it was one of the beliefs of the ancient magnetists that God and nature intended man to be well. Sickness is not any more a natural state of man than war is a natural state of nations or crime a natural state of society. Sickness is the result of man's being unable as yet to perfectly understand the rules governing health, or in one way or another, for selfish or even unselfish reasons, violating those rules. Such violations may appear to be justified, as in the case of the physician, who may exhaust himself sitting up with the sick, or it may not appear to be justified, as in the case of intemperance and general waste of energy. But whatever be the cause, the energy that is used in one way cannot be used in another. The more our legitimate demands upon energy may be, the more heavily our profession or our life calls upon our vital resources, the more we must protect these with our attitudes. The individual who does nothing might have greater liberty to make mistakes than the person whose energy is constantly required. But by the proper direction of energy, through attitude, particularly through these attitudes recommended by Paul, faith, hope, and love, man living in these moods, in these ways, and achieving a certain tranquility in his own nature, will find that his energy is greater, and that when emergency arises, his recuperation is more rapid, that he is be less likely to infections and corruptions of the flesh, and also less likely to create those emotional and mental situations which must require still more expenditure of energy to mend or correct. Thus magnetism becomes a kind of conscience, a censorship upon all action. And for those who keep its rules, by obeying the principles of the powers which move and direct energy, it becomes a kindly and helpful friend, a source of life and sustenance. But if it is outraged, it turns upon the person who breaks its rules, not because it does not like them, but because they have set up obstructions to energy. And in religion, to set up an obstruction to energy means to set up an obstruction to God. To set up an obstruction in the body means that there will be somewhere an inadequacy of the soul. So in these thoughts and in this type of thinking, magnetism becomes a field for science, also for philosophy, and for religion. And it becomes one simple key to how the average person can help himself, if he is so minded, in many small ways. And if he can do this successfully in many small ways, he may prevent part at least of the need for having something done in a big way. As often these small causes contribute together to some serious consequence, so the correction of small mistakes will help to maintain the grand economy of the complete person. Well, I think our time is up, and that is all we can do for this time. Now we're going to give you 2 weeks vacation on Wednesday evenings. And then we're going to start a new series here, which I hope will prove of general interest to all of you. I don't have a program of the series at the moment, but I know what they are about. We're going to deal with the problem of the mandalas, the meditation disciplines, diagrams, and symbols of Eastern peoples, as these are used in various religious, philosophical, and mystical researches, conditions, and devotions. And we believe this will be one of the most interesting series we've given, so we hope you'll all be there. And we thank you very much.
We have a very interesting subject this morning, and of course it'll probably be interesting and unsolved when we finish, because it deals with one of the most curious and neglected areas of human research, and that is the magnetic fields, not only of man, but of the universe and of the smallest atom. The beginning of the study of magnetism can be traced back to Egypt, and the staffs and wands of the ancient priests were instruments of magnetic conjuring. Also, we find the Greeks used it, and among the Greeks and early Egyptians, we have the first understanding of the nature of magnetism. It was used principally in healing. It was well known to Pythagoras, who gave us considerable information on the subject, which was promptly forgotten by everybody else. Then we have little knowledge of it, except through the Arabs. The Chinese were aware of it because of the discovery of the mariner's compass. But for the most part, it was neglected until the 17th century, when it became involved in the story of Rosicrucianism. The alchemists, the Rosicrucians, and the Hermetists all were unfolding phases of magnetic theory. The first, probably in more modern times, to use it for healing purposes was Paracelsus of Hohenheim. It was also used strongly by the Rosicrucians and written about in considerable detail by Robert Flood, who was one of the great Rosicrucian apologists. It was also very well known to Athanasius Kircher, the great Jesuit scholar, but for the most part it was ignored. Then we come down a little later and we come upon a curious instrument, Mesmer's magnetic tub. This was a kind of tank in which many people put their feet at the same time and held hands and created a battery out of the water in the tank. It was studied carefully by Cagliostro. It is also known that it interested Saint Germain profoundly, but it annoyed Benjamin Franklin all to pieces. He was never able to like the idea at all. After the development of Mesmer, which were promptly denied by nearly every field of science, the matter dropped into comparative obscurity until more recent times, when within the last 20-25 years it has been revived strongly. And it's this revival we want to talk about a little this morning, because it is one of the most interesting phases of our study of life. It is interesting that we should use magnetism so continuously and yet never really understand what it is. The old folks of the Greek and Egyptian period represented the human being as contained within a kind of bubble. This bubble was referred to also by the physician and who did the human atmosphere studies, Dr. Kilner of the University of Liverpool. Incidentally, the magnetic theory is based upon a very simple fact, namely that what we call empty air is not empty at all. It is the most profoundly used all the elements that we know anything about. We all live within air and have our being, and we know that if air fails, we die. But what we do not realize is that air is not just some oxygen or helium or something of this nature. Air is something in itself. It is a substance of itself. It is a substance so real and so important that it's almost impossible to estimate it. It is a tremendous field of magnetic energy. The atmosphere carries the magnetism of the sun. Ptolemy of Alexandria was one of the first to recognize the manifestations or emanations of solar light as containing an energy in addition to merely a luminous factor. The study of the magnetic powers of the sun will be more or less clearly understood by the study of the seasons. Winter, summer, spring, and these things have all to do with a magnetic factor in the air. And we think of it only as in trying to explain it as a physical astronomical phenomena, since as the rotation and revolutions of the sun and planets. But each of these planets is a field of magnetic energy. And this energy comes to us through what we call air. Now, what is air actually? Well, we have scientific definitions of it, but there's something more to it than that. Air is something in itself. It is a substance. It is not only a condition of climate or of weather. It is a basic factor in the contributions which make up existence. One thing we have learned from television is that air transmits. We know, for instance, that we can have all kinds of programs on the air at the same time. And they can come from all directions. And they can overlap and interlap. But each one will remain separately identified as though it was moving in a channel or a circuit of its own. And all these scrambling films, some of which are scrambled inside as well as outside, are working on one atmosphere, and that atmosphere is keeping each one of them in a perfect orbit of its own. You can have a dozen programs, if you turn them on, turn them off, but none of those programs is going through the air in the form we see it. We see the murder committed on the screen, and we see it broadcast into a theater somewhere or into a home. But it isn't the murder that's going into the home. The murder has not been visible when it went through the air. Something went through was vibration. And this vibration in the magnetic field can be divided into an infinite complexity of separate emanations. In other words, if we had 1,000 different channels, they could be differentiated in the magnetic field, so that each one would be broadcast correctly and properly for whatever it is. Thus we realize there's something out there besides air, something besides helium and oxygen, something besides the ordinary factors we take into consideration scientifically. We are in the presence of a mysterious agent, an agent that is part of everything that we are. Now, studying magnetism as it comes into the human body, we've discovered along with Kilda that each human body is surrounded by an etheric or energy field. This energy field is sometimes referred to as an aura, but it is not the true aura that we think of in metaphysics. This magnetic field is an area of energy. This area of energy forms an egg-like atmospheric sheath around the physical body, usually extending 3 to 5 feet from it in each direction. This energy field is the basis of virtue, because this energy field depends for its reality, its serviceability, and its protecting power to mood, emotion, thought, and the attitudes of the person around which this magnetic field is gathered. In other words, the individual, if they are normal, if mentally, emotionally, and physically they are keeping the rules, this magnetic field forms a tremendous protection. It is normal, it is healthy, it is constantly able to handle infections and all kinds of difficulties. It will help to heal wounds. It will help to recover the use of functions and organs. And if we are deprived of some part of the body, it will try to compensate for us. As long as the individual takes proper care of his magnetic field, it will serve him. Now, this is a phase of morality that is generally overlooked. It is assumed that these magnetic fields are something you don't pay much attention to. They're there, maybe they'll help a little. But the truth of the matter is that practically the whole survival of the individual depends upon maintaining the integrity of this flow of energy into the magnetic field. This energy comes from the sun. It comes through a mysterious energy tube in the magnetic field. It enters the individual through the crown of the head. It disseminates through the entire body, and it's excreted back again through the lower centers of the body and is re-cleansed by the solar energy. This is a kind of a little private tank or capsule of life that we are all carrying about with us all the time. Now, the problem of morality in this is very definite. The moment we break rules, we damage that magnetic flow. We have got to keep the laws of nature, and these in turn are the laws of God, or the magnetic field fails. It can fail because of physical intemperances, which reduce its integrity and reduce its power. It can be wasted in riotous living, which is a common cause these days. It can be variously destroyed by moods, by attitudes, by fears, by complexes. It can be destroyed or damaged by alcohol, drugs, narcotics, all kinds of things. But if this field is damaged, it immediately reacts into health. It damages the individual's vitality. It makes him more easily subject to contagions and infections, and it definitely shortens the life expectancy. Now, if this is the soul, why do we want to consider it as a moral factor? In other words, what is morality? To the ancients, it was obedience to the words of God or the laws of God. In more modern times, with more intelligent people, it is obedience with the evident will of deity as manifested in creation. Virtue lies in whatever builds up the magnetic fields. Vice is that which tears them down. No human interception can interfere with this in any way. Therefore, if we are good, it's not because the book says we should be. It's not because it was thundered by the laws on Sinai. It is because we keep the rules of the integration of the human structure, that we use the magnetic fields correctly and protect our health and our happiness and our well-being in that way. Now, we think of the magnetic field as surrounding the entire structure of the body, as Kilner shows in his work on the human atmosphere, and Babbitt also in his study of the atom. This, however, is only a phase of it. Each part of the body has a magnetic field. Each unit within the individual has its survival in a unit of energy. And this unit of energy is present in the smallest subdivision of imaginable space. It is in the tiniest atom. There is no such a thing as a dead particle in the universe. Even if it is killed by something, the very disintegrating process is a symbol of life energy. Therefore, we are confronted with the natural problem of realizing that virtue is to keep the law of the energy field. Now, the law of the energy field, just by coincidence, is also the law of integrity. The energy field is what establishes right and wrong. The energy field tells us that to lose our disposition and temper fit is wrong. To use various negative, destructive attitudes is wrong. To compromise the principles of right living is wrong. To think badly, to feel unpleasantly, to be engaged in any action or concept which is contrary to the common good damages the magnetic field and therefore is wrong. Selfishness injures that field. Every vice we know, the breaking of any of the 10 Commandments and a number of other rules, results in damage to that field. It has nothing to do with nation. It has nothing to do with the ordinary concepts of codes, because the final code itself is based upon the life principle in each part of the human constitution. So we have each little cell has its own moral responsibilities. The stomach has its own magnetic field. The stomach is not simply an organ. It is an organism. It is a living thing within the human body. The same is true of the heart, the brain, the glandular structure, all the organs, the intestines, all the motor system, the nervous system, the endocrine system. These are all entities. They are entities of magnetic unities. They are part of living organisms that are cooperating together for the common good. To abuse one is to damage all. To neglect one is to neglect all. Each of these organs has its own field in the body, and all these fields together constitute the grand magnetic field that surrounds the complete person. Now we go inside of this for a moment to see what we're dealing with. So we go back to Pythagoras, who was very timely in that. He tells us that in Egypt there was a temple in which therapy was the result of this contemplation of symmetrical geometric solids. In other words, the images of therapy were mathematical cubes, octagons, and various forms, dodecahedrons, each one placed upon a kind of altar or pedestal for the contemplation of the sufferer. All were symmetric geometric solids, perfect and complete in structure. To look upon them was therapeutic, because to look upon them accepted their energy as a reality in our lives. Now, these stone solids apparently were not alive. They only gave the impression of value, but actually they were alive. Every form in nature, natural or artificial, has a magnetic field. From the tiniest atom to the greatest galaxy, the magnetic fields are present, and the rules of each of them must be obeyed. Now, if an individual, looking at a geometric solid, sees in it a perfect proportion, this realization enters into the subconscious life of the person. The imagery of that solid is sent into the consciousness in the form of a benevolent magnetic center. It means that the individual is seeing a harmony, is seeing something in perfect order and perfect correctness. And in visualizing it, wherever we see perfection, it improves ourselves. Wherever we accept discord as inevitable, it injures ourselves. Everywhere looking around us in nature, we see that all natural things are benevolent. It is only when these are abused, mostly by humanity, that these benevolences are lost. So we find that we live in a universe in which everything is in harmony if we are. Now we can say, of course, that somebody else might be out of harmony, and this could injure us. Actually, it's not quite true. The magnetic field which protects us against any negative magnetic field that does not arise within ourselves. We are not contaminated by other people, unless by our very conscious weakness or our intellectual weakness or our emotional weakness, we surrender our integrity to the attitudes of other people. If we commit misdemeanors of one kind or another, we are responsible by the effect of these mistakes on our own magnetic field. Now, the magnetic field not only covers this type of thing, but it covers elimination, the intestinal walls. All of this type of thing is damaged, as we know, by hysteria, by various moods. The individual becomes ill because of a bad disposition. Now, we consider this to be just symbol of something that happens that way, but it is not. The individual who is sickened by dispositional fault is sickened because he has damaged the magnetic field of some essential part of his own nature. If he has damaged the magnetic field of his digestive system, he will have dyspepsia. And if the dyspepsia lasts long enough and the magnetic field is sickened long enough, then long enduring chronic ailments can set in. No individual actually is infected entirely from himself, but never completely without himself. All of these unities of facts must be in harmony. Now, in the Rosicrucian philosophy, we had alchemy, the transmutation of various phases of life. Alchemy was a transformation and a transmutation of energies. And these energies are essentially the same ones that we have in magnetism. We therefore have the constant realization that everything we do and everything that we see and have has values of its own. Now let us pick up a pebble from the beach, and we suddenly realize that we're in the presence of a little stone. Today there is quite an interest in little stones, all kinds of stones. We are interested in the crystals that form in rocks and all these types of things. But crystals are formed by magnetism. They are formed by a rate of vibration peculiar to a certain element. And that particular rate of vibration can evolve through the mineral, plant, vegetable, and animal. It is always present. There is a magnetic core on each kingdom, and each kingdom unfolds within this magnetic field. And within each of the composite fields, individual members of the fields with various degrees of growth are variously individually conditioned. Everywhere, this process of keeping faith with integrity becomes the natural secret of security, survival, and world peace. Now, we can say that it would be very unlikely that we'll say a potato could have a magnetic field of its own, but it does. In fact, every cell within the potato has a magnetic field of its own. Therefore, we come into the problem of nutrition. And nutrition is very largely the study of the magnetic fields of various food products. It also tells us what happens when these food products are adulterated or are variously misused or poisonous elements are introduced into them. All this is part of a mystery that is solved in magnetism. We pass laws against these misuses, but we fail to realize that it is not just the physical factor that we have to work with. The physical factor is only a fragment of it. The main problem is to realize that behind all of these problems, whether of government or of religion or of philosophy, all these things are in trouble because of lack of integrity. And integrity is simply keeping the laws and rules of energy fields. Each field has its own integrities. All integrities in all fields are compatible. All lack of integrities, all departures from integrity in any or all fields are in conflict constantly. The only way the individual can escape conflict is by never abusing the energy factors of his own life. He must never abuse his body, his emotions, or his mind. He must never permit himself to develop attitudes that are incompatible with the integrities which nature has bestowed. The magnetic fields are absolutely honest. There is no possible way of making them dishonest. The only thing we can do with them is to destroy or limit the manifestation of their integrity. If we break the rule, we lose the benefit of that particular energy. When we lose that benefit, we then say that evil has come to us. But it is not an evil thing that has come to us. It is the failure of a good thing to be developed and purified and intensified. Now, the elementary fields, the magnetic fields, are also in a state of constant evolution. They're in evolution in the life of the person. The individual may be born on a certain level of magnetic integrity. If he becomes a better person, he strengthens these values in himself, because actually it is all a matter of gradually strengthening the perfection of an energy resource. Now, no one is going to perfect it in one life or 100 lives maybe, but it's going to grow. And the more integrity grows, the more rapidly the individual becomes harmoniously adjusted to the principle of life to which he belongs. In our world at the present time, we are in a sad state in which practically everyone has broken every conceivable rule. We are living day by day trying to live off the profits from our own mistakes, and this is not really profitable. We are not realizing that this has nothing to do primarily with the theology. This has nothing to do with laws of government. This has nothing to do actually with our legal codes. It has to do with the relationship of energy to its proper ends and purposes. We know what it's supposed to be, we know what it's supposed to do, and we know that it isn't accomplishing that. Now we would say that something we might say as integrity is not a thing. It is something, an attitude. It is an approach to a thing. But this is not really true. Integrity is also a magnetic field. Everything is. Sorrow is a magnetic field. Ocean water is a magnetic field. Everything that has an existence has a magnetic field. It may have one that is not even visible. And the whole of our atmosphere, the whole of the world in which we live, is one mass of magnetic interplays. But as long as these are kept honest, they are all compatible. And a universe in which there was no dishonesty would be free from every infirmity. But it's not possible as yet to achieve to this. But we can achieve to varying degrees of it, and we can exceed and excel the amount we are born with if we decide to stay with it for the duration of our lives. Therefore, we can look around us and see what constitutes a magnetic field. Let us take, for instance, our television industry, which is in very poor shape at the present time. television is actually using magnetism. It is part of a world of electronics which we consider now to be simply a physical thing. So we say to ourselves, we have all these stations, a great many of them, and they are all broadcasting on various wavelengths. Among others, we have a special station for the police department. We have a special station for the fire department. We have all kinds of internal usages of these mechanisms which we call transmissions. But when we get all through with it, television transmission is a work achieved by energy. There is an energy field, and it is unfolding and developing in a larger energy field. The atmosphere through which these messages pass is itself a great field of life, and it is alive. Space is alive. Space is not merely some atoms alive in a vacuum. Space itself as a substance and essence is part of the great magnetism of the sun. Now we have here all these stations broadcasting on their own wavelengths. Now into this magnetic field, which we call the atmosphere, is dumped a conglomerate you wouldn't believe. There's all kinds of things. Not only the conglomerate of the television, but the conglomerate of senates and houses of representatives and various governments, religions, pouring their influences into it. This atmosphere, which we can see right through if it isn't for the smog, is continuously being filled with something. And yet, with all that, this thing which we call atmosphere, and is empty, so-called, nothing to see, is able to differentiate those stations so perfectly that what you see here will go through that air, and there's no image going through the air. And it will come out again in another receiving set, proving conclusively that in its entire transmission, perhaps around the world, it was never for one moment deprived of its integrity or its individuality. It was never massed into other things. Now occasionally we make a mistake and try to put too many things on one channel, but that is up to us. If we do it right, there'll always be a channel for anything we want to channel that way. But it will always come through, although it is coming through a medium which we can't see, and at any point along the way there's no program noticeable, no program possible, but at a proper point, a receiving station can recreate that particular program in all its detail, although it was passed through maybe thousands of miles of so-called empty atmosphere. And all these different channels have never become confused unless we have improperly channeled them. So we have all this proof that there is something out there in space. Now that what's out there in space is also subject to toxin. We can say that some broadcasts are toxic. We can say that anything that goes through that space, which by vibratory rate is not good, is damaging not only itself, but its recipients, and is also poisoning the channel. As long as we have corrupt patterns, as long as aggressive commercialism, as long as corruption is indulged in over the airways, we will have magnetic sickness in the air. We will have it in the air, and it will permeate our homes, our families, our governments, and our nations. We will sicken that level through which that particular energy flows, so that the energies that we are used for communication have their own sicknesses. They have their own vibratory rates. And the problem is the corruption of a communication media does not mean that the individual will have a complete collapse of his system. It will mean only that that part of his system which is turned into that community medium will be damaged. He can go right on, go to church, and build up that one. In the meantime, however, the television is tearing down another energy field. Now, as you tear down these energy fields, which most people don't even know exist or believe in, you are also opening yourself to all kinds of sickness and also all kinds of moral energy decay. You are opening yourself to the corruptions of the life principles which are necessary to maintain you. The moment you damage a level of integrity in your own magnetism, that level of integrity becomes sick. The moment that becomes sick, part of the defense against exterior problems is reduced. The only way in which the individual can be really dominated by anything except himself is when he sells out his own energy and becomes negative to other things. He has to relinquish his own integrity before he can be damaged by outside forces. There isn't enough evil in all the world to destroy the integrity of one person. He must destroy it himself, or compromise it, or relax it, or be talked into something. But it has to be his own action. Therefore, the damages are, in a sense, not only moral, but are absolutely just in their actual integrities. And this is the way in which, apparently, as the Chinese noted, the universe creates the concept of right and wrong. This right and wrong is simply a matter of what builds up and what tears down the essential energies upon which life depends. So we have this problem in every field of life. We have it in the narcotics problem. We have it in a large part of commercialism. We have it wherever there is an attitude of putting profit in advance or over integrity. Wherever the individual makes this compromise, he immediately becomes a part of this particular problem. Now we'll take another phase of it. The person is looking with his eyes at something that he sees. He can be reading a book. He can be watching a television. He can be outside watching a horse race. He can be outside watching a golf ball. Whatever he is doing, his eyes are receiving energy. The energy, the magnetism which carries the image from the outside to his own inner optical centers is like the same thing as in the case of television. The golf ball definitely does not go in from the golf field into his eye. What goes into his eye is no golf ball, but it is a potential which will immediately be reactivated into the appearance of a golf ball. He will see it because it was changed into an energy formula, received into himself, and then reinterpreted again as what he has seen. And he will have no knowledge of anything except what he saw. Now this is becoming more and more obvious to us as we go further into the study of computers. This is all part of the process of things being changed from what they appear to be to the energy equivalents of themselves, and then restored to their forms in order to be perceptible to our various faculty perceptions. Therefore, again, everything becomes a matter of keeping the energy fields clean. And the only way they can be kept clean is by using them properly. Now, two people watching a golf game may see the same game. One is interested merely in the fact that it is a recreation. The other person may be very competitive, determined to win at all costs, and perfectly willing to cheat a little if it can win quicker. In the first place, the energy is perfectly okay. The vibrations are normal. But in the second, ulterior motives have entered into the playing of the game. And this is something that is troubling us throughout the sports world at the present time. Practically every sport has been commercialized. And by commercialization, we simply mean that it is no longer a sport, but a means of profit to some and loss to others. The moment this happens, the magnetic field is tainted. And from that time on, everyone who takes on the negative attitude damages himself. Now, 99 people may take it on and damage themselves, but 100th person who does not take it on does not damage themselves, simply because the others do. The idea that damage is contagious, or actually infectious, is only true if the individual who is the recipient is basically inconsistent with integrity themselves. There is no reason why anyone should recognize the fact that another person is capable of contributing to their delinquency. For it is said definitely that many may fall upon the right hand and many upon the left hand, but the just person shall not be moved. We are all, therefore, wrong when we say that civilization is destroying us. That is not true. What is destroying us is our acceptance into our own inner life of the shortcomings and mistakes that we associate with civilization. We get into a political tangle, and we start hating people, and we start guerrilla warfares. And guerrilla warfare is simply another negative use of energy. All of the energy of life has to be used properly. The moment it is abused, it becomes dangerous. So we go on a little further into something else, the arts. Every picture that we see has a magnetic field. The fact that it apparently is a work of art on canvas or carved in wood and stone does not affect the fact that any form, every form that is integrated is alive. And every form that is alive because of factors brought together in a certain specific pattern. In the case of a painting, it is the life in a canvas, the life in a frame, the life in each twisted tube, and then in the life of the artist. Everything, and the object of the picture, everything is made up of living elements. This idea that everything is dead, that can't run around, is a mistake. Everything is alive that can be seen. A chair is alive because it has a magnetic field, and this magnetic field changes with every chair. And yet there is always this problem of what is right and what is wrong. A good chair will always have a good magnetic field. A chair which we destroy by misuse will be destroyed, and we will suffer in our magnetic field for this act of destruction. Everyone is responsible for the destruction of the mistake that he causes. And in every case, the object of that mistake is either nullified or broken down or discredited in some way. So we go on, we take a little look around, and we see pictures. Well, we see the Venus de Milo, the armless wonder, and we wonder if it has any magnetic field. It certainly has. It has magnetic field, and we can revive that field in ourselves every time we think of it. If we've ever seen the picture, that picture's image or the statue itself will be with us as long as we live. It's what we do about it is not very much usually, but it's there. It's a fact. And if the picture is good, and the painting is good, and the carving is proper, these all add to the goodness of things. If an artist, however, starts a career of corrupt art, he is damaging his own magnetic field, and he is damaging the magnetic fields of those who approve of what he has done and accept it. That is the reason why the censorship of integrity is important to art, music, and every other field, because it is part of the inevitable laws of life. Incidentally, therefore, where we find hard rock and these things which are becoming dangerous, our doctors tell us they are dangerous, our neurologists tell us they are dangerous, and all that, but no one has really managed to think why, except noise is unpleasant, or noise is dangerous to small children. The real damage is to the magnetic fields. The magnetic field of the small child can be so badly damaged that it can never really recover. Because if it happens before it has the age of consent, before it reaches up to the point where it chooses its own life, it has to be dependent upon someone. And the person upon whom it is dependent is also damaged if they do not demand integrity. Wherever integrity is damaged, the one who causes the damage is the primary one who must pay. And if the individual causes his own damage, then he is the one that must pay for it. But the damage is not in the building or in the rock or in the stone. It is in the magnetic field. It is in that part of ourselves which we depend upon to maintain our various integrities. Today, neurosis and other emotional ailments are very frequent, and we have to give considerable thought, therefore, to the causes of these things. We look around us and we see a generation which has lost all sense of value because it doesn't even believe in value. It also has been corrupted by the example of a previous generation that has torn down most of the ideals and dreams with which the civilization has been built. The only way we can really get to this would be through a reorganization of our science of energies. We would have to have a full and scientific study of all of the energy fields that are involved in human life. We would have to therefore come to the conclusion that there is no problem in which these fields can be evaded. And as these fields are all essentially right, and the diversion of this to something else is wrong, we then have the basic value of virtue, the basic value of doing it right in the first place, or what we might call a reformation. A reformation is nothing but a reform of the use of available energy. Everything is energy. Atomic bombs are energy. The oil spill in Alaska is energy, waste energy, and abusive energy. All these things. And they all arise from something being wrong in the integrities of life. We have compromised principle by going away from the energy values. So we go back to the individual now, and we find him standing in the midst of his own magnetic field, with his structure protected by the constant radiating force of outflowing energy, an outflowing energy that vitalizes everything from the center outward and nourishes the solar system, which is the human body, from the level of the sun, as in astronomy. The ancient astrologers believed that these energy fields originated in man himself, and that the source of all the energy fields in the human body is the heart. That this is the thing from which all else radiates. Therefore, the most dangerous of all corruption is the abuse of love, abuse of friendship, abuse of integrities, abuse of fidelities, and abuse of those things of benevolence, mercy, and compassion which are associated with the heart. As those energies remain firm, the heart radiating out to the circumference of the magnetic field of the body is completely protective. It will be practically impossible for anything to damage it in the area where it is functioning properly. There may be other functions which is not yet perfected, but if the individual is basically honorable, he will be able to perfect these without too much trouble. Actually, however, if these energies are wrong, if the individual begins to hate somebody, or an individual breaks a friendship from selfishness, or an individual breaks his friendship for advantage or gain, for physical or economic gain, immediately this defense is down. The individual who cheats has lowered his defenses against being cheated in his own turn. Everything, if he does an evil, he opens a way for an evil to be done to him, because he has destroyed the magnetic defenses. Now, you can't say where those defenses are or what exactly you understand them, but they are invisible, but they are very real. They are real, and they represent an actual flow of energy. Now, in the Middle Ages, we had magic come into this too, and we realized something that is seemingly coming back to us today, namely that inanimate objects have magnetic fields. Therefore, stones, trees, everything we can think of is subject to magnetic existence. And these magnetic existences are radiant. They convey meaning and value in all directions. Therefore, we know why Paracelsus made such a point of certain talismans and things of that nature, because he believes that they had to do with the magnetic field. He lived in Switzerland, where the dew is very heavy, and he put glass plates out on little stands, and on these glass plates at night, under certain positions of the planets and the moon, he gathered the dew, impregnated with the vibrations of the planetary positions at the time of the exposure. These materials he bottled and labeled exactly as he would an ordinary medication. And he gave these to the sick when an ailment arose that required this type of medication. He therefore developed something that was almost the same as a very high degree of homeopathy, where natural remedies derived directly from nature without conditioning of any kind were suitable to correct certain difficulties which might arise from the depletion of natural resources. This is the same as almost every other phase of life. Religion, for example. Every building, every church is a living entity. Every bank is a living entity. Every war office is a living entity. These things are not merely buildings. They are embodiments of attitudes. Everything is alive with the quality for which it was created. The war office is tied to war. The bank is tied to banking. But banking is a living fact. It is the banking that is the real living involvement in the so-called story of banking. These things are all alive. And each one of these, as it comes into life, is born with a certain responsibility. We will say that a young person born into a family is born to help to maintain that family, but protect it, serve it, and serve with it for the completion and perfection of the community. The same is true of a bank. A bank is part of an organization, part of an entity, part of something created for a purpose. Now, if the bank fulfills this purpose honorably, it is then healthy. If, on the other hand, it decides to make an unreasonable profit, if it decides to sacrifice its integrity for the advancement of its own institutional existence, there is trouble. The bank will ultimately go broke. The stock exchange, when it was created to help farmers and merchants to share their goods and make proper and reasonable investments, they all sat together under a tree in the south end of New York. If this institution had remained a benevolent organization for service, it would be still probably very practical and very useful. But instead of being that, it has now become a structure of misuses and abuses. And the result is it is gradually destroying itself. Now, entities. A republic is an entity. It is a magnetic field. An autocracy is a field. A monarchy is a field. A communistic institution is a field. Every one of these organizations use energy. They use it in 1,000 different ways. Political speeches, harangues on the street corners, battles in the alleys and back roads. Everything is involved. And every one of these energy fields that becomes corrupted in any form or in any way is doomed to disaster. Therefore, our code of honor is not based upon the Mosaic code alone, although that is a very good one. It is actually based upon use and abuse. There is no possibility of an abuse succeeding. It will seem to succeed for a little while. It will succeed in the same way that an abuse of the body will apparently provide the individual with an opportunity to make very serious mistakes. But in the end, the energy fields pay the bill. Every misuse of life responsibility, use of basic materials, the abuse of forests, the abuse of water, the corruption of air, all these things are paid for in magnetic defects. And we are beginning to recognize them now. We are wondering why some of these strange things happen that have been happening in the last few years. Nuclear fission is a great tragedy. Not because it simply offends the peace-loving human being, but because it is a misuse, a violent corruption of energy. It is the use of a divine power to injure other people. Therefore, that which lives by the sword must perish by the sword. So our whole morality is a matter of life energies. It is a matter of gradually bringing all our intemperances into patterns of usefulness and creativeness and constructiveness. It is the gradual victory of friendship over animosity. It takes the stranger out of existence and puts the friend in its place. Everything is part of working towards an harmonious balance of the natural resources of the solar power. Everything can be used to advance the common good, but everything that is used to destroy will be destroyed by its own destructiveness within itself. Now, another phase of that is now coming into focus very strongly in the problem of general reformation in human relationships. We have today a problem of marriage, divorce, adoption of children, all these different moral issues. Now we're going to have to finally settle down, and every person will have to decide whether he is going to fulfill his own purposes or whether he is going to obey the laws of nature. If he obeys the laws of nature and understands them, things will be solved. If he keeps on doing as he pleases with no consideration for values or for the rights and purposes of nature, he will be in trouble. Everywhere it is energy that must be properly used. Now we have now considerable emphasis upon the creation of new energy symbols, and this is more or less an interesting phase of our problem. The ancients used all kinds of symbolic designs to indicate energy. They had their pentacles and their signs and their symbols and their images, and in metaphysical thinking and philosophical thinking, there was a great emphasis upon meditation and the mantras and mudras of the esoteric doctrines. These are very important. But now comes the question. Meditation is a mood for the distribution of energy. The power of meditation has to do with the use of magnetic energy. Therefore, the problem of meditation is very simple. You say to yourself, I want to develop a higher grade or higher level of integrity. Therefore, through meditation and the dedication to the highest principles that I know, I will achieve a great improvement in character. Now, this is very good, proper. It's been followed by sadhus and hermits for ages. It has been followed by early Christian monks for nearly 2,000 years. Therefore, there's nothing wrong in meditation. But someone, out of the smartness of something, decided that by meditation he could also accomplish a certain amount of selfish fortune for himself. I know one individual who taught high disciplines for the sake of improving socially, making a wealthy marriage, increasing in business, dominating other people, and he was doing very well with it. One day I got a telephone call from the local hospital. This individual was sick. So he went down. I said, well, what seems to be the trouble? It was a woman. She was in tears. She said, you know, all my life, or for many years, I've taught people to think rich, think happy, think healthy, and I am dying of cancer. Well, that is again a strange kind of poetic justice that seems very cruel. No question about it. But the individual had broken the rules that associate with magnetic energies. The rule of all possession is right use. The use of all esoteric doctrines and disciplines is for the advancement of the common good. And when we start meditating for a fortune or something, we are headed to trouble. Because this is contrary to the proper use of magnetic resources. Magnetism is a great field of energy available to all. The price of it is simple. Earn it. You've got to be right. And all the energy of space is available for the right use that you can make of it. And as much as the right use you can understandingly create at the proper time. But the moment the individual becomes selfish or self-centered, the magnetic field of his own body begins to fail. Kilner pointed out that there is great difference in these matters, and other scientists have noted that where selfishness comes into a religious situation, there's always a disappointment. And where we are selfish in marriage, where we are selfish in relationships, we are destroying the defenses of our own magnetic field. Now actually, there is a certain poeticness in this injustice on these particular problems. The individual who is selfish and abuses the field loses the protection of his own life against the selfishness of others. If he loses his own protection, then the selfishness of others can move in on him. And if he tries to take something from another, he also opens the door for that person or some other person to take something from him. It is reciprocity. Energy is the most important and priceless of all ingredients. It is something that everyone needs and must have. The waste of energy, the abuse of energy, is the abuse of the magnetic fields. The moment they are abused, they fail us. And very often the failure is a kind of poetic justice. It is something that happens that we can't explain. But I think we find it as clearly indicated in the Goethe's line of Faust. It says, how closely fate is linked to virtue, doth never to the fool occur. Had he the wise man's stone, I swear it, the stone had no philosopher. Wherever we have skill, we have knowledge, we have unusual abilities, we have been given good educations, we have been perhaps by good parents advanced in as much morality as possible, and then we go out and immediately sacrifice all that we have gained or has been helped to, we have been helped to have on our own personal selfishness. That means no wise man's stone for us. That means that we will not be able to succeed because we have, in a treasonable manner, perverted that which was our constructive birthright. So we are here today as part of a world of selfish people. We're here today with everybody trying to get theirs before somebody else takes it away from them. We're here in the presence of governments of questionable integrity, products of questionable value, and also another general factor which we must also face. And that is, we are now nearly 5.5, almost 6 billion disillusioned people. We have not much faith in anything. Every day the newspaper helps us to lose what honesty and faith we might have. We can become finally convinced that we live in a completely corrupt world. Therefore we are bewildered, we are intimidated, we are worried, and very often just simply give up and follow the line of least resistance and go down with the rest. Now this isn't really the way it was intended to be. Actually, the bad news that we have has nothing to do with us unless we're part of the bad program. Now you might say it's nicer to imagine a world in which we could all work together. There's no doubt about it. It'd be much better. But until such time, the individual who is trying to be right has got to be careful that he is not infected by a common disillusionment. He cannot afford to say everything is wrong and mean it. He's got to hold inside of himself a realization that principle is the basic value, and that regardless of what happens in the world, he cannot lose sight of protecting his own energy resources, because it might just so happen that he could be one of those who could help to change the course of history. In other words, disillusionment, despair, discouragement, bitterness, anger, frustration, all these do nothing to the person against whom they are turned, but they do everything to the individual who uses them. Therefore, no matter what we read in the paper, no matter what comes to us over the radio or in television, the individual must retain within himself the realization that there is a great good behind everything, and that that great good will succeed, and that this magnetic field we're talking about, which extends not only through this solar system, but through the entire galaxy, decrees within itself by its own immutable process that evil can never win. We must go through certain travail in connection with it. We have to finally learn to our own satisfaction that we can't do it badly and be well off. But until such time, values never change. Never will we be punished for what somebody else does. Never will we be rewarded for the virtues of others. We must achieve these things ourselves through our own efforts, through our own integrities, and through our own dedications. And all of this is added up in a mysterious bank account, which is called energy or magnetic resource. It is there to serve us. It is there to serve the individual who does wrong. But if the individual does wrong, the service collapses. And the individual who does wrong finally finds the energy turned back upon himself, and the corruption continues. We must keep this center of consciousness within ourselves in a condition of correctness. In Buddhism, the heart is called the Saptapana, the house or temple with 7 rooms. It is within this temple, as Buddha points out, that the great initiation against the hindrances has to be performed. The individual has to be initiated in his own heart. He must accept as a fact that his own integrity is his only strength, and also that his own honesty is his only wealth. All else is some kind of a delusion which will ultimately turn back and whip him. So in the quietude and peace of the realization of the immutability of good, the inevitability of right over wrong, the endless and continuous process of redemption going through every area of nature, all things in due time will come back into the peace which they sacrificed when they tried to put self as an individual above universal reality. We should have, I don't see how we have gotten into the state we've gotten into really, because I do know, but I'm not mentioning it. The real fact of the matter is that as we look around us, there's every reason to know that we live in a beautiful world. We live in a tremendous sphere. And we are already beginning to realize that we're destroying it ourselves. It is not some vast cosmic power that says we have to be selfish or that puts a profit against principle. These things don't exist in nature. We know that with moderation, with integrity and dedication, we could all live in peace and another 5 billion could live with us. But the way we are doing, we are sacrificing everything for a bowl of pottage. And if we continue to do this, the energy resources will be reduced. We are worried now about changes taking place in the atmosphere, that the overload that we are throwing against our natural resources is beginning to endanger us. Now we can go under our own skin and see that the same thing is happening inside of us. The overloading of our body with the problems and processes of modern living obviously is going to result in destitution and death. We cannot afford to waste the magnetic field of the body or destroy it any more than we can afford to destroy the one of the earth. If we're going to run out of petroleum someday, we're also going to run out of the ability to recuperate from ailments if we dispose of and waste our recuperative power. The magnetism, which helps digestion, can be destroyed, wasted by corruption. When we take into ourselves dangerous foods, dangerous attitudes, or when we eat with a dangerous mood, we are endangering ourselves. And when the world does these things, the world endangers itself. And we will not be the first civilization, as is said in India, the great mother, the earth, has cast many civilizations from her back. Everything that goes beyond a certain point is destroyed because it breaks up its relation with its energy supply. It no longer is fed primarily by magnetism, because it's magnetism in the food that feeds us, it's magnetism in the air that we breathe, it's magnetism in the earth that grows our vegetables, and it is magnetism in our souls that makes us hope for good. All the things we know, all the things we believe in, are energy dependent. And the use of energy is the most important thing. Why we go on year after year making all kinds of efforts to feel better, be better, or think better, and overlook the one fact that everything that we think and feel and believe depends upon a life principle, an energy resource, a magnetism of the earth itself. And that while this is destroyed or while this is abused, we will have the earth becoming more and more sterile. We have air no longer fit to believe. We will find the energies we have wasted lost to us forever. All these things require just one new concept, and that is that religion is basically the proper use of resource. It is to use the privileges that we have been given for the greater good of all of us. We have been made gardeners in a beautiful garden, and we've let it go to weed. We have been given a beautiful planet, and we subdivided it and sold it for profits. The original purpose was that we should become a wonderful group of human beings working together for the good of each other and the glory of the universe. We are being prepared for a bigger job than we have, but we are flunking the examination at the present moment. We are not doing what we should do. Everything that comes along is measured in profit. Everything that comes along is measured in freedom from responsibility. When energy is something that we must be responsible for, or we will waste it forever. Or as long as we can. By the time forever comes, there won't be much energy left. But all this is a lesson in the morality of values. It is a lesson in the fact that we are the keepers in a garden. We are the gardeners in the garden of Allah, as the Muslim calls it. This is a beautiful garden that has been given to us, and we're letting it go to weed. We had a beautiful world with wonderful materials, so we dig under the earth and create materials to create war, death, and destruction. We have little gardens that we could have beautiful times sitting under our own palm tree, but we are fighting to take everybody else's garden away from them. And when we finally find a small plot of land that we might be able to use, we find the real estate agents have priced it 10 times its value. All these things are all little things, but they all add up to the loss and waste of magnetic resource. They are the failure of the individual to protect the source of his own life, the source of his own future, and the breaking of the laws and rules by which he must compare his own needs with the needs of others. It is only when we work to protect the toadstool as well as the nation that we can have peace in the world. We must protect the small things because each of them is a energy resource. The protection of them is against our viewpoint because we take it for granted that the small should be controlled by the big. That small things, like humble people, are made to be exploited. This is not true. Everything in life is made to be used. Nothing is made to be abused. And the individual who abuses any part of life is contributing to the common cause of destruction. Now, this business of the energy and magnetic resource went on down through to the present time. And now we have a new measurement for it, and that is the development of a large group of electrical devices by means of which it becomes apparent to us that it is possible for the human being to make use of any energy as he sees fit. Now, the instrument that he has within himself is infinitely more wonderful than any television or any computer can possibly be. We can have a computer do everything, and it is alive. Don't for a minute think it isn't. But it is alive in a field of energy. It has a life, it can propagate itself, it can develop itself, it can grow up, it can grow old, and it can die. Because it is all part of an energy usage. But in all of these usages, let's remember that the individual is humanity's prime asset. The individual is here to grow. And in growing, he grows by helping everything else to grow. The moment he goes into negative competitive relationships with everything else, he destroys himself. So out of a great brotherhood involving potatoes, diamonds, computers, television, music, everything is part of a magnificent harmonic pattern. But the individual has forgotten or neglected to mature his own inner life. He was given religion in the beginning to help him to build an internal life, for religion was nothing but a statement of the rules. It wasn't a doctrine, it was a statement of the laws that have to be obeyed. Man has gradually disobeyed these rules, and now he questions the reality of religion. But he has never been able to prove that the religion was wrong. It was merely inconvenient. It prevented him from being as selfish as he would like to be. This being the case, he's in serious trouble. But out of all of this, we hope, with the coming of the next century, that we're going to find the real basis of our understanding. We're going to discover the good universe, which we have forgotten existed if we ever knew it. We're going to suddenly realize that galaxies and stars and systems in space are not just simply something out there to provide us with energy to run motors with, or that we are going to solve all the problems of nature if we get a photograph of ourselves standing on Mars. This has nothing to do with it. We're living in a great, beautiful world of cooperating forces, filled with things that want to get together and work together for the common good. And all we can do is make games out of them. Silly games. Games in which we think we're conquering everything by putting something in orbit. That's not at all true. What really we are looking for is to realize that we conquer or we win or we achieve our goal when we put ourselves in orbit, when we get back again into the rules of the game of life, serve it as it should be served, love as it should be loved, admire the good, protect it, and slowly and quietly outgrow everything that is less. If we can do that, then these resources, these magnetic fields, will supply us with all the energy the world needs for millions of years. It will not be the loss of the energy, but it will be that if we do not make these corrections, we will not be able to draw the energy to ourselves, and that which cuts itself off from life is the dead branch that is cast back into the fire. So out of an understanding of energy and the magnetic resources, we go a long way toward solving the present problems. That's it.